That's a bad first date there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the second date is
Not
really
on the table.
but I've seen these two intertwine quite a bit.
Yeah.
这是哦，这个汤圆哦，哎吧，老师，
Gotta wash down
汤圆，
汤圆终于来了。
that one.
为什么只有你一个人有？
我也不知道。
VIP 嘛。
Big winner, Tan Xuan.
Sitting 1.5 million deep, and I don't remember him reloading.
No, he's up. Cool million.
Well, remember, he was up somewhere in the neighborhood of $750,000 for the bulk of one of these days of cash game action. And then in frame number 4, like a careening ball of yarn, he unraveled and ended up stuck quite a bit. I think it was $1 million downswing.
He did manage to come out of it and break even, courtesy near the end of that. But that happened in frame 4. We're currently in frame 3. Already fireworks. And we got more fireworks right here for Andy Nee.
Yep. Tan Xuan with these ducks being asked for another 37,000, and he is sitting deep, wants to make sure that Andy is deep enough to warrant a continue from him.
I think he's going to call this one. Going to try to get these ducks in there.
For the time being, they're roasted as Andy's working the hoisin sauce, the scallions, and the pancakes.
Yes, he is. And he just dropped on the floor.
Overpair versus underpair.
We've seen Tan get sticky with small, medium pairs, even on king high textures. So I wouldn't say it's exactly over once he drops in this bet. He is aware that Andy is likely c-betting his whole range whenever it comes king high and 3-bet pots. But most players do fold deuces to a c-bet.
Tan's not most players. Forgive the obvious.
Looks like he will be laying this one down.
Yeah.
Whistling it down.
Even he recognizes certain spots lend themselves poorly to a continue.
把你报仇了。
啊！一上来就把我
拿回去了，是不是？他妈的！
问题是你报仇，我们没钱拿。
你们都可以帮我报仇。
都说放开仇恨，你们有容乃大。
放不开了。梁子结下了。
Ace Jack for Tan. Makes it 11. ST with something cooking in the big.
It is a UTG Open. Looks like he still will be 3-betting.
Yeah, you know, Under the Gun opens in this game and out of that seat in particular don't have to be good. And look at Tan just let go of that Ace Jack.
Yeah.
Again, he's the kind of guy I feel like would rather hang in there in the face of a 3-bet with something like a 6-7, 6-8, unintrusive cards.
We spoke about that. Yeah, I agree. You might have missed that, but Elizabeth told ST Jayo just to go after the guy who just took all my chips.
Yeah, what is the literal translation of it? It's kind of a cheerleader, like.
Yeah, but do you know what it literally means in
No.
Chinese? Add oil.
Add oil.
And it's basically when you're like cheering on someone, like, yeah, go for it, or yeah.
Like,
But that's what
to
it
grease your
actually-
way forward?
I suppose maybe when you add oil to chicken while you're cooking, it really just gets it going, you know.
Very
And sometimes it gets burnt.
Well, yeah. For those that don't know, Daddy Randy was entrusted by his wife to care for their daughter recently, and
Everyone try happy.
many pieces of poultry were
Those are nice people.
lost in the fire as he attempted to cook.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about this anymore.
Yeah.
Bad memories. All right, Tan.
Well,
一个月
we'll
要
talk
付我
about
5000
bad
是
memories.
传奇的代言人
We're not far removed.
那种
Elizabeth
那
Chen
种西班牙
using
的
over
朋友很多那个
300,000
很
to
多
Tan,
看
who's
我
now abusing
哦，那我不
Straddle
很多人
this
很多人干我，
可以的，可以的。
Jack 9 and flops top
这
pair
是西班牙
against
区
middle
总代理
pair. Perhaps an
西
opportunity
班牙总代理，
to claw back at least
西班牙亚
some
洲
of what
中
she
国人代
lost.
表。
Yeah, quite a nice spot for her. Check through by Tan. King is not the card that she can get much value from the 6.
啊，对，你就没有那个。
She's not looking to either, given that it does show up as an
Limita y-
overcard. Note that Tan
Eh.
has not put any chips into this pot post flop. Spades arrive, and you wonder if it's going to be a full shutdown.
I would like to see Elizabeth bet here for value. Looks like she won't be, just because I would expect Tan to bet
对
if he
吧？
had
可惜
better.
对吧？对的好不好？那都不打你，一打被
Shows
你
the
裂开
6, by the way.
我靠，我怎么这个显示器有问题吧？
显示器有问题，显示器有问题。
你不是你的脑袋有问题。
厉害，这个视频万能猫的形象本身就没有这一点。
并不好。
搞来搞去，搞。
Pocket 9s now for Elton. He'll play them as a limp.
It's been consistent with his early position strategy. 7s. Asking for more.
21,000.
10 Schwen. A6 of clubs. And he has got some naughty thoughts, I think.
5 seconds.
Well, they did it with A6 moments ago. Offsuit. This time,
It is 100,000.
taking the club iteration and making it 100,000.
Wonder how Elton feels about this.
Under-repped are the 9s, but
100K?
first he's going to wait and see what
什么来了？
ST's response is going to be.
I guess the act first.
Ah, forgive me. That's right. That said, he could be looking over an ST and trying to get some sort of read on whether or not he rates to stay interested. This price point feels
Yeah.
ambitious.
怎么这
He
么
does just let it go.
舍得
And
扔
we immediately see
这么不舍
the
得
fruits of the aggression pre-flop from
难
Tan.
买不到，真的。
The big re-raise got those 2 9s
Elena.
out. Will it get these 2 7s? Would be
Yeah,
nice if we can. Because they aren't getting great odds, but
打了。
ST, he's like, I know what you're up to. I could even be dominating you with an overpair.
He's performing very well. 9-6-4. Once again, a pair of sixes for Tan like he had last time.
Don't forget, Elton folded 2 9s.
Oh, he's sick to his stomach.
Yeah, you can see him hoping there's no action post flop. 2 7s is best. The range is supposed to be condensed a bit once he made it 100,000. If he made it, say, 60 or 70 or so pre, it would be widened a bit. 50K to start things off.
你们叫好就走了，
Looking to shed
忘了。
broadways that whiffed.
对。
50K a man. Having 100 dimes. Into the middle. The diamond could be a freezer of sorts. Front door flush draw arrives.
It's actually a very scary card for Tan Xuan. ST could have jacks, could have 9s, could have diamonds. Could even have a hand like pocket 10s with a diamond that isn't really looking to fold to 2 barrels. It really is a big guessing game for him if he was to fire once more. It does check. Interesting now for ST. No diamond in hand. Very scary rivers could come, but he could also be up against a pot-controlled better hand that doesn't really want to build this pot more. Just all around uncomfortable. But ST, for him to even call pre means he doesn't really fear playing against Tan Xuan in big pots.
No turn action from either camp. Red 5 on the end. Best case scenario for Tan, given the check back, is that he's up against one of these bigger aces.
Yeah, I think for Tan, he does have a sliver of showdown value against an ace-king, ace-queen that has a diamond. They're going to be both happy to check this one. ST gets the best of Tan Xuan.
That he does.
啊，给你搞死我！赢不到多少钱，小他妈的对9给他打跑。
对9，你自己 open 不就看到了吗？
对啊，本来就埋伏一家人嘛。
一对9也埋伏，3台9啊？
对啊，埋伏到要怎么办？你搞个4000回来变成10万了，CB 也不是了，现在我不知道怎么搞了那个。
不拎不就 raise call 我来
Don't need to explain what Elton's talking about.
啊，
Yeah.
你就赢大了这牌。
对
啊，
大妹差不多拿对9球
不了不，我打他一大我。
怎么办呢？
Well, Randy, we were leaning on you for some translation just now, and
啊，
we may have leaned on
对啊
the wrong man because according to WTB in our YouTube chat,
，link not allowed。
Jayo is not add oil, it's add gas.
看看情况。
It's, you didn't ask me what kind of oil. I'm putting gasoline in my
Well, I didn't
kitchen.
think,
Where not.
you know,
这牌已经
petroleum or, you know, unrefined crude
有
oil.
那么一级，
I mean,
Olive oil over here.
yeah,
一级啊，
EVOO.
Okay, so I was close though.
搞了
Right.
就是
I didn't say
搞这些事情出来，我告诉你，害死
Yeah,
人！
you didn't say add gunpowder or whatever. I mean, not that that
你
would
害
have
自己。
been in context much different. Anyways,
let me
all I'm
study
saying
some
is
more.
you're not going to get a job at the UN with those skills. King 8-6, bottom 2 for Elton as we play the mystery card game, and Blackout Triton co-founder Paul Pua's holding the party starter pre-flop, making it 11,000, and now post-flop in position. 2 checks in front of him. He makes it 14 to skate.
Nice spot for Elton.
7s. Found the muck with ease. Elton plays it as a flat. And now he makes eights full of sixes on the turn.
Hoping Paul's got a hand they can multi-barrel. A King X would want to check this turn quite a bit. Even the hearts.
Feel ความสปอร์ตดีกรีใหม่เราใจไปกับพลังไฮบริด New Corolla Altis HEV GR Sport Trust It Thrill เรารักเต่าทองปลาหมึกเต่าทองรสชาติดีรักปลาหมึกแท้ๆรักเต่าทอง
Relatively innocent looking card there. And after the check back from Boss on the turn, Elton suddenly springs into action, firing 65 into 67.
This is a gross spot if you're holding a king. Elton repping the 8. Elton's bluffs.
5 seconds.
Being like a 10-9. 7-9. Little bit of 5-7 got there. Boss is cutting out raising chips? 225,000 out of nowhere? And there's the call, and look at that. Paul, river a smaller full house with the 4.
妈的！
Rough.
哎呦，
操！应该牌，应该牌。
好人家，
不来试就没事了吗？
雅思的科，
没有想，
没想，
没有想。
这唯一就是试这手牌了
再想一想，
来弄个
啊！
10
想一想，你肯定
20
都有
万
试试嘛啊
要求是，再搞一搞，他回去就好了哈。
！mini race 他一下，
看人的事。
我也怕他那个。
那我 VIP 我 KK 也是敲的马刺哦
可以找8的嘛。
，VIP KK 是敲的马富卢了。
So Chen, Ace King, 12K, getting called by Tan and Elton in
哎
position.
呦，这样来给我说22万5一个试，
说小了都没带你，他那个再带你还要来。
那当然就扔掉。
这那就难受
啊
了，真的难受。
不能要啦，你有66的嘛
你。66的牌子，
46,000
还来，
in the middle.
你再带我，
More
我
texture
我
all
猜你
over
4条
Elton
8
flopping
，KK 也不
trip
怕。
9s.
Torching the ace king as Elizabeth's woes
哎呦
continue.
真的有。
不像他们瑞士那么大，扣的那么快，是不是？我什么牌扣那么快？完了完了，输了。
Well, she is going to get away as Tan try to rep that board, betting 15K, called by Elton.
又来吃，中了现在。妈的，好像 L 的出3一样。
你自己脑袋还想个事，
哦
想一个事过来，想个事过来，
Tan's queen
害人的事。
还不如不掉这个是。
drawing dead. Really hang himself. With 76 in the middle, it certainly appears that way, although this is not savagery, rather a 35K barrel.
Well, it's 35K, he's not going to see.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Small bet, half pot.
Elton wants to rein his man in, slipping some rope. by flatting, blocking the 5-6 and 10-6. Not that he expects that to be across the way all that often. The former more so than the latter.
You can see him contemplating a lead. Perhaps he thinks Tan Xuan's got a hand. I'll just check it back. He does eventually check over to Tan. At this point, he knows Elton's usually got at least a pair. But does he think he can get it to fold? Maybe a 7-6?
Remember, this one was opened by Elizabeth.
Knock.
She did not c-bet. Tan bet the 15,000
哎呀，
and then 35, but
哎
not
还
going
没
to
打
fire
你
the
的
third shell.
这么容易的，69中3条9，68中符号4，厉害。
那你把去的话，你肯定会中牌的嘛。
不会的，
我把去不中的时候你也看不见，对吗？
I think Elton maximized his returns.
连续中就是你要这个就旺起来嘛。中牌的时候要去到几把，不中牌的时候就full牌。你有没有教你的，对吗？中牌率高的时候就把去，把去。
长庄，
对不对？
已经弯起来的时候的。
旺起来的时候就要。
厉害的。
Sang is surging here. Randy
闻到一股
started
闻
with
到
the
一股
那个
bet
傻
and
味
then
儿
called a massive raise from Boss.
鸡也不错
Unfortunately, made fours full against the eights full.
差点
Now
欧赢
here
了
trip
哎
nines.
王英我 full 了。
Good time to get ladies.
Elizabeth is searching too, just in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Queen.
Raise we go.
3 betting. ST's ace 10.
一看就是我比较好欺负的。
ST's out.
开玩笑，
你说什么说的呀？多偷你嘛！
啊，对，
不透你。
现在别人偷你，你又啊，
有道理。
Ferdinand
Butra, he's back.
back on time. You can
buy button
buy the button, yeah.
9K， 11K。
5, 2, 4, 11, yeah.
7
Yeah, 11. 7 in the middle, 4. Yeah, perfect spot lah. Yeah.
7 in the middle.
7 in the middle.
And 4 in
You just put 11.
Yeah.
Good
All
deal.
So they work out a way to ensure
you,
that the
11,
straddle is
other
not
people
avoided. Ferdy
Scout.
gets back into the mix as a poster.
Don't stack me full house or against full house.
I didn't even start, got a little bit. I didn't even raise him back.
2.25 million. Minus 10.
Jack 6 suited on the button, getting after it.
Paul can get Elton back here. Re-raise.
玩给你了 ，discount。
3 bet and take it.
哇，这把区别，赢不到钱。
真的。
Have we talked about the jacket yet?
对啊，
打把赛。
这
I
打
know
打
chat
错嘛，对吧？
was getting into it, but you and I consider ours, you
The
know,
Louis one?
你
ourselves
自己埋伏什么鬼呢？
What are we talking?
into fashion. And yeah, I'm talking about that one.
啊，
That
赢不
Elizabeth's
到
wearing.
钱。
10万也赢不到。
这本来那个10万的
Right.，
他的10万的本来是赢到了嘛。
不到呢？
Just because something's expensive doesn't make it
It's nice.
fashionable.
挣
I
到的牌我
do
不上币啊。
independent.
这其实已经埋伏到个10多万出来了嘛。
I think it's quite flavorful.
收钱。
对，
就打错就打错那一步了嘛。
4比。
对啊，
欧赢你扣不扣得动嘛？
如果我 C 比你，我就肯定 call 了嘛，我还会 C
啊，
比
你们俩不要做广告了，自己打自己。
好吗？
啊，
如果我 C 比你，我不 call 的话，我就不。
哎，我听你们讲废话，
哇，真的是听
大堆废话
怎。么故事会这么会？
我吹牛逼，你也吹
First
牛逼，
V
一
pip
起
没有，我都
Brian
fold
Kim
掉了嘛，我没有去牛逼，我就 fold 掉了嘛。但如果我 C 比你，我不去啊，我他妈我就白送几十万给你啊，对不对啊？
Swirled by chatter,
那
he
个
has
也是我没道理的嘛，因为
no
我
comprehension
不
of.
跟你赌的话，我还 C 比你，对不对？
Stop reminding me.
啊哈，
啊，不知道。
我都不敢 CB 嘛。
Tan's coming in.
Is he going to test the newcomer
还
out?
有吗？
I mean,
对对，
he's
拿一
going
份
to
过
at
来好
least
吗？
call. I
我要
believe
我要。
call is the way to go with this type of holding.
That's exactly the path chosen. Spade draw acquired on a 9-high board.
Good luck, Brian, trying to win this pot.
78 in there.
We got soup going down.
There's a slurping going on somewhere.
I saw the waiter bring out like 5 bowls of that.
Yeah, it looked like a multi-course situation that just got delivered.
No, it's not just him that's going to receive it. C-bet of 40K coming in from Brian Kim.
Yeah, this is the second course. A follow-up to the 33K appetizer pre. Peeling, but not improving. Let's see, in the face of a second check, how Brian chooses to navigate. It's 158 in the middle.
Tan should be checking this ace because Brian is supposed to try to rep it oftentimes, as Brian often has ace, king, ace, queen. And you also expect the hands you want to get value from, jacks, queens, and kings, to just bet the turn.
Sure enough, he does check it. And Brian, after checking back on the turn, might feel as though he can represent this one as played.
He definitely can rep it, but king, queen has a little bit of showdown value.
And he's quite pleased that he didn't get after it. Tan almost looks disappointed. Bit bewildered even. He might be thinking to himself, I would have bet that king, queen. What are you doing?
Pros really haven't done so well this week.
Well, they're outnumbered anytime they're in the game. And if you don't know what Randy's talking about, only one seat in each of our cash game frames is reserved for an established professional poker player. That would be Brian Kim on this occasion. Patrick in the prior frame.
Yeah, Patrick didn't do so well.
Who has?
I mean, Ivy had a great one the other day.
That's true.
Um,
Interestingly, because Ivy, one of the few who did have a great kind of frame or two, but he's also
旺起来，旺起来！
a man who's had more experience in games such as this against
Ah.
characters such as
你这是我的，
these,
对
if
吧？
not some of the specific people he's at the table with, and that has served him quite well as Tan serves up. 11K open with the ace-9 suited, Elton flat at 4,
操，三针
Boss with the king-6 suited, got in there, Ferdy with queen-9 suited, and then after an Andy knee, king-10 flat, Elizabeth jams.
Yeah, I expected this off a 200K stack. Look, it's so much dead money. 11K from 5 others. That's 55,000 in itself. We got to throw in those antes and big blinds and small blinds. This is just printing, especially off a Tanchuan open. It doesn't even matter that it's in first position.
别啊！我把我自己的一份分回来了。
要不要快点扔了，要加10了。
我可以去的。
All that action behind us.
去不去另外吧，你时间过了嘛。
Thought about it, but eventually he does fold, as does everyone else.
给
We
他
see
看，
him
你看着一起看。
seeking a free peek.
你这个太迷惑了。
不要，
这样算了，
不要。
我差不多可以去。
可能我大了。
Thank you。
我输品 A9跟你有多少胜率啊？
你先，
我啊，确实呀，
你先不多，差不多。
那领先挺多的，你看20多个点。
哇，
我6成出，你3成大底，
Tom's got another suited ace
可以去。
waiting on him in the straddle.
不占领
你
你
See Elton
危险，危险那个
sitting 2 million deep, looking to play pots. 6-5 offsuit this time.
不期待
Andy's a
啊
gamer.
Think strategy.
You say it's coming? Yesterday,
Elizabeth limping, and guess who?
I said nobody asked you to play.
Okay, this is.
Do you remember when he did this other time and then hands just came out of nowhere with the re-raise?
Do you have any siblings, Randy?
I do.
Do you remember being in the back of the car and holding your finger as close as possible to your sister or brother's face and being like, "I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you." That's, an impish.
Sorry,
He's
is this
working
a sibling
out.
that's min re-raising?
12000
What?
我越来越看不懂了。
Even Elizabeth is like, you guys know this isn't a limit game, right? 4 became 8, became 12.
OK, give me 5，打这2个。
And Don giving Elton a high five as they got rid of Elizabeth.
And everyone else.
这是2个，
That was funny.
真的幽默啊，你们两个。
这小动作一大堆。
I'm really glad that Don and Elton weren't in middle school together because it would have been really dangerous. Top pair here for Schwen, who slips it to the pre-flop 3-better, although I say that in a way that isn't typical.
Well, no, he was the raiser. The pre-flop 3-better is Elton.
That's what I mean.
He
Don
limp-
slipped it to
right.
Elton, the pre-flop 3-better,
did
but
the limp-
the 3-bet was just
The
12K.
limp
And look at
3-bet.
this, a check min raise to 24,000.
And a call from 6-5. They actually are playing limit hold'em? Is that a thing?
By the way, 5-6 peeled, and now a very dramatic setup. Should we somehow get to a river and the 8 were to roll off?
Ah, 这么多码了。
35K, by the way, is a number that couldn't mess around and keep Elton just looking to lay a bad beat on Tan. He resists the temptation, though.
打得这么好，
That was a wild hand.
打得这么好。
Safe to say, I've never seen that in my life.
有配合的嘛，互相占了点
And
股，
we've watched a lot of poker.
我赢等于他赢，他赢等于我赢。
打了个
但是
3，
你们2个
打了个
下一局
3B
你们2个不得一起下座，
打了个3B 出来，才有
中间一个上来。
还有一个 check raise，才有一个6万块的锅。
那这个看电视，全世界看到不好。Collusion.
So straddle from Brian Kim, who actually tops up 200K
搞嘛，继续搞嘛，给你打
by
嘛
my calculations.
King, queen, gonna have company. Pocket nines defending. And getting out flop. As Brian looks up at 2 overcards.
1/3 from Elton. Looks like a quick call from Brian Kim.
it's a 60K barrel, and the release quite swift from Brian.
Appreciate the speed of play.
Let's come, by the way, to further our conversation with respect to how the pros were doing. Quick to point out that Jungle, half awake. Dan Cates also booked a nice little win.
Yeah, I feel like he might have been the only other player that booked the win, but yeah, half awake, that's pretty good.
It's the new strat. Ace 7 suited.
Don't think it's a good strat.
From Andy. Elizabeth throws a crab pot in the water. Elton in there with King 10. Comes 9-7-4. Andy, the best of what's around.
And the best is going to C-bet.
19.
19,000. 2 folds.
Take it down, sir.
Yes. Sure.
Square the table.
But
框在那里。
No
that's my
no 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 no，不行的不行的，
hard
看
Square the
我的
booth.
框框在这里，我移不开。
Well, Elizabeth would be too far from the whole card camera, so she needs to move back now.
还是这个桌子有问题。
Nice try, Brian.
放在另外一边就可以了。他的筹码放那边，
我筹码放这边，我人还在这个框框这里。
对啊，但他也多了有点位置嘛，筹码不会。你筹码放另外一边，是他会已经松一点了。
Pocket jacks. As we finally get her settled in. 3 bets. ST's open.
Same opponent.
Eh?
Ace Jack for Kim, quickly in the muck.
加油！
Last time he folded. And once again.
Well, it is going to be tough for Elizabeth to perform well in this game if she's not going to get action.
撞到你，为什么？
3比前面的人，不能3比后面的人。
为什么不
Spots
是
like
L
that.
他记仇，他能读出你的。你不要记仇啊，你还记仇。
没有办法。
你看他样子杀了，其实很难赢的。
没有。他伤害我太深了。
哦，
真的吗？
一辈子，他说一辈子记着你。给他一个
放下仇恨。
阿弥陀佛。
立地成佛啊。
7-6 of clubs for ST, making 11K.
Todd staying out of trouble with the ace-8, and well served to have done so, given Elton
越恨他，
has
你越
found
打不过他。
2 queens and a 46K 3-bet.
是有时候
It's a big ask of 7 high. But these are the kinds of hands, you know, forgive me, Randy, for the interruption, that people like to play in deep stack no limit in particular.
Exactly that. Especially
Oh,
with
you got
position.
so
So ST does make the call.
And he flops a gut shot straight draw, but on a monotone board texture where he has no spade. Quite the contrary for Elton, as he has a spade and way the best of it.
Yeah, the problem is that if he chases the
够了，咖
straight,
啡，3杯。
some of his outs aren't clean.
Furio ปกป้องขีดสุดไปได้สุดทุกการขับขี่
เห็นดาวเมื่อไหร่ไป enjoy after work กับ Heineken Experience
Things
Need it.
this deuce doesn't rate to be of any concern. Pot up to 153,000. Now
Third
a
now.
50K barrel.
Hola, I'm past it. Error already.
Stay inside the thing.
No energy to
Yes,
pop
he's
into
out.
this. Where?
Steadily climbing.
Yeah, all three. Of course, all three. And I go early
Is
as well.
Elton.
I go early. I play all day.
You walk around all the stations, just stay in your table.
Mostly on the table. We walk around. Yeah, on the stages.
Ace Jack for Brian.
你那是谁？谁过来
Prefers to play it as an opener than a 3-bet caller. Ferdy. Ace 5 suited. And it does like to 3-bet, but not on this occasion.
So that's going to let Andy knee in with ace deuce off. See a deuce and another deuce.
Somehow, the worst of the ace X's has turned into the best of them. And note, by the way, Ferdy's abstinence in terms of 3-betting pre is in part responsible for why it is that Brian Kim is going to lose more as he c-bets 10,000.
Andy's going to play it fast immediately. 35K. It looks a little bit more bluffy on a board like 10 deuce deuce. Brian Kim, though, quickly lays it down.
Ace 2 suited for Elton. Performed so well moments ago, not that it was shown down.
Let's see if Paul wants to get involved. He's cutting out 3-betting chips, and he's going to push it on Elton. 36,000, 3x. Ace 2 suited, playable. Especially in Elton's shoes.
Heads up. Spade in the window, no others behind it. Both players with the straight draw, obviously much preferred is bosses with the pair and the open ender.
Could see the pair and open ender just check this one back.
What would be the thought process behind that?
Thing is that this board texture, it's hard to get multiple streets from worse. You don't get blown off your jack. Plus, your opponent could have a king. You want to pot control against that. You don't want to bet your whole range all the time on all the different textures. So the turn gives him the straight. Elton now the nut flush draw. Elton's going to go ahead and bet 39K, trying to rep that jack.
Trouble for him is that jack actually is sitting across the way.
So Paul shouldn't ever think that Elton's got like a 2-pair. So he doesn't necessarily need to protect against a boat, but he wants to kind of protect himself from getting into a really big confrontation if he was to raise against like an ace-jack.
And note, by the way, that what ultimately amounts to a fruitless lead of 39,000 on the turn there was brought on by the decision to check back on the flop that you alluded to, Randy. And let's see whether or not after Paul calls the turn, Elton has further aspirations. No, it's a shutdown.
I even think there's merit here for Paul to go really small or even check back. It seems weak, but I just don't think Elton has a hand that can call and check this river that's worse. And Elton obviously quickly folds.
我替你抱小虫，
尴尬
还在抱你自己的球，
啊！
我自己那个大种。
Well, let's check in on the standings. Elton was up $1 million before getting entangled with Boss, who can use every one of those chips and then some. Stuck 470,000 is Pua, while Sang is up 972. They bookend the field, which is split between winners and losers, 4 apiece. Antoine knocking on the door, trying to get up a cool bean. That's $1 million.
不怎么大。
现在没事。
Boys pirate.
Pocket queens now for Andy.
Makes it 56,000. Elizabeth in the straddle. Won't be able to play for that price.
So big.
When the tournament happens, was there in the venue? When
Yes. Here plus casino floor. Circuit road. We put like 10 tables.
$56,000 too rich for Boss there. Jack 10 buckling onwards.
Kim, ace jack. Tan's got ace 10 suited into straddle. Definitely something that will give some action. Ferdinando first. Calling.
So plenty of interference here in the three-way affair for 10,000 ahead. 9-3 deuce. No one connects, although Ferdy interacts.
Brian Kim was the pre-flop raiser. Jack 8. Straddling to 9. Worthy of a bet of 20,000. Tan Xuan and Brian Kim both hold ace high with backdoor nut flush draws.
Down to heads up. Jack on the turn. Ferdy hops out in front with top pair.
Yeah, lucky for him because when Tan Xuan made the call, Brian Kim folded the better ace that would have hit the jack. Tricky.
Deuce on the river. And let's see if it's a card that gets Tan in trouble.
Tan should be looking to show down ace-10 from his point of view. He won't be able to get to cheaply if he does check because Ferdinand's got a really disguised jack, especially with that turn check through. Dan is reaching for chips though. 42K. There's no way that ace-10 is good. Just gonna muck it.
刚刚牌好嘛，
以前不看到了嘛？
You just know.
对啊，
3天后也不想知道了。
对，
对啊，3天后也不想知道。
We did see
我也不想
on
知
one
道。
occasion, though, I feel like
Yeah.
Jozo,
yeah,
tell him.
he thought he just knew. Bet got called on the river, I believe, by Andy Nee,
Was Andy Nee?
and didn't ever think. I think it was an ace-10 against an ace-7 that
Correct.
he was going to be good in that spot, and so he just mucked without showing the ace-10, and Andy was able to collect a pot that he would not have otherwise, and it was over 80,000 in the middle. Lessons learned, I'm sure, if word has come down about always making sure you get shown a hand.
Mm. 不過佢放落包 Oracle。
Mystery card time.
Suited one gapper took us to 11,000. That mystery hand is flatted, while another suited one gapper in front of Tan deliberates.
Standard.
We say that lovingly. As the opener falling out of love with the 10-8 of spades.
It's a big squeeze, 70,000, but they are $1 million deep. Andy flatted to open, calls in the middle.
$161,000 pot, 6-5 tray, double gutter for Tan.
Excellent flop for him.
You know, these are the spots where he really shines, Randy.
Yeah, he can really make a disguise straight if he can find the 8. He's going to check. This is not the check fold. It could be check raise, check call. Obviously depends if Andy bets and what size.
This is very balanced.
That's
From
what you
Tan,
need.
who I kind of expected was going to barrel away at this. Instead, he has induced Andy to fire 35,000, and let's see what his response is going to be.
I could see him check raise here. Check call is certainly fine as well.
And you know what the thing is about a check raise? If it does come in, he can credibly still have this part of the deck as a pre-flop 3-better, whereas so many others cannot.
Right, so he's got more value he can represent. He is going to come in with check call.
Hunting a 4 or an 8. Instead, he hits the 9 for top pair. Certainly a card that's going to keep him engaged.
Still a very good card for him.
Continues his passive approach.
Could have been
Post
up
flop.
against like 7s or 8s. He's now ahead of that. Now ahead of hearts that have high card.
After dinner sleepy.
7 gives him. Oh, he already had double gutter.
Yeah.
Another bet is incoming.
And what do you begin to make of Andy Nee's range here as this second bet? Bottom end feels like it's got to have a flush draw involved if it doesn't have a pair.
Agreed.
250K.
Oh, wow.
And the top end
百幾萬啊！
feels like the
Oh,
over
wow.
pairs.
Congratulations, Santosh.
Randy?
He
I really didn't
flatted
know.
in the
I
middle
don't-
free
Really?
against open razor. Now, that's not to say he doesn't have 10s and jacks still. but just reduces it a little bit.
Maybe a
Pocket nine
set?
would make sense, but the thing is, he's got 9 in his hand, so he blocks that. A set of 6s and 5s, it's possible, but it's hard to say because he made it quite big pre
Yeah,
70,000.
you're right.
Did you see the interview?
Regardless, though, he's got top pair, he's got a double gut shot. He just needs to call and react accordingly
WSOP got sold. I think they
on the river.
maybe have other, maybe have more like WSOP stops around the room. Maybe. Huh?
It should stop.
Boy, this is really starting to get dicey.
They want
But
to
you wouldn't
block
know
it.
it based on how casually and quickly Tan manages to call this 145,000. A big gulp taken by Andy as he knows he's already playing for over $500,000. And the river puts the backdoor spades up.
The 500,000 invitational.
Not what Tan had in
11,
mind.
12, Python
No.
100K main event.
He's hoping this one just checks
The
through.
12 is 25K, 50 million guarantee.
I'll say this, though.
2,000 player.
A quick
2,000 entry.
$350,000 bet.
Day 1A, day 1B,
Into
day
500.
1C, day 1D, and then day 2.
70%.
This one, WSOP.
I wouldn't
main
expect
event.
Andy to
Say
be
about
value
time to,
betting 10s and jacks right now as
the
played,
Vegas
especially
main
with
event
how
has been $10,000
quickly he
for
bet
like
that
20
river.
over years now. Money is smaller.
It's true.
True.
That's why, but there's also more entrants now.
I guess they're the
It just feels like if you're holding a single pair better than 9s, you would at least think about a little bit more, especially with the backdoor spades coming in, which could be in 10 twins range. Check call flop, check call turn, with
Vegas main event
ace X spades.
If he had made the spades, would he play it as a check on the river here?
War with WPT.
I mean, for Andy, that is. You mean if Tan had check call? Yeah, I think he probably would, rather than just all of a sudden take the lead.
Guarantee 40K.
Run the risk that Andy simply checks back, even with some value?
It's possible. But if Andy has really good value like sets, those hands won't be checking back. This is a tough spot for Tan, especially because he blocks 8-7, which is a value bet that Andy would be making. He
Yeah, but
blocks 7-9.
would Andy be in there with something like 8-7 for 70,000 pre?
Maybe.
Because they go to put in.
Against this opponent, I say yes a little bit more.
I feel like what's mostly on Tan's mind is two big busted hearts.
Of course.
Oh, he looks like he wants to put that 350 in there. Cut it out, though, and really took advantage of an opportunity to weigh Andy's response to him having done so. This is old school live poker movement.
King 10. He's got nothing.
Told you. What a bluff.
打到天上去。
那现在真的透支，
不是真的，真的。
That was stone air.
That's an animal.
3将1号可以看的。
我很小嘛。
A 害一可以先扣，害一先扣。
Tan just got Tan.
He really did.
哎，他只有 A 害，A 高。
读牌他这里读得好，
That was
真读得好。
unguessable. A true mystery.
是三打的吗？
I confess,
是把牌。
I thought he made spades.
我知道他是 A
哦，他
高，
三打。
所以 A 高牌。
读牌清楚。
我说就是把 A 高牌打吧，其他的 A 皮，我就说他这个皮这么巧没有啊。哎，打错了那把牌。
很敢偷啊。
Man, Andy is
哪有
sick,
错没有
isn't
错
he?？
I'm breathless right now. And imagine if we're breathless and we didn't lose a single chip. How the heck do you think Tan's going to feel?
哪一幅？
没有没有，不输吓坏了。
When word comes down.
3天后知道了啊。
我这个牌只有算他那个 A 高，其他牌那个
3路他打
Andy's got it in him.
flop。
check call.
He really has a lot of game. He really has all immediately become like one of the big Triton favorites.
No.
check call.
Wow. That takes a lot. And to do it against Tan Chuan, who can be very sticky.
Oh, he barreled twice. 150 and
350,
He also bet the
145.
flop 30K. Tripled that one.
Gloves are off out here. As Elizabeth made it 12,000 pre-flop, she picked up 3 customers. King 7-6 board isn't something she's enough of a fan of to go barreling. Board pairing 7, and Elton's a big fan already.
哦，所以你
The
是这
best
样
of
我
it
看他
post-flop,
跑
but
的是吧？
now very cozy. 25K.
35万有对就要靠了。我们又不是中对就赢的。
我感觉是扣啊，
妈的，
扣，
要不在一个频道上面怎么玩呢？
5块扣住。
嗯，
我如果有对你5块扣，
扣不动了，大哥。这个牌 AKK 都不好扣。
本来 AK 都不想扣了，你说他有对就要扣。
KK 我想扣的。
不好扣。
AKK 不会这样打的嘛
AKK 也是这样打呀。你这样打吗
AKK 也是这样打，他最后应该会 call 了，但是有对，我觉得是你是有对的。我也实话实说，我觉得，但我也没看到底牌。
I have to suspect the conversation still centering around
扣几个鸡嘛？
You know it.
river bet
我有点
no show from Andy.
哎呀，
See
风扇
ST
没看底。
reminding everyone he's here
当个 flop
with King
好吗
6 suited,
赢的牌太少了，算了。
pipping the King 5 suited of Elton
还有点没法养，
as 3's wild flop.
那个，你怎么呢？
没什么赢。
开出来是什么牌啊？班长
3、5、6两个红桃，
5、6两个红头，
小白加个9，
Casual
两个黑
10K and
桃，
take it.
黑头皮黑头皮，
小白加个黑桃，
Ya, princess sih
黑桃皮。
12 not doang soalnya. Pelan banget.
桃皮，
Iya, nggak ada yang lain.
选赢的牌都很少，很难选出来的。
他大部分的牌应该是 A5和6。A5方块 ，A5 桃花。
我所有的这跟 A 有什么区别吗？没什么区别
啊，不是，对啊，有对一定要考的，有对一定要考的。
你这个东西
说了都是
5块扣。你们不知道啊，每个人打法不一样的，每个人喜欢打法是有一个
自己
自己
他只想把我的 A 还打跑。
啊，大家的打法都不一样。
Chen
对，大家打法都不一
对
样。
吧？
ponders
你
ace
的
8.
A 还打跑，我的
Comes with
A 还大了嘛？是那个意思。想把你 A 还打跑，不是 A 还大了吗？
这都是瞎聊，没有看底牌都瞎
他
聊。
的意思就是这样嘛，想把你 A 还打跑了说的，他自己说的，又不是我说的。那他不是 A 还比他大？
可是那个我
So
不是
Elton
那个意
calls
思
the。small blind. King 3 of diamonds.
Yeah, continues to show his affinity for opportunities to be involved
你没有
in
的，他有的。
pots with Elizabeth.
你没位置，两门花
Doing so
球
in a
四
passive
张小
fashion
牌在
this
上面，
time.
怎么可能
Andy
拿一个 A 还在
coming along as well. Jack 10-5. Knee with the best of what's around.
想打走 A 牌。
สะเทือนเลย
ทรงเนี้ยสติงชัวร์
เมื่อเป็นแผลใช้เบตาดีน ตัวยาพาวิโดนไอโอดีนทำความสะอาดรักษาบาดแผลและฆ่าเชื้อโดยไม่ก่อให้เกิดอาการแสบ
That 15K. No spade in hand. It's a weak
那
draw.
个黑桃可能是
啊？
不叫黑桃，大概是
不了黑桃他不打了。
可能不会打。
不叫黑桃不打，你他妈的花哈了是吧？操你这个家伙！
不打黑桃没得装花嘛，这有的装花嘛，是吧？很事实的。
那不叫黑桃，我肯定是 call 你。
他不打，不打黑桃，不打。
那个扣住，那个
应该不敢打
倒霉死
我不懂
了，很
可能他神经病。
那如果你把我扣住，那个我给全西班牙笑了。那个华人说你这个安迪傻逼，你这扣点被扣住，偷鸡这个掏的这么好，啊，掏的这么不好， 黑是黑的啊，黑是黑的。
The magic hand.
都是黑的。
5 deuce suited, and I'm not sure why, but this is a hand that has shown a deep affinity for. Ace queen suited, more standard affinity on display.
I mean, I would think he's going to lay it down this time rather than put in a 4-bet, right?
So what are you setting the stage for it? 11 has become 38.
If he 4-bets this is just 100% frequency play for him then. Oh, he's calling? Okay, I suppose.
I thought he was going to reach out and touch 4 of those white chips because historically the 100K 4-bet is the way that he's gone about his business with this one.
It must be his lucky hand. Not
Not
on this board.
flop, yeah. Jack 9-9. 2 overs, nut flush draw. Pawn checks over.
Lisa，这老板这个给你一个，接下来他每个月给我5000美金。
Check
真的，
back
你
from
接下来肯定再
Elton.
多一点，因为你是女生嘛。
5100
啊
，5100，
你给你5100，
加个0嘛，5万嘛。
加个0。
这样的，我能不能加？
加一个重新谈了。
Second check out of Tan. Elton still not in the mood to bet it. I think he's content to just play it as a bluff catcher.
再贵一点，来借我几百万美金。
To barrel.
你是谁啊？
I don't really see how Tan can bet this river card. Ace high will just never fold.
So listen, he could bet it. He couldn't bet it credibly.
面带啊。啊
Elton.
哎，我们
，He no show.
Open bluff.
He no show. He played the board.
Play the board.
光看给都对方有。
杀人鞭尸。
嗯，
哎，稳了稳了，也冲不上去。算了算了，每天赢个7、80、8、90，冲不上去。后面都打得不顺。
嗯，冲上去，往起来。
算了，不冲啦。
住法，撑得住了。
嗯，
这不过见不过来。
我的笔友，
不好的炮。
又很厉害啊！你又倒赢了。
1 pip higher for
没有啊
Chen.
还不知道。
妈的，我还在那边游了。
卖多少？
100亿，
Limp in front of her.
倒赢几万块了。
She'll check it back.
10几万。玩起来。
哎，这一手
Ace
进来打
10
200。
7 got shot straight draw for ST, and he does barrel 6,000 on the strength of it. Perhaps not convinced that there's too much check back with ace-x in hand for Elizabeth. And that gets through.
“诶，那个不是很深。”
是啊，对啊，他在聊天，跟女朋友。
出44万就投降了。
嗯，Come on！
哎，没有位啊，你不要叫他。位
哦，我不知道。
你叫他，你的位给他。
没有
他有多
叫你。
利基等住了。IV。
好，个局。
Nice hand in straddle for Tan Xuan.
Not as nice as ace king, though, as it's folded around to the button of Andy.
There's some chance that Tan Xuan wants to play another big pot and 3-bets this one. Against Andy. Straddle
我是
versus
应该拖
button.
的拉数，哎，2万多，我拎了4000。
If he does, though, he's going to see even more. You can just feel it in him right now.
刚好最后一把去吃饭。
47,000. The 3-bet sizing and a prompt 160 out of Andy. This is going to be very annoying.
I feel like a part of him knows it's probably supposed to just lay this one down, but another part is thinking, I'm going to get you.
Maybe not with this one.
He's out.
Yep.
抽该成功。
Andy. Again. Taking chips from Tan. And, you know, I want to say it isn't personal out there, but I think that wouldn't be entirely honest. I think if one person begins to emerge as a thorn in Tan's side, it isn't lost on him. And I think he does target a little bit so as to just kind of create some equilibrium in the poker universe.
Yes, you're 100% right about that. Tan is that guy where it's not like a personal attack, but it's a personal attack at the poker table.
Well, an attack with pocket kings is what's in store for the nines of Boss. Having opened to 11K, he now faces a smooth 50. Ace queen for Tan. It's a decent bit of hand versus the re-raise.
You might click this one and
过来，我帮你拉一下。过来。
get some Chen chips. He is going to cold call the 3-bet. What a great spot for Chen.
慢慢来啊。
Paul wants to know how much is behind, and he should be able to come along for 39,000 more.
哎，正好。
正好是吧？
嗯，正好。一共20，21。
He's going to click it again, thinking that Tan Chuan's got to be weak. Makes it 200,000. What a spot for Chen. Gets to get it all in with the 50,000 overlay.
Elizabeth kind of
应该你大嘛？
gave a little something off there when she did shrug her shoulders. Moves all in for the extra 14. Of course, Boss can't go anywhere. And ill-timed was his procedure there, perhaps induced by the flat from Tan, with what he perceived to be some dead money available.
I think so.
All of a sudden,
Run it once.
487K pot. Biggest hurdle cleared by the two kings of Elizabeth. Turn is tidy as well.
Close.
On the river. Kings hold. And finally, something goes Elizabeth's way.
Back to starting stack for this session.
对呀，我没弃牌的。
Like a squid payment or something.
那我怎么打？我跟了5万。
也不好。
神经病你！个人打个人的。
上盘可以开始说。
神经病嘛啦！
记得
对，他才21万。
他投入
我跟5万啊！
不是，他投入5万没看到牌，不高兴。
哦，
好了，个人打自己了。
个人打个人。
神经病，你真
不要
的。
管别人。
Paul's upset at Tan Chuan.
Today,
可以找高手问问哦。
for crypto-based action.
个人见解不同。
Meanwhile, back to the action here. ST showing some creativity.
跟下去，哎，16万，他剩下16万。
好了，有了。
对，他这个面还是要打，还是要打过。
是啊。
10-6-4 board. Brian would have had top pair had he gotten involved with his queen 10. Instead, the straddle of Elton defended and holds the lead over queen high, but checking and facing a 13K follow through. Let's see how Elton feels.
Doesn't feel good. just folded it.
Bum 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 bum。这里呢，一路跑来跑去的，啊，
他打1000要走出去2000，
是来打牌，
他打牌是这样吗？不专业的。
King Jack now for Andy.
Raise 11,000 plus.
Look at Brian Kim. He's got the Rockets.
And he's got him behind Tan Chuen, who flatted his king queen on the button. Obviously, it was a candidate for a raise. Not having raised, it's a little under-repped. Brian takes us to 56,000.
If Tan Chuen is feeling a little reckless, he could get in there with king queen. Nope. Hasn't seen Brian Kim get out of line.
Yes, that folds. Brian's picked up some Chinese and
讲的挺标准的哦。
I don't think it's appropriate to translate it. Just made some real fans out of the crew.
They will love that.
Queen 10 chirps.
哇，我股东好像没上水，打平。
Ace Jack chirps harder.
他把每个股东，其他的股东要损失啊。
Uh-oh. Red Kings. Going to be the real noisemaker here, one would imagine. And sure enough, whites and blues come together for an $85,000 4-bet.
Not the hand that can really give action, this Ace Jack.
You know what the problem is? And I applaud Elizabeth for folding. Is that there is a measure of meta in her mind where she just has to question what quotient of the aggression is just raw hand power and what quotient is rightfully, by the way, for her to perceive. These guys are kind of picking on me, not respecting my ranges, you know, wanting to get in under the presumption that they're going to be able to beat me out of more pots than they lose.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. Hasn't really been the case here today. Ace King suited. Back to work. Nicer hand. I can definitely give resistance.
Beautiful one for Elizabeth. Taking on the Jack 4 clubs and managing to retain the best hand on the 8-8 deuce board.
Good texture. C-bet. We'll just win this. It's very small, just 5K. But even then, I don't think Jack 4 clubs can mess around.
Sure enough, into the bin it went. Heading in the right direction of late is Elizabeth, who's shown some poise and moxie in this collection of animals that can really be overwhelming for a newer player.
Some of these animals are very wild. Hungry, I dare say. 9-7 offsuit, one of those animals opening in the cutoff into Elizabeth Chen's straddle. Andy Nee comes in with king queen off.
Heads up.
你昨天打
King
到
queen
几点
turns into 2 overs and a straight draw. Just the gutter for Elton.
Just a gutter as the pre-flop raiser is enough to see bet. Healthy 33,000. So though, king queen, a great hand on this board texture. In there.
Another 66,000 flows toward the center. Deuce pairs the board. Does not help either. Holding. Hence the 2 quick checks. Now a double paired board where the diamonds come in. Andy's king high, a winner at showdown. And let's see, however, if playing the board, Elton allows that to transpire.
Andy might feel like he's up against the ace high a good amount, and maybe he needs to turn this king high into a bluff. He's going to check it. It is the best hand. I don't know if Elton can actually fire. If he is, he's trying to fold out a 10. Maybe a flush.
分钱吗？我们
好啊
KP
，KP 分不了。
分不了，
操！
我感觉是分钱。
哎呀，我操！
玩起来，玩起来！
打了一枪就好了，不敢打了。
打一枪给你逃走了。
啊
给你
Lamenting his
打
choice at
不要了
showdown is Elton.
我跳过去，我感觉就是分钱。
然后没有 A 的妹是吧？
他第3张打了这么重，这3张开出来了，开出来打了这么重，买2头顺一样的感觉。你是往下顺，查顺。
对，往下都不敢打了。上手，不是吧？之前忘起来，忘起来。
A lot of playable hands coming in.
$12,000 from the ace 10, pocket 8s and queen 10 suited, along with the 10-8. All book a ticket to the 9-8-6 board. Pair and the gutter for Tan. He checks to the 2 overs in the gutter. No follow through from Elton. Middle set.
Hi guys. Hello.
For boss.
This on TV. Let them know. 这没
下走。
Some pretty big hands here.
Are you surprised by the way that the pocket 8s are not more apt to fire, considering the connectivity of this board texture and the 4-way nature?
Yeah, and also because he's got one player to act behind him to keep the action open, but it really has worked because Andy bets the double gutter, called by Tan Chuan's middle pair. Elton might even come along with ace 10 if he's feeling it. Searching for the 7, but looks like he will be folding. And now, would love to see Paul juice this one up because this board is very connected.
Feels like a ripe opportunity to target not one, but 2 $21,000 packages that feel very much up for grabs.
There's so many straight draws he can charge. Check raise to 100. Andy folds the double gutter quickly because the price is just too much. As does Tan Chuan.
So nice choice in the end out of boss, who managed to get the one last hand that he needed to bet to put out that 21,000 and then trap another caller in between.
And he did deny a decent amount of equity.
Yeah.
And the double gutter had a real shot.
The bluff with the double gutter, very much one of the hands of the day. That was Elton versus Patrick.
she raises, you can just take that straddle. Although there is a big blind right behind of Tan Schwen. So she's going to stay away.
Yeah, thought better of it.
Casual limp.
Yeah, gone down to tussle. Brian says, okay, 8-3. Let's see 3. 14. In the middle and trips on the board. Jackpot texture.
분유제 Women's Day.
Well, Brian apparently knows his Mandarin numbers.
He does.
Samba 3-8. Also a dual meaning though.
know,
If I'm
I
not
know
mistaken,
9 words,
Samba
so you've heard 3.
is
9-1.
So
a
9
words.
term
1 to
utilized to
9.
refer
9
to
words.
9 words
gossipy,
total, but
meddlesome
I already
Yeah, wait.
You speak
types
good.
of silly people.
Yes, I
My
can
accent is
confirm
good.
this for
Yes,
you,
very
Ollie.
good.
I have no idea.
I was just thinking that, you know,
Oh.
you had that bluffy look on your face, as you often do when it comes to the translations. Or lack thereof.
Thanks. You really don't like me, huh? I'm not going to be here.
Are you
next
kidding
time.
me?
Queen 10 off on the button.
King 9's a customer. 6-4 deuce. Both players disjointed.
Interesting lead here by Elton.
Yeah,
Uncharacteristic.
Yeah, exactly. Elizabeth just cannot seem to beat Elton in a pot.
Well, are you sure? Because she's floating here. She doesn't think something's right.
This is not a card that's supposed to help her, and I can see Elton following through.
刚才我们到他
5 into 81, and
Good read, Ollie. You
I
in the
think he
leading game.
he just places Elizabeth away from that range when she opens. So he just grabbed the bull by the horns, not expecting her to follow through, perhaps, on that specific texture against his pre-flop defense. King 3 suited.
Interested.
Andy getting creative.
Yeah, very early position. Kim, 2 9s. You think he knows how to say 9 in Mandarin?
Yeah, I do.
I would hope. You think he just stopped at 8? Open-ended. Paul?
7-5, and the 9 would be a disaster card for Brian here, as the field allows Andy to follow through for 18,000, despite having dust.
Oh, and Brian lays down the best hand, 2 9s. That is a big laydown.
I mean, the more that Brian gets reps in these games, I think the more apt he'll be
15?
to call in those spots. He's just kind of avoiding the murkier water here.
Sure. Has less data points, of course. Never played with these guys in such a big cash game.
Deuce on the turn, helping no one. Will Andy continue to tell the story?
He is, with just King 3 high. Andy is just so tough to play against. I'll tell you, a lot of times players will think, see bet 1 and done, check, and then whether Paul hits or not, Paul often just wins if Andy gives up that turn card.
Equity denial.
Andy's so good.
Finds the correct sizing of 60 into 76 to leave that 6-8. Headed for the muck.
Looks like Putra is sitting back down.
Raise to 11,000.
Queen 10 for ST. It's all the way around to Ferdy's King 3 offsuit, which he's going to defend. 9-7. Good enough for ST. Top pair. This one should be over.
Oh, it's definitely over.
If you're wondering what's got ST's attention over his shoulder there, as I recall, he was always bringing an iPad to each session and watching hands as they unfold on delay. Very curious about certain spots. And it tells me that, you know, he's out here trying.
And he's trying. And I believe he's up like $2 million this week.
Well, he's succeeding, but hard pressed to find success with this holding against aces, which have 3-bet to 33,000.
Could see ST come in here.
Gotta tread lightly when we're picking on the boss stack of Elton, not to mention a man who's got appetite for gamble and big pot poker, but caution being thrown to the wind as the solver bait is taken, and ST takes us up to 135,000. This is dreamy stuff for Elton. And Randy, a call of 102,000 is going to read strong.
It will, but I feel like a 5-bet would look even stronger.
Generally does. And so Elton elects to flat. And King 8-7 elects to be far better for saying than for ST.
But ST, when he gets called and he's bluffing, king high boards are very good for him to c-bet on, especially with the backdoor spades. Elton can easily have an underpaired to the kings. And for him, the 4-bet pre contains a lot of ace king. Even some king queens that use blockers as bluffs.
$80K induction. Elton better serve to flat here.
Yes, leave your opponent's bluffs that have so little equity like this. Plus, you also block ace-king, which is a hand you try to get value from. Turn card is the 9 of spades. ST actually has a chance to get in there and take this pot away.
These are the risks that we run.
Counting down his stack. It's an interesting one. If he was to multi-barrel this, he's trying to lay down queens and jacks. 10s would have an open and a straight draw, but they do definitely exist in Elton's range. So ST doesn't really want to bet fold this hand. Clearly has a draw to the nuts.
This one unfolding in a very interesting manner. Obviously, not lost on Elton are the potential threats to the aces on this board.
I think he knows aces is usually good. Unless it was somehow kings he was up against. But kings even bets the turn quite a bit.
As good as those aces might be, though, Randy, they often don't have the opposition drawing dead. And
That's the
given that,
case. You got to bet.
Yep. He comes out swinging 200K, south of half, but awfully big in terms of real money.
I just can't see how Alton doesn't get resistance from ST right now. Nut flush draw. I think he's thinking, can he check jam and get folds?
What would he be credibly representing as played?
He could represent ace, king, aces himself. So there is definitely value in his range if he thinks king, queen would bet fold. King, queen's not a big part of Elton's range, but there's a little bit of it. Because king, queen doesn't always bet the turn, too.
Let me ask what might seem like a very silly question, but at this price, is fold ever an option?
Depends if he thinks he can get more if he hits. I don't think so against Elton. I even think that sometimes you're even ahead. Very little. Basically like a queen, jack of hearts.
Yeah.
But it looks like he does.
You know, I'm not sure why, but for some reason it just crept into my mind that perhaps in spite of having a draw to the nuts, ST would not be fond of having to pay 200 to get there, and then sensing that maybe it would be tough to get paid off when we do, which is part of the pot odds calculus.
Well, some of those rivers that you do hit the nut flush on, you won't get paid off on. The one that brings a four-liner, for example. He clearly didn't think the ace was ever good. So, meaning he thinks he's up against aces or ace king or even kings.
So he's discounting an ace on the river, giving him a winner.
Yes, correct. And he's discounting that ace high is even ever good. He doesn't even think queen jack of hearts is a potential hand Sloan could have. So some players, they would make that call there. ST got away.
Wish we could have rabbit hunted that one.
Yeah, I think Tan would have No, he would have solved a river card. He wouldn't have needed to rabbit hunt.
He would have reached in and flipped it over himself.
So mystery action time.
King 10-5. Not sure what Andy's got. We know that he is out of position against the field here, which slipped in 10,000 ahead, courtesy of the pre-flop raise from Boss, who flopped bottom pair and now has turned the nut flush draw. ST with the tens. But it is Andy who is swinging 29,000. Initiative being taken.
ST sandwich in the middle.
You're winning a lot today. You're winning a lot. A little bit. Can be more.
90.
Wow. Look at that. ST raising.
How you doing today? Thinking some
really unexpected for second pair to respond in this fashion.
He's raising because he thinks that Andy has just got a lot of draws. He's just setting the price, charging those draws. If he's up against the king, so be it. Paul cold calls and 250 quickly from Andy.
And just because it's a big bet and it's coming in quick, as we've observed, doesn't mean that it's nutted.
Agreed. I mean, ST can't continue here, especially when Paul cold calls 90,000. He could even be drawing dead at this point. Just such crazy action.
So 90 stepped away from, understandably, and a similar situation to the one that ST found himself in.
PPR
against
挑个手机。
我 all in 要不要？
Conchwen, was
什么
it?
时候？看啥？
The 200K with the nut flush that he laid down? Or was it against Andy? It was against Andy. Forgive me.
Here's a call from Paul, trying to hit his hand. He feels an ace or 5 would be good too. It would be if he's up against King 10.
给个机会给你啊
This is a big investment, bringing the pot to 626,000. And a snap ball in from Andy.
牌你没对的哦。
9 actually limits our ability to bluff catch a little bit. We're blocking ace queen and ace jack as candidates that we're beating.
We can't bluff catch this hand.
Queen jack got there even if the ace 5 had been good. Busted spade combos.
I mean, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Him
Did
leading.
you think he had King 10 last time?
No, I did not. He is one of the most unpredictable players at this table.
250. 那么多时间。
That turn action was insane.
Chat weighing in. They think it's Toji.
Is Andy sick enough to bluff here?
We know he is. Does boss? And is he doing it on this occasion? Time bank getting utilized. Here's the thing, man. We really discount any of the one pair business.
Of course. What is there a chance Andy's bluffing with the best hand? I don't think so.
出了张9不好，不是9，其他的黑头。
我这样明显买花，你欧干嘛？
两个黑头，
还很快欧。
两个 A 头要不来啊？你真的是。
很快 raise 9万。
There is a small chance that Andy is bluffing with the best hand. That's why it's so dangerous to call just pair
啊，我
fives.
的谢谢老板。
了。
这个牌还不稳，打小一点。他妈的，
打个16、17万我就掏。
放心，打个8起打个3。
落悄悄悄。
但要是上画面，他妈的。
Like a Jack 9 of spades or something that accidentally beats us.
Yeah, something like that. But I wouldn't really imagine it would click so big 250 so fast on the turn though. But then again, Andy Nee. Paul is really giving this a lot of thought.
可能你 all in 了，老实说。
啊？
可能你打我要 all 了，太危险了。
我觉得你有可能会 OS King 什么的。
This was a boss raise pre-flop to 10K from the button. He picked up big blind and straddle. King 10-5. Action got checked around. 4 hearts on the turn.
妈的 A 还不抓得到。
29K bet from Andy.
一套 A。
ST raised.
一套 A 3打
to 90. Boss called that 90, and then all of a sudden, the man who didn't bet the flop, let out for 29, wanted to play for 250. ST let go. Boss made the call, and now here he is with just a lowly pair of 5s, chewing hard on a request for his final 252. And you
看来要给你了。今晚的 AK，
Wow,
He makes the call. Oh,
44。
我一个5就扣了。
哇
set of fours on the turn.
Hero gone wrong.
杀了50。
You know, in some weird way.
有3路打就好。3路打你要不要？
不要，
你打。
It feels like
3路你要啊？
yeah, it wasn't the stuff that I thought it was gonna be. And then yet you're wrong and you're stacked.
Yeah, you're stacked.
I never even considered the set of fours.
1不扣就好了。
那个掉不掉的买红头啊？买那次红头怎么会fold掉
You know what's the funny thing is? You know that King 10 bluff earlier against
那
San
个
Chuan?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he let boss look at it only. So he would have saw him made that big bluff. And Andy leveraged that to his advantage.
那么容易中
那个20碰一点点碰70万。
Because I recall someone taking a peek and only one person.
That's pretty nuts if true, because it creates all kinds of funky meta. By the way, earlier,
No, I mean I'm like
I suggested that when the
I'm
nut flush
flushing
draw
one, very obvious.
folded on the
Don't have
turn
idea.
for ST, that it was against Andy Nee. It was actually against Elton.
Yes. Andy's a big winner today.
9 can set me.
You think?
Queen Jack got there.
Elton's a big winner today.
Not much left. 270 left.
50K 是吧
$500,000 top up
50K
for boss. No top ups needed for Andy. In fact, we might need to reinforce that end of the table if he picks up any more chips.
SD 赢了那个我打你不要了嘛，反正
OK，
我不想打，我有后门花。
OK，
suited
我是肯定
taking us up
那个买红头 nuts 怎么跑得了？我还是打一半。
哪一般的9万加多15万，那个肯定要去。
哦，肯定要。等一下我凹掉，你肯定不要。
红桃是前门花你没打，
后门
那后门花呢？
啊 ，flop 做了个我。
哦，
不打也行嘛，是吧？
可以，但我会打。
可以，但我会打。
Chat, by the way, is still unpacking that seismic exchange between Boss and Andy. Talking about the price that Boss was being laid for that $250,000 being 4-1. If 20% of the time that ace-5 is good, then we're all right.
That's why he made that call.
Unfortunately for him, this was not one of the times where it was a busted flush. More straight.
And now Elizabeth Chan's going to pick on Boss.
15 becomes 47.
47.
Yeah, actually, no.
Hilton makes his 4K contribution.
But it's crazy, you know, sometimes. Raise very little. 90, 160 more.
This one cannot bluff. He bet, he raise, you call.
不要了
啊！
我是不要了，我
可能在超市。
不要，我对不对？我是不要了。
一个搭了嘛，一个还跟。
9万你跟不跟？
啊
？9万。
9
万可以不跟啊？
其实牌中真的不好跟的。
八不跟的，应该是我的理解是八不跟啊，我理解是对的。得问高手。
没有，我是说那个9万。
对啊，就是那个9万嘛。
应该不跟。
没有，这直接应该说不是，应该说是不是 fold 意思就是大，就不能跟那个牌。
对。 我也是这样想的，要不就是
enjoying the uncontested takedown last pot, sitting this one out. Birdie opens. Get in on this action.
跟不好跟，还有一个后面吧。
Small little pot. Guess you wouldn't complain if it's Queen 9 offsuit.
拿着牌的时候人是晕的，正常了。我们外面看得清楚，拿着牌的人不一定看得清楚。
你跟 Yuri 谁打得好一点？啊？你跟 Yuri 差不多。
谁好了？
谁好一点？
好一点。那每个人性格不一样。
他乐道越来好。
他觉得他好，你觉得你自己好？
那没有。
Takers for Ferdy last time around. Back at it.
那你觉得你
Considerably
好还是
better.
他好？
Might not mind with this folding.
No, not at all.
9-8 offsuit definitely is in there.
我觉得他很厉害。
This is all Ferdy. Zelton dug in with the 8-9 offsuit.
看到人都很晕。
10K bet win. Back to back. Small ones.
Oh, he's
是吗？那你应该是鱼来的，你应该是一条鱼来的。通常的鱼觉得我打得好的嘛，只是高手都觉得我打得不好的。我们是差不多门派的嘛。
11K for sixes. King Jack for 10. Let's see if she gets involved again.
对
She does.
我喜欢跟你们玩，大家动作都多嘛。
And Chuan ace 10 on the
就是好玩一
button.
点。
Let's see if he's feeling aggressive.
对。对。
And yes, he is. 45 we go. Jacks for Kim. Great spot for him. Especially seeing that the squeezer is Tan Chuan.
对。
No chance he doesn't put it in a 4-bet here.
Sure enough. 126 total. Six is crumbling along with King Jack, and even the appetite for gamble that Tan Chuan has.
ST 我感觉牌打得很好。
I think he gets
肯定啊，这个
Brian's all business is he
是你看几手，我们总共也是打了这么几天，你要看 产期嘛，对吧？你看要打，比如打2万手、3万手，打不到2万手了，打2天回去了。对啊，这手我不是说的。
基数来说
I love Tan Chuan. I really do. I
刚
mean,
刚说
not
给你
just
打
for
的差点吹牛而已。差点吹牛。
the
没有
gamble,
吹牛，真的。
the interesting spots, the big bluffs, the big calls, but
你
he just does a lot of things that are entertaining at the table.
因为我那个
不是跟你
You don't even need to understand them, you know. Like,
300个打的吧？
No,
哦，
you can tell he wants to have a laugh.
这300个人把我没东西啊，不是我没东西，我有点东西，但
Good to
是
needle
你打出来我肯定不要了。
You know, dishes it out but takes it.
只要奥林他就是 set 还是顺着才把你扣住，其他牌全都扔掉了。
对对对。
哦，你其他的牌，你要不 K 有 K 有扔掉，要不那个，有 K 带同花那肯定熬过去了嘛。
King 9 taking on 2 5s. Got shot straight draw. The developments for Elton.
pretty sure Elizabeth Chen just folded deuces pre too.
Would have been bottom set.
16 with the gut shot gets the better hand to fold.
Yeah, ST never showed any appetite for the board. after raising it up pre.
Huh? 对。大蓝鲸真的很好，大蓝鲸很舒服的。我有一段时间做瑜伽，做完之后那段时间很舒服，也不需要按摩，什么都不需要。因为不是平时很需要按摩啊什么。
Hard 6 for Tan.
It's actually better if you split them.
Roll the dice. Randy, I'm telling you, I got real concerns about some blackjack punts. Did you ever play online casino games? Randy, just out of curiosity, you know, just entrust your money to a digital operator blindly.
A 3-letter word, not a 2.
Did you do live casino where there's like a dealer with a camera on them and so you can see it actually being administered, or did you do the old digital slot machine?
Look, there was an option. I've tried it, and I actually prefer the digital.
What?
I don't know.
Why the action's too slow for you when the human has to be involved?
I just feel like I know how to beat it. I don't. Can we get back to my poker accomplishments?
And what's become of them? 11,000. Says the inferior spades, and spades is definitely the suit du jour here.
Spades everywhere, and the worst one is the one squeezing.
Yep. 60 from ST.
Tan Chuan's type of hand. Makes the call. You know Elton's coming in. He likes to know how much is behind, too.
Well, listen, he's got the whole wide world covered with 2.3 million back, but you're right. What are my upsides? Important to keep her finger on the pulse of that.
Try.
Deuce of spades in the window was exciting, but then
that from Elton.
Dusty behind that. That's the kind of outburst you normally hear
at the Baccarat
I was
table.
just thinking the same thing, man, where, you know, they hand you your cards first, you break and squeeze, and then you say, okay, show me.
I got a little excited when I saw that deuce of spades. I was kind of hoping for another to see how these three would chase it. No one with a good piece.
Tom's got the gutter. He started this mess and stuck around for the aftermath.
So check over to Elton. We take a free card.
Oh, and everybody picks up the spade draw. Elton has the best hand with ace high and also picks up the Broadway draw to go with the best flush draw. So let's see if the pre-flop three better now wants to activate. Remember that ace king is very much in range and would have behaved this way.
Exactly.
I would imagine.
That's why ST's betting. He's the one that has ace king. Tan Chuan, Elton saying, I would say near 0%. That's 83,000. I mean, this hand is quite crazy given what everyone has and the run out so far. Tan's also thinking that, well, the bottom end of the straight draw, the king is rarely ever good. I might even not be able to draw to a straight if I hit the 8. Doing some maths in his head. Look at this. A call So now Elton is like, what? Can
Yeah,
we look at this again?
This is very awkward.
Elton's not folding.
This was 11K open from Tan, a flat from Elton with a hand that he could have tried to isolate and 3-bet with. Instead, it was ST out of position against the boys that piped up to the tune of 60. Tan hung around. Elton did too. A round of checks on the flop, and then all of a sudden a round of 83,000s, bringing this pot all the way up almost 440K, and 9 on the river puts a 4-liner out there. And believe it or not, Tan has the best hand. Will he be allowed to show it down, though?
This is crazy.
You know, the thing about it is, though, that ST could very much, with one SPR, credibly rep the ace-king on a continuing basis. And even if, as he would imagine, given the action pre-flop, one of his opponents does have a king in hand, they're going to have some real issues being laid just 2-1
And that's
calling for a chop.
Exactly. That's what's crossing his mind. He's asking himself, how often does Elton or Tan have a king? And if they do, will they call? He just gives up.
Oh, look at Tan. Given the check in front of him, I think he has taken ST having a winner off the board.
Agree with that. Tan gives up. Can Elton fire? If he can just fire anything,
You're
he
so right,
wins
man.
the pot. I don't know if he can. Tan could easily have a king. ST might have just the king, probably never ace king.
You think ST would check a king here?
I don't know, but let's
I mean,
just say
remember,
there's
he
a
got
little
flatted
bit.
in both seats
I
on
don't
the turn.
I think if he had
why
a
wouldn't he
king,
bet it?
I think if he had a naked king, he probably would still jam if I was ST.
Yeah.
But regardless, though.
So if we take a king out of ST's range,
Oh my God!
my.
Tan Xuan.
Yeah.
Get ready to
啊，
show this
不会
one.
赢了吧，兄弟啊？啊？我说不会赢的吧？果然是一个草花 A6，他妈的在那里搞事。那边是个什么 A5？两个好朋友。
报价30的嘛啊
，crazy 啊！
他一丢，我操，瞬间希望来了。
弯起来，弯起来了。
玩起来，玩起来！
Well, reveling and indulging in a W on the river so improbably is Tan Xuan there. Hauling that one in like a high-stakes game of Hungry Hippos. What did we just witness?
That pot.
Carnage. And
Carnage.
in spite of the L, Elton still 1.1 million in the black. Andy Nee 882. Tan Xuan ascending to 575. Ferdy in the black, but mostly a spectator. We're going to step aside. One last break, and then we come back with the Ghost Pepper, the Carolina Reaper level 4. Stay close. It's time to turn up the heat. The fourth and final frame of each of our first 4 days of this Cash Game Invitational was unequivocally the spiciest, and here we are on the 5th, braced for impact. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu in a new configuration of the same faces. 1K, 2K, 4K mandatory straddle with a 5K big blind ante-action continues from here at the Maestro Resort and Casino in Montenegro. We give you one more look at the chip counts, brought to you by GG Poker. 1.2 million in the hole is Paul Pua. The bulk of that at the hands of an Andy Nee turned set of 4s, where Paul was strictly bluff catching with one pair of 5s.
我打11万，他不要你要吗？我打11万，他不要你要吗？ 最后啊，
earlier in the session.
我怎么会不要呢？
Kings versus
我买最大的
queens.
花，
我买花
为什么不要呢？
满顺，
我
Where
什么时候会
boss
不要呢？
ran into a set of
你打
queens.
多少不都在亏
拿了这么
The
多
other
钱
big
出来
chunk,
看了
and
几
it's
张
been
买花的时候，
mostly
我不要。
downhill. And on the topic of queens, here's Andy Nee facing the open from Brian Kim's ace 3 suited.
正常的嘛。
He's going to be looking to 3-bet this one.
唉，打不好
A
啊。
straightforward 45.
4万输50万了
Ace
吧？
Jack
又不是机械
for
人，
Elizabeth,
太严重了。
9万不应该去。
recognizing the lack
对，那
of
9万是帮你
prospects
靠的吗？
for that combo.
因为他还会
Curious
打
to
回
see
去
if。Brian Kim
应该
comes
去
in. Doesn't. Man, that last frame, Ollie. It felt like frame 4, just super spicy. But it's only going to get better. The
You know,
deeper they are.
I told you as we were going to the break, all of a sudden I had this brief moment based on the action that we had seen where my body thought, surely that's the end of tonight's coverage because we couldn't have played that pot in frame 3, could we? And sure enough, we
他
had.
很多牌不是445。
Some rebate here for the aces. The call, much needed.
输了钱了。我不上了。
自己的铁进去了就会多钱。
Did I put in already? Not yet.
我
ST
如
gives
果
some
是
action.
26万、27万可以省了。
Oh, and this is
哎呀，
shaping up
打得不
nicely
好啊，
for
不想
boss.
最近人家很难抽。
Raising flat in front of
因
Todd.
为我是你，我知
打
道，
他大
10
9万
on the
我可以
button.
走，为什么？你说你再大了，我不是很贵心嘛？
这里有 K，因为 Q
Couple of fours. He'll be on the hunt for a set.
我一个 K 我打9万。
他肯定是5万要扣嘛。
Amazing timing for Tan Chuan not to squeeze there.
他也可以会打的嘛。
And by the way, I wonder if that
也不
decision
打了。
is
因
going
为
to
打了
cost
打谁哪
boss.
些呢？我很少埋伏在这里。
6-5 deuce, the nuts for ST.
Feels bad.
You might get me a hot water.
Last time, ace 3 diamond.
I mean,
Oh.
Tan didn't 3-bet on the button. Boss, I'm not saying would have 4-bet, but at least he would have had the opportunity. And if he did, this ace-9 of diamonds would have been in the bin. Instead, here it is.
打得不好。
Delighted to see a 10K follow-through from Paul.
35，打50的能接得到吗？
Raised to 35,000.
有机会是吗？
We don't love that feeling.
有机会吗？
Tens quickly out as his fours.
对不对嘛？
Aces.
A 也不打。
就打你 K 的组合和买那个花的组合。
This would be a heroic fold on the flop if Paul can find it. No diamond in hand. He will make the call.
而且你打也不会打到5。
Needs the board pair. Or an ace.
None of the above.
就那么多筹码了。
Tan got out of the way, but boss cannot.
King's an alright card for ST just because Paul could be bet calling ace king with the king of diamonds.
你发现有可能有赢的嘛？我都不知道你什么牌，对不对？
对。你打的很没道理。我打的。
最危险的可能是这边嘛，万一他是个 A 皮，他妈的。
73,000. The bet he faces here.
I mean, Paul loses to more than just flushes. Could be a set. We'll make a call once more, keeping ST honest.
Pot grows to 270,000. A board pairing king on the river. I'm not sure how much 5-6 boss is thinking would be a part of this line from ST. Obviously, in that sense, the running pair is good for the aces.
There's a little bit of a fear for ST that he could be up against a boat. 5s, deuces, 6s is possible. Then again, there's worse flushes for him to get value from. There's ace king with the king of diamonds that would bet call to flop and have trip kings.
Haven't used 400 single time bank.
Oh, look at the levels.
啊妈的
Haven't used a single time bank.
啊
You see boss just lamenting.
130 哇啦
I think you have more than enough time. Everybody knows this.
Would he rather be up against full pot plus just for the polarized nature of it?
Yeah, but they both suck.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But this one just feels, I don't know,
Feel like
less bluffy.
I think these aces need to hit the bin. SC also raised when there's multiple players to act. It takes a stronger holding.
ST 没有话会敲了。
ST just has to be making a heroic ace of diamonds bluff to play it this way.
In terms of what we've observed from ST across the bulk of this
没有了。
we see boss deploying more time banks. Is he that guy, Randy?
上头
My
不想
read is
不想
not
气
so
不过上
much
头
as others,
手给你
but
手不错。
he almost paid it off for a second.
ST 一大堆不会有一场方便 A。3个 K 也不去了。
没错，
Good fold.
Very good fold.
AK 嘛，方便 A 嘛。
方便在你那里啊？方便在你那里不好。
没错，
It's a fold made tougher by how deep in the hole boss already is.
True.
就像前花，
3条也有可能了。
You know, to make good folds when you're buried is difficult.
Yeah.
我打他3条肯定要大了，后面还有2条。
I'll tell you
Some of the
this.
5s full, 6 full on his mind, and I didn't really think about it, and you wouldn't imagine that he would raise on the flop with it. But King
Not
of Diamonds,
impossible.
you
4 个可以
know,
不去了。
could be just
4万多。
lurking for trips. Runner.
2个 A 在手上，
From
没有
ST?
没有方便 A。
Yeah. I know. I hear you.
I don't really think so.
I don't either. Well, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, when he realizes that 10 had 10s and didn't squeeze, he's going to yell at him again. Because he would have put in a 4-bet, and ace-9 suited would have solved flop.
You know, run bad comes in all shapes and
只是因
sizes.
方便 A 没成花了。
And for boss, every single flavor has been present and accounted for on this session.
ST opens, 3-bet by Ferdinand Putra.
打法差不多同门来的哇。
11 becomes 35.
King Jack suited into hijack. Solid hand to take a flop with.
82 in the middle. Razor and the 3-better, the only participants. Ace 5-3 texture. Window was a pretty one for ST's King Jack of diamonds, but the rest of the board not quite as attractive.
速度不应该去。
Birdie's got position in the betting lead. Storytelling underway.
Man, story was told and believed. No lies.
No floats either.
那你那个都不扣住，那你用什么牌的
Hello, lemon, water
不可能
lemon.
过啊。
You see the little pearls on Tan's hoodie?
I didn't.
Around, what do you call those? The little things, the strings? Tailwind.
运气不好的时候做什么决定都错的。
It's pretty fancy. You should take a look.
是的，
这个是的，
好的。
这个是的，对。
Oh, you can't see it from this point of view.
美国是转来转去，转来转去。
有好多牌都是两
Anyways,
打牌。
11K to 35.
他去隔壁打了嘛，打鱿鱼嘛，东
From
西
first glance,
妈的这边拉
a
两个，拉
favorite
满
of those on the
2个
Triton Tour, Dior as well.
叫大家小心哦，他们自己的机构。
We're gonna play the mystery card game and
那有小心打鱿鱼
obscure
真的很不好。
ST's hand as he squares off with
不是
Tan
啊
Schwen's
看那个颜色
3-bet to 35,000.
不懂他们打几大。
那个我感觉那
A
个
free draw
Ah,
Simon
Chris
to be the Tan's
Corti,
right.
yeah,
We
right,
always
Corti.
zero in on that seat as
Yeah,
one
yeah,
that's
right,
going to
那个好了，对对对。
have a rough outing
他们那
on the
些
frame. Meanwhile, Jack 9 deuce checked over the Tan.
Decent board. 2 overs, backdoor clubs. Queen of clubs blocks some continues. Pushes in 36,000. Check call from ST.
Another 72 in the middle, and Tan had higher hopes for this turn in terms of equity acquisition than the 4 of spades, which gives him none. That said, board development isn't too scary.
"用完了，
还剩2个，还有额外30秒。
有的时候把那个这样推过去，
The ace queen
这样
blocking
推过
some
去
of
就
those
这样推给老板。
jack combinations that would leave ST with top pair here as played.
True. Ace jack, queen jack.
你想的时候你就
Nevertheless, Tan
这样。
not looking to do any targeting and manages to find the ace of diamonds for top pair on the river here.
The ace is obviously great.
Well,
Now he
that's
can
okay.
target queen jack, king jack.
哎呀，眼睛不拿。
ST really isn't supposed to be betting when the ace comes in.
9万不应该
If he had a big hand, he often would go check raise to try to get
不可能9万不能是的，不可能。
someone to
因为还
represent
有
the
你
ace.
嘛，还要 egg 嘛，你在后面。
Also would want Tan to bet with ace king.
K 10，不可能的。
你一个 K 你就不会再大了。
Seems like he is going to reach
一个 K，
for chips.
我手上一个 K，OK，
不是 K 圈 K 勾，你不会再大嘛。
Full pot.
SD 大女人你不可能再大嘛。
Boy, all of a sudden things getting very awkward for Tan.
那你再大到
你扣住了，你这个牌就
那15万要
I
扣
think。that Tan Xuan is
那个20多
very
万就不够
confused about this.
所以你投资
Why are
没
you
有
betting
低的
the
嘛
card that's supposed to hit me?
成牌了嘛。
那
再大
今天讨论的这个问题啊，
And why wouldn't you have 4-bet if you had ace king?
True.
今天还讨论的这个问题啊，
这样那个，我感觉是扣是100%是扣住。
Tan Xuan holding the queen bad in terms of
50%。
picking off bluffs. Queen 10, king queen come to mind.
还有对哦。有 A 中 A 5两对也可能赢。
就是那个牌的摩尔也不错进牌，
看没你？
两副花
2副花
，4、5跟10 K 还都输。
对啊，
不过你再大回去没有投机，我自己想多了，
那是。
已经成牌了，我想多了。
这时候
That's the view.
赢大对，
赢钱肯定不去。
Tan Xuan gets when he's trying to put a read on ST.
我最不好的牌是 K 10。
This is just an extremely tough spot.
你就跟了耶。
He's asking the question: is ST just getting greedy to lead into me so big, or is he just trying to level me to get me to fold this hand?
Not.
这用完还有30秒，对吧？最后一个用完还有额外30秒。
没有啦。
有啊，昨天说有。
用完就没有啦。
这次用完了没有？
用完就没了。
好棋不要了。
用完还有。
Wow!
ST
King Queen
扣的吧？
不扣了。
用完怎么样？还有30秒了，你都用完了。
昨天说用完之后有最后30秒。
那你那天为什么要扣啊？
哪天
？30几万啊
ST is sick.
Here. The real sickness comes when Tan finds out King Queen just ran one through.
合牌 A 傻。
He really out-leveled him there. You know what I think? It's those data points that ST's been watching, going back, seeing that Tan is capable of making big folds, and using that image where he's been showing down the goods over and over again.
那
Yeah,
今天聊过这个问题，他等一下顺便
You're right.
就聊的东西偷一下。哎，算了。上头了，不打我打了。
For ST.
妈的。
Bottom end of what he was repping. A pot to go. Actually delivered.
你打我 check raise 你要不要？
And
已经
Tan
扣了嘛？你打
says, let's run it again. Tough guy.
Yeah.
Let's do it for 35.
我都是每时每刻都在变。
Yo, tough guy.
我没有 GTO。
What happens if I fight back?
弹跳。
Yeah.
Can't bully forever.
Jack 10 suited wants to see 3, but reluctant muck there. That takes discipline when you're stuck and you know you need to play pots and you've got the 2 cast characters.
I could see ST just calling the 3-bet just because of the positions, but certainly 4-bet is fine. He is going to just call. And clearly under-repped.
9-4 deuce rainbow. Neither player hits the board.
But still all right for ST. He's going to expect Tan Chuan to fire all his bluffs on the 9-high board. Easy spot for ST to check call.
Precisely what he does.
Outturned.
Does not improve. However, Tan does. Second pair. Smacks the 8.
Some pot control to be had. Does check. Got a run out for ST just in case he was up against an ace queen or king queen.
Not exactly Tan's favorite.
Yeah, ace queen could be in ST's range. I see it.
我不信。哎呀，是啊，我比对棋大了。
I think that might be my new favorite way to check back is to reach over and turn my opponent's hand over when I'm heads up in position.
He had the.
You let him give him the chip. They sort it out among themselves. 打死去打，害我进不了池。
他前面还不是5、6、3大。
什么东西
5、6。
我肯定扣一张嘛，
但是你对啊，你
Tan slightly incredulous at the notion that the dealer would ever get themselves involved.
那顺便打好了嘛，
In any of these high
把
jumps.
大牌打跑了，把小牌留下了嘛。德州不这样玩的嘛？你来了，说明我打的不好嘛。
Sorry, we got home game vibes here.
Yeah, we do.
She just wasn't aware. It's all good. Clarified.
We got home game vibes and we got
太深
multiple
了，都
homes
是打。
being exchanged in any given pot, depending on what market you live in.
Let us go mystery. Elton Sang 3-betting 38,000.
Pass.
Activating as an opener this time. Elton, 38.
多少？3万3万几啊？
More bet available.
我也不懂得付。
Tan with the call, ace king.
这我没 turn back。
10-7 tray. Tom checking over. Elton carries on with the aggression.
This time, passive ace king in the hands of Tan Chuen. He's going to be looking to check call here. Could have the best hand. Opportunities on turns.
No improvement. No desire to bet. Second check.
It gets pretty tough if Elton bets again for Tan. Another one coming in. 65,000 is small.
Did you ever imagine that those words would be crossing your lips as regularly as they can out here in this game?
It is a small price, so Tan could call again. I mean, he could be up against some hands. He beats like a Jack 9, Jack 8, which we've seen 3-bet. Ace on the river is amazing.
Well, he got bullied off of one by ST. I don't know if he's going to be in the mood for that this time, provided that Elton even bothers, which is not a given. You just don't know where he's at.
Well, if Elton had kings through jacks, he probably wouldn't bet the ace. That's not a check, by the way.
I haven't used a single diamond since yesterday. Oh yeah, I use so many diamonds, still go and call this A5. What the hell?
Feels like if Tan Chuen does have an ace, it would be like ace X of spades or ace 10. That's not a lot of combos. Elton's going to fire big 250.
Boy.
I don't see how he can lay this down, though. His hand is so under-repped. Wow. This is just awful.
9. Elton turned it.
那么容易的3笔下来？没有，那15了。我25是
And for Tan, he laid down top pair on the river when it was good.
我是25吧。
But here, pays off when it isn't.
我25就 OK。
我说你买了，3笔就中了噻。
啊，太容易了。
啊，这容易的，so easy 啊。
还要最后再出一个 A， 厉害。
中2对上去应该是吧？好师傅学习。
学习了，学习了。
嗯，就这样要好好学习师傅。Of course。
这个牌感觉他妈的，我想了20万应该是个鸡，25万很危险，果然有点危险，果然有点危险。那昨天你打我1秒钟，这个我犹豫了几秒钟，感觉到危险了。
So $500,000 sailing in on the river alone there, and as advertised, the fourth frame
is delivering.
With a bulk of carnage.
什么时候我都很想你打我，快点打我。
Seems to be taking place.
打完了这个牌，真的有个第4档也是买到2对。
Do you get this vibe? We might get a little action Tan Xuan soon, given that he just folded Ace Queen to ST and now calls down Ace King and loses a monster pot to Elton. $12K C bet, check call by King Jack.
Six on the turn. 2 quick checks. Now again, Tan finds a pair on the river. Note that spades come in. Elizabeth with no showdown value. Will she be able to resist?
Little pot over to 10.
不敢抽他，感觉他要抓我的。
落没打，
每一排都 call 了你，中的贴可能就
真的。
不要抄的，这个是对的。
这个要偷吗？
不要，这不能。
不偷你，不敢偷你了。
偷不送钱的吗？
It does feel to me, Randy, like that's a spot where, as we saw Elizabeth check back, not at all proud of Jack High.
Yes.
First few sessions, she might have been getting after it. She's made some adjustments.
She has.
I also think that a steamy Tan Xuan is not
not the one you want to try.
The guy you want to target.
Yeah, I think anyone can make that adjustment.
Right?
Brian Kim, King Jack suited against Andy Nee, who opens new UTG. But look, Brian Kim is still going to 3-bet King Jack of clubs. It looks strong. And Andy folds the Ace Jack, giving Brian Kim respect.
Yeah, and there's the argument in favor of taking aggressive lines as opposed to passive ones. Fold equity. Always a desirable attribute.
礼貌，礼貌，我也只是贪玩，可以交流一下。
Ace deuce in the straddle.
Yeah, I think he's loosening up now.
You know, this is dangerous for Tan because it was precisely this frame that sent him from big winner down into being stuck quite a bit before leveling off close to even, as I recall.
You're right about that.
This was on night 1. Pocket nines. Find the case 9 for a set. A queen high board. Middle pair for Tan. Let's see. I don't think he's in the mood to check.
He's like, I think I'm supposed to, but you know what? No, let's just win it now. He's gone big. How good is this for Brian Kim?
Delicious.
I would like to see Brian Kim check call just because he hasn't been getting that involved and it may scream strength if he comes out check raising. Now, I know he does unblock top pair, so usually you do want to check raise. He is going to still check raise. Don't think Tan Xuan is going to be able to look up his opponent unless he is so suspicious. But Brian Kim, he's been solid. No monkey business.
I think his table image is super steely.
Wow. Never mind. That
This-
check raise is really paying off.
This is Tan Xuan in trouble. 9s and 3s, drawing dead. Hearts obviously arrive, and this is not lost on him, but with the perception that he's drawing live to a full house, even if his opponent were to have the flush, I don't think there's a number that's going to send him packing. Certainly not this one.
So 1/3 from Brian Kim.
By the way, 1/3 is the kind of number that could leave Tan thinking that he can raise this up and be good, provided that Brian
Yeah, but he has to be
doesn't have a
worried about
flush.
the flush.
Sure.
He's got outs against it. King on the river. Brings in the straight.
I just didn't know whether or not he would assign Brian hearts as a check raiser on the flop. Maybe he doesn't think that's within Kim.
I mean, he probably did for him to even call to check raise, but I see where you're coming from.
That's actually an excellent point. We're not allowed to say, hey, this could be hearts when we get check raised, and then in a
Still call.
self-serving way, no longer give him credit for that hand once the bet comes in on the turn. Incongruent logic, that would be $400,000 in the middle, just shy of 1 SPR. And Brian.
1/3. Looking for crying calls. I know Tan's feeling a little steamy, but I feel like he can really just get away with this one. Especially with Jack 10 getting there too. Still loses the sets.
10秒。
Loses to the straight.
我操，没时间了。我丢你妈，没时间了，很难搞。
Wow, makes the call.
操你大爷的！
Brian Kim.
，Pay dirt.
3个9，你妈的！
He's confirmed steaming now.
Kim steaming too. Full steam ahead.
没时间去 call 啦。
也没时间着急了嘛。
没办法。
我操！
还是你才通知他的。
我提前10秒通知你了。
你不要通知他审回哦。
哦，对。
哦。那我不通知他5秒，他更快，敲得更快。只有5秒。
leader 会通知5秒的。
Tan was already steaming Randy. Now we're working the sauna.
我操！每天都是一个节奏。
What's after the sauna?
上半场有力，
打上半场就好了嘛。
Boss?
等一下，现在开始别人冲你机了。
Quick self-service manicure before he puts his hand in the bin. King Jack makes it 11.
快的了。
Tan. Nice to see the refrain. Flat calling. Andy accepts the invitation.
Top pair for ST. We'll see bet 10,000. Tan peeling ace high, drawing to an ace, and Andy check raising to 60,000 with deuces. Surprising. Although he can represent that for a little bit more. ST can't lay down King Jack, especially with the flush draw out there.
So all of a sudden, 60 ahead. Price point to this turn. Tan's ace high, cleared. Would have connected with the 10. Not that that's worthy of note. That to be focused upon is this high variance line selected by Andy. Maybe targeting some diamond combos. Deciding, though, to check.
Yeah, I think Andy's intention there was just check raise one and done, expecting a high C bet of ST and expecting Tanchuan to just be floating random stuff that just has to fold. Now he's got to check fold against this $60,000 turn bet. Tanchuan walked away for a little bit, it seems.
How cool would that be if you just saw Tan cannonballing through the window into the ocean? It would be particularly cool if you just heard the faint cry of Zhao Yo as he did it. That would really be bringing it home. Pocket eights, third floor. ST's threes started this nonsense.
Level 4.
Yes. And look at Boss. He's like, is this the session from hell? Nines. Oh, a little U-turn. I love that move.
That was pretty funny.
Did a lap around his hand. Note he was performing very well against Elton and in front.
So let's see, 92,000 more for Elton.
怎么打得了？没有摊
Normally
牌。
this is too much, but they're sitting $1.8 million deep.
GCC 的。
Elton dreams of the biggest pot ever.
你可以去休息了。
Televised as he makes this call.
Ah, 没得想怎么打，你打牌要想了嘛。
Overcard to
你
the
不是曹
pair.
睿，曹睿就可以。
Pretty good board for Andy. If he can fire a healthy bet, he can probably shake out these two eights. Given he came in cold before bet, so he's very ace king heavy
没时
or
间
big
就 call， 没
pairs.
时间就 call， 人家斗鸡不偷你的。
110,000. Elton really only beats ace queen, and ace queen doesn't even 4-bet this spot all the time.
Big boy bet sizes. A function of this fourth frame as it's ringing true to form early. And the eights buckle under the pressure. Not looking to get into that murky water and bloat the pot even further with a hand that's just always guessing.
Andy's playing amazing.
有料。我用了10万买个希望，
买个梦想，
买个梦想。
还像刚才一
Tom's
样
back
发
and he
屌
doesn't
这样
look
梦想
wet. So that's good
买个
news.
梦想是
250不给你买，
那个梦想，那个梦想有点贵，
想杀。
Well, that means he's
最
still
高推
steaming.
过来无处扣，
Fair.
He hasn't cooled off yet.
有机。
One of these days, I would love to see somebody
有点松。
light up multiple cigarettes bundled
4B 你扣了
at once.
4B 扣了。
Just take a drag like 5 of them all at the same time.
然后他打一枪你不要了，
Aggressive
他
from
问我
Paul.
打一枪你扣了，
Works.
牌不一样。拿一把了，大锅。
先把它弯起来，
Take a picture.
风头先给你打过去，来打起来。
被骗我真的没有扣啊。
没有摊杯，我不敢加码。那盘真没有，我还有2个，他没有，让他还加码。
你也没有了。
还有2个。
还有2个，要不要让你的一个？
啊，
这2个还有一个多小时，哎，还有一个多小时。
赢一点算了，
Ferdinand Putra's back.
赢一点就开心了。哎，not allowed.
You say allowed.
Not allowed.
No, he did. No, he missed his hand. He missed his hand, so
He
he.
wait for one hand what?
Okay lah.
Because we
I bet 6. Doesn't matter.
Just because he come in under the gun. Same thing.
Oh, so no try level.
No lah, 8,000 how too big lah. Don't play. People don't want to play so big but don't have so much credit.
Sure as that.
See?
Double straddle
told me
on.
so.
Elton
Just kidding.
finds kings, limps, covering the whole table and hoping somebody gets out of line. Tom calls the extra 4,000. Ferdy in awful shape here. 9-4-3. Second pair for Tan.
It was kind of forced in here when Elton limped under the gun. He's definitely going to lose some chips on the flop. But it's Ferdinand that's betting the 15K.
You know, and I kind of understand it because as the man in the straddle,
Okay, 没时间了。
没时间了你。
还在
double
倒
straddle
水。
rather. It does seem like this is his board
他没时间，他只会
to do as he pleases
打
with. Disheartened to get called in not one but 2 spots and not pick up the club equity.
Pressing again, despite getting called in 2 spots.
I mean, how dreamy is this for Elton? Unanticipated by both of us. Perhaps by Elton as well, who's content to just flat. Tom realizes it's time to step aside. Pair of 6s, backdoor spade arrival. Might this be the sort of thing that makes Ferdy think it's time to slow down?
I would think so. He does have a little bit of showdown value. I think more likely though, if he's ahead, he's up against like a Jack 10, Queen Jack, etc. More so Jack 10.
Well, with a check to him and holding a spade. Elton fires 100K, and Ferdy, pretty soundly convinced his hand is no good, correctly finds the fold, but not before gift wrapping 15 and 50 respectively on flop and turn. And as we talked about run bad coming in all shapes, sizes, and flavors, run good does as well, Randy. And beneficiary on the night has very much been Elton saying.
But I have a big hand.
Trophy where? 啊，放在哪里？放在家里啊 Yeah.
Special place. Sure, right. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
One hand.
Trying to ask Andy Nee where he put his trophy. He's like, yeah, it's somewhere. It's important.
Yeah. Thank you. You have kids?
Whoa, that was intimate.
Yeah. Two.
Did they like the?
Okay. 18. 12.
Huh?
You
They
think
like the
Elton told
trophy?
Ferdy he had
They
kings
own it,
last
right?
hand?
They own it.
Limped
Nice.
under the gun?
I think so.
3-way all in, right? For title?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Pocket 5s for Andy. Back to the single straddle stuff.
That was just a one-off spin-off.
Elton spins off the extra 7,000 to 10-3 of hearts and flops trips. The run good continues. Consider that this board texture is actually the type that keeps Andy proud.
Exactly that. Run good, like you say. Elton might even fast play this one, especially against the earlier position open. They have more hands that can put more chips in.
Check a 没打他高是吧？
A 3 is supposed to not really be in players' ranges, so he is going to peel here with the overpair of 5s.
No, Elton playing it fast. And just given that he's surging, you know, has the big stack, this could look speedy to Andy. None of the things that we're worried about are associated with this 8 of hearts. I will, however, say that with 2 5s in our hand, we are blocking some of those straight draws that we would hope would be a part of this check raise light.
Yes, you're really right about
or
that.
semi-bluffing, but we unblock diamonds.
Those semi-bluffs like 4, 5, 5, 6 are good candidates to check raise flop.
We don't expect a deuce to behave this way.
No, we don't.
So we really are reduced to what Elton all of a sudden go nuts with diamonds. Second barrel was 75,000. Board pairing 8 on the end.
Good river card for Elton. Doesn't bring in the flush.
It's a good one for Andy too.
It is, and it's a one where Elton might be able to get paid off. You know, if Andy was holding a pair, maybe even ace high. The 8 is just so unlikely to ever be in Andy's range unless it's 8x of diamonds.
秦小新3把斧子后就没了，自杀。
Snap call.
175. Blinding pace comes in and gets called. Another 350. And just your garden variety everyday $600,000 fourth frame pot. As the hits just keep on coming. Most of them being dished out by Elton Sang.
I'm just
He's
looking
in Fuego
at his mountain of chips, and they just keep growing. It's on cloud 9.
300可以不用，不想用。
300都不想用。
那
秒跟。
我操，借2个用一下好不好？
可以，不要借，给你。
借嘛。
Spin it up to a 3 million chip stack before this is over.
He's close.
对。
Everyone else just fighting for the scraps.
给别人偷走。
对呀。
我从来就没用过。
都没了。
ST's ace-8. Uneventful takedown.
现在上将过来，上将过去，上将过来，要来回嘛才行。
我们要来回的，要来要回。
Suited king makes it 11. Ace 10 for Tan.
3 betting. Also reloaded. 500,000 on top.
You don't want to be sitting shallow.
No, he
in
doesn't.
the fourth frame.
Oh, you
that
don't.
much we know. But you also don't want to be playing for 35,000 apparently with the king tray suited. Yes, Tan. 3 bets and takes it.
3口啊。
Queen 10 off in the cutoff. A candidate and a dominated one. Elton.
Elton's grinding. He's trying to get that $3 million stack.
He is white hot.
Pretty sure he's in for $1 million, so it'd be up 1.8 million at the moment.
Birdie finds the fold. Should we run some oven mitts out there for everybody? Just to make sure they don't get burned?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Wang 起来，旺起来！
马上把它烫起来，不知道烫起来还是旺起来。
我们一起旺起来。
I'll say they prefer a way to cool down Elton if that was possible.
你也旺起来哈！
Ice pack?
Liquid nitrogen is what it's going to take at this point, man. Eight, 9 suited. These clubs are covered.
Pretty comfortable experience.
Yeah.
There and not grind at all.
For sure. Yeah.
How was the weather? Oh, warm.
It was a little bit too hot the first couple of days, but usually pretty good.
I've been watching the replays. Looks good.
Huh?
2 queens, 2 spades, and
oh,
an
really?
ace.
Yeah. It was really
Nobody
good.
with a spade draw, nobody with a queen. Little does boss know that. 3 players checking the 30, who checks back. Now the 3rd queen rolling off. Let's see who wants it.
He does, and he's not going to see those 10,000 chips as Paul is never folding. Check raise is interesting.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, trying to clear another ace is an idea.
Right. I assume that if he got called, he would go massive on the river.
Yep.
Queen.
Have you been before? No.
EDC.
Oh, okay.
That one's a grind though to get to, like in Vegas.
Oh, really?
Traffic and stuff. Yeah. It used to be in LA in like 2008.
Oh.
That was
11,000.
Aces in the straddle for ST, and Tan has himself involved as an opener. 11,000. 30 flats the suited 1 gapper. Elton ducks out.
I like to think that Tan Xuan has got the restraint to call a squeeze here, given that he raised from under the gun against the straddle.
Maybe you like music. Like it.
Oh yeah, 100%. But it seems like the most international.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. It's just like the vibe and like everything.
Yeah. 5 seconds. It's supposed to get a nice nearby.
I think so.
Quickly releases.
Yep. 66K. Deemed too rich by both he and Ferdy. And his team will be a little bit disappointed that all that steam didn't come together.
He did jump into
form a call.
the ocean. Cool down. He needed that little walk away.
Yeah, they have some small ones, but like not nearly the same. Like, yeah, some small events.
very different. I went to UMF once in Miami. That was actually really good.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think that's also ultra, right?
Yeah. They have it in Asia too.
Yeah, but no, I think Miami is like far better than the ones in Asia.
For sure.
8-3 suited is took a glance.
And that's it. Boss limps the queen 10. Ace 5 suited. Played as a check. King 8-6. Neither player with a pair. 2 quick checks. And the peerless attributes come to an abrupt end as boss makes the queen. No further betting, and a modest one will go Pooh's way. Poocher in the straddle. Elton dipping his toe out there with 10-7 suited.
Over limp from Tan Xuan in the big. 3-way limp pot.
Queen 9-4.
Nothing everywhere. But you don't need something to bet, do you? Not if you're Elton. You'll find a way to win the pot.
You'll prefer to have it, but even when you don't, when you run good, fire and take it.
明天我哥要他走了，他曼谷有事，就留我一个人在这里。
你留到几号？8号、9号。
我是9号，我是8号，这边8号飞。
一路顺风。
嗯。
Ace 3 suited for Andy Nee.
Tempting.
11,000.
11,000. The adopted open sizing into unraised pots.
进去不吐了啊？塞进去就不吐了。
这把感觉不中，要感觉中的时候才去。对不对啊？
他可能上了100。
100。
好厉害。
每天都有。
每天都有一天输。
没有
输160啊。
他那个是钓鱼，他这像跟你们那个。
不是前天输160吗？
前天事情就过去了，今天赢多少？
这先跟你们玩完，先尝一下，对吧
？Andy's Queen Jack. The open.
Going to be in trouble when he gets over to Brian Kim and Straddle.
Yeah, this was a front.
Saw him 3-bet this exact scenario with King Jack of clubs, saying he's going to do the same. King Queen.
各打各的。
各打各的。
So Brian going to take that once again. Straddle versus UTG.
Well, a little bit of calm in between some real choppy seas.
跟长城一样搞起来，你看。
We're gonna get back into the rough waters. Just you wait.
看能不能把那个城墙破
It reminds
那我
me
觉得好漂亮哦，这个那个风景还可以。
before a tsunami, all the water retreats away from the shore, and then all of a sudden the deluge comes forward.
没有，是这种小马，它那种大马，不一样的，不一样的。
6-4 offsuit in the cutoff for Tan Chuan. Patience. Stepping aside.
Jack 3, neither player interacting. Not that that's a prerequisite for Tan Chuan to get busy.
Yeah, not when he's holding this hand.
Yeah, sometimes we like to bet with this sort of stuff because the clarity with which we're able to proceed in the face of a check raise is quite nice. Any resistance, and we know where we're at.
Fair.
哎，我是跟你讲，王子，我没有这一直是从昨天起还是前天啊？
应该是前天，
不是昨天啊，
肯定不是昨天，
肯定不是昨天，前天或者再前天。
没有了，前天。
应该是前天说的。对，
就是反正他上来打过一次嘛，给一圈推了把握一
一会儿问他嘛，他最清楚嘛。哦，就那天他打了大的之后的那一天，很好记得嘛。在这个桌上输了。
Ferdinand in there, Queen 8 of clubs. Going to get resistance from Elton, of course. Ace King suited. 3-betting in position.
什么意思？
休息一下。
自己打自己，不要吧？啊？自己打自己啊？
Another 27,000.
去再把赢了会心情
Too rich a requirement to proceed for Ferdy. Boy, seems like anytime Elton's involved, chips flow his way.
打自己。
那
可以爸爸买对子盒咯。
破坏你的
买满，
买满，我不
开8000万的台。自己打自己，厉害。
King 10 suited now for Ferdy.
Raising once again.
What did he say?
And will he get 3-bet once again? No, not this time. Flat call in
He
position
said he's
by
still
Elton.
tilting. Don't want to play. Want to go play baccarat.
Elizabeth Chen. She's been quiet. This is going to get some respect.
Yep. Noise being made, despite the fact that she's dominated.
I don't really expect Elton to come along, though, King Jack off. Ferdinand's got a reasonably playable hand. We'll lay down the same one. There you go, Elizabeth.
没牌，你有牌肯定搞我。
我2个公仔牌。
2个公仔哦。
对啊。
勾圈哦。
好像两个公仔，你看不会太小了吧
？Two pictures down.
肯定没有我大。
那你多好。
Elton saying up massive $1.8 million.
We have yet to have a $2 million winner at any point, be it intra-frame or at the end of the day. And I ask you, those of you here for this 4th and final frame of day 5 of our cash game invitational event, do you think Elton will cross the $2 million profit barrier and hold $3 million in chips? Let us know.
半个小时不可以加 10 bag 是吧？
There isn't a single person who's going to say no to that, Ollie. Everyone wants
没有，
to
我
see
加我的 10 bag 跟
blood.
那个没关系嘛。
好像半个小时结束啊。
And they want Elton to be drawing
对
blood.
还有1个小时。
还有1个小时结束，但是4个小
5 into
时
the bin. Risky business, getting after a steamy ton. Big blind.
Of course, he's going to try with those 2 5s, but that board pretty bad for him. But Tan doesn't really have anything to continue with. If he can see bet, which he does, 10,000.
Contemplative look on the face of Tan Chuen, who's seen this movie before of I'm winning heaps on the day and all of a sudden, last hour. Why?
But you know, last time he seen it, it was a happy ending. Hopefully there's no alternate ending to be had. This time, aces?
Yep.
For Kim, ST's got ace king. He's going to 3-bet. This is big trouble for ST. Things haven't been really going his way today. And the position's definitely going to get ST in trouble. Hijack versus small.
$120. The sizing, another 75. The requirements. You could see ST getting in trouble, not wanting to necessarily play this one out of position and seek to take it here and now.
I could see it. I can also see him just calling here just because they are slightly deep. He hasn't seen Brian Kim go too crazy. Yeah, I do like this call and reevaluate post-flop.
我们一起高来高好，然后一起旺起来。
你看，
你看你今天多旺，对不对？
每天都是找到好的队友，都打得很累啊，每天都打得很累。
There is a little bit of a scare of Jackson 10s, I would imagine, in Brian Kim's
慢慢的
mind.
活起来。
我天天都是这样啊，就今天不是。今天也是，今天先输50。每天先输50、80、100。
Textured stuff out there, but key to have the ace of clubs in our hand.
大鱼才掉了，对吧？
Small bet. Going to retain ST. Going to try to hit that queen. Could be up against the same type of hand, too.
So pot grows to 381,000. 5 on the turn. ST unimproved, checking. And this should be a very comfortable bit of board development to allow Brian.
Yeah, Brian can really just bet again, seek value. His bluffs are mainly ace-king. He comes in small. It will be very tricky for ST, just because he could easily be up against the same hand.
$200,000 now.
Half the pot, and he's out of there.
Yep. Never made a meal of it either. And Brian Kim resoundingly back into the black.
Yeah, he's doing good with profit. I'm telling you, he was going to get those main event winnings back. Just slowly but surely in the biggest game possible.
有病啊！下半场还翻兵呢。
BB suited connector on the button.
Hmm.
Had some chatter, but Tom putting a muzzle on things with ace 7, raising it to 55,000.
There's only so long that Tan Chuan can kind of just sit out and be patient. Maybe Ferdinand recognizes and can pounce. He won't. Ace 10 out as well.
Wow.
Good timing there.
Mm-hmm. Deep into this 8 hours of play is where we find ourselves right now. From the Maestro Resort and Casino in Montenegro, Alina Jad, Randy Liu, and a whole host of you, especially if you're in those Western time zones, that are waking up. I should say Eastern time zones, by the way. Had that flip. So we're approaching 3 a.m. local time. For Tan to approach this flop with a couple of deuces is going to cost $38,000 more, according to Elton Sang's Ace Jack.
Duck hunting.
Mm-hmm. King 5-4 board. The deuces actually still ahead.
Ahead with a little bit of wheel potential as well. I could see him calling the c-bet. He thinks Elton is just messing around with hands like this.
$35. So in an adhesive, Tan Chuan wants to see what's what. This turn could keep him involved. Not so clear whether or not it's going to keep Elton firing, though.
Yeah, it's not really the card that Elton wants to fire. Tan could have a king, could have a 5. There is a little bit of protection maybe needed for deuces, just because there are counterfeit cards. Checking, of course, certainly fine. We'll never get a better hand to fold if he bets, though. Just asking a question, how often does Elton check fold? He thinks it's enough. Puts in 75,000. Let's see if Elton is a believer or not. Does he think there's enough 6-7, 7-8?
Does he think Tan is forcing the issue, having floated on the flop? Even if he was, Elton says, I don't really want to flat here and figure out what I'm going to face on the river, as it doesn't feel like a whole lot of white flag sort of behavior is going to be coming out of that seat for the better part of the remainder of this frame.
AP 啊，
嗯
APP
赌盘精准。
，What's AP means？
Ace Queen
APP app
对吧？
基本上是什么玩意啊？啊，景点没摊 back 了。
We're going to play the mystery card game. Block out Andy's holding in the straddle. Ferdy. Button open.
What's going to be a re-raise from Andy?
Yeah, some pushback here.
Re-raise 48,000.
Queen 10 for Putra. On the button. It's not the greatest hand to call a 3-bet with, but if he thinks Andy's getting out of line, take 3 in position.
So Ferdy wants to play plunking it in there and flopping himself a gut shot straight draw on a king 9-3 rainbow board, fairly dry.
It's a flop where Ferdinand will always be calling if there's a bet, which is incoming.
43,000.
Draw to the nuts. Sometimes hitting a queen or 10 will be good. Your opponent is just known to see bet this flop with all of their air.
$43 ahead. Brings us to this queen of spades with the pot now having grown to 190,000. Ferdy makes second pair, maintains the gutter.
Having been checked too, nice spot to take the free card. Try to get the showdown cheaply. You're never getting a better hand to fold right now. Quite frankly, if you can just show it down, that's what you want to do. But he does have other plans. For him to bet this turn means he never expects to get check raised. Because you don't really want to bet when you got clean outs like this and get blown off of it. But he thought he wasn't ever going to get check raised. And you know what happens? You get check raised.
You know, Andy has been guilty of this on a number of occasions so far on the session. Not sure how much of them have gone to showdown or whether or not Ferdy was at the table to get the intel. But here he is on the receiving end of a line that very much leaves us feeling uncomfortable.
Oh, man.
Puts it into the bin.
9-4.
Just a pair of nines for Andy. When you're feeling it, you're feeling it.
He is sick.
That's disrespectful,
To
by the way.
three bet that pre-flop, sure. C bet the flop makes sense, but to check raise that turn card, that's something.
The pre-flop, you know, I mean,
that turn, I mean, you can't put this guy on a hand. And then when he does make the hand, he makes the same play. You tend to pay him off, and then he just shows you the goods. His timing is just perfect.
We found the honey badger.
Oh.
Wait one hand. Yeah. Just wait one hand.
No,
Oh. You can join first hand?
I'd rather wait.
You rather wait.
You can wait.
Yeah? Okay.
I walk a lot, so I want to be able to.
So Ivy in the house.
That he is. Trying to work out exactly when the right time to get into the mix is. A very late arrival here to this fourth and final frame, which has already produced violence.
Ivy's thinking open seat. Let me sit
looking at Sama
immediately.
again.
So we do have two pros at this table now.
你有
我有，你就不想我上宾是吧？
没有看你没闪码。
4-3 off.
Okay, ahead.
Flatted on the button. by
Too,
Alton.
right? Yeah.
King
Didn't it
8
change?
deuce ST
kind of a-
smacks top pair up against
Were you short? You were
middle
short, though,
pair
or-
for Elizabeth.
Yeah, it's true.
He's been c-betting a
You were
very
short
high
though, right?
frequency, so I don't see why he would slow down now.
That was when November 9 was a thing, right? Yeah. But for you though, you probably didn't care that much, right? Like the anticipation emotionally wasn't like you're just whatever. Like I'm sure other people were kind of having dreams about it every night going into it. You know?
I just party mostly.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Back then.
Ivy's chilled out a little bit.
Maybe his main event roundtable was so long ago.
Yeah.
Running good today.
All right. I keep
Chen.
that in mind.
Aces, kings. Set, straight. Full house. Be careful.
Elton going through his greatest hits of the day. And would hate to add a track to the album entitled Phil Ivey.
Need some change, Phil?
Sure.
Huh?
Does
Yeah, we are.
eventually concede to ST.
Ivy booked a big win yesterday. So we'll be using those winnings to buy in here.
The old parlay.
Never goes wrong.
I feel compelled to step in and make sure, because, you know, perhaps your sarcasm didn't convey to the audience. But sometimes, in fact, oftentimes, it goes wrong.
No, it never goes wrong. We'll find out, Ivy. Who defends Queen 6 off? Dominated.
Yeah, sharing a queen with Brian. Jack 7-3 board.
9,000。
Check calling to the 9K follow through.
前面还打了呢。
Is it this year? I guess when you got decently deep and busted, is it painful at all? And that, like, are you? It's actually another tournament, right? Oh, it is for you. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's always.
Yeah.
It's a fun tournament.
Yeah.
Hijack limp, Jack 5 diamonds, Elton.
Heat checking. Ace queen.
There's the real heat.
Offsuit variety.
Like for you, if you win that, it's just like, oh, like whatever, right? But then I think if someone like me wins it, then you're just like,
it's not oh, whatever.
No, whenever someone sees you, it's instantly like
becomes all of a sudden 80K from ST.
You know what I mean? Your identity changes. You just become the main event champ and nothing else.
So maybe it's
like
better for you.
Maybe
it's better for you that you didn't win it.
I'm saying, I'm trying to justify it.
Yeah. Why would you not want to be the main event champ though?
Anytime anyone ever looks at you, you're just known. That's your label.
Digging in 172 in the middle before we even see 3. Queen 10-3, top pair, top kicker, hearts working.
Isn't that the label everybody wants?
We have
like an
absolute
acquaintance
trash.
or anyone new that you meet.
Yeah.
You're that, nothing else.
Well, I mean,
for a little while.
Something
people don't remember most of the people that won the main event, bro, unless you're like.
I guess you're right. Yeah, give it 8 years and it's
not even that long, not that long. Like maybe like a year.
You went like really deep, huh?
That's true.
A couple times.
And the
I 23rd. I came 18th.
Oh, this time how much?
350th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Whatever.
18th. Oh, wow.
18th. Got a bunch of chances.
No action. And no improvements. 7 high. Lacks any sort of showdown value here, and when that's the case, you and I both know what tends to happen in the tournament streets.
Like it. I saw the way you
Bet
celebrating
and
after you won
probably
the,
lose.
Oh yeah.
And he's got to call this one.
Please call me a champion. Come on.
How many titles?
So
That's
ST
one Triton.
costing himself somewhat dearly here.
Yes, that's my first
That's
one.
why you. That's
in
why
his 4th frame.
Yeah.
Where Andy Nee, not to be slept on, has broken the 2 million chip barrier.
Does 10 have one?
Really, it's been
Short
not
deck,
so good for ST this session.
1 or 2 even.
It's worse this week.
My first one, baby.
Suited big slick Andy Nee.
Raise 11,000.
Doesn't take rocket science to pull this off. Time. never want for the muck. Jack deuce suited. Defends is big, and this is a board that hits him.
Good. How about you?
I'm good.
But not
Yeah.
Andy.
I'm looking forward
Top pair.
to see Holly in the game, but we just missed
You what? Sorry.
Holly.
15,000.
Yeah.
Oh.
We want to see
15K. The follow through.
her in the gym.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this afternoon. But missed.
Oh.
Missed. Yeah.
What time do you normally work out?
Today's
Deuce.
5 o'clock p.m.
On the turn.
So many people in there at that time.
Now creating plenty of relief
No?
The-
for Tan just in the event
It's okay.
that the jack had been no good.
So you usually do
Disappointingly,
exercise
Andy does
in the
not
morning
barrel
or-
once more in spite of having
I'm home,
picked up
yeah, I
that
do
wheel
exercise
gutter.
in the morning first thing.
Okay.
Because if I don't, then I'll make an excuse later. A lot of people like to work out in the afternoon. It's better for them, but for me, it's better
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't take
to do it.
much to know that
And I hear
Tan
from Holly that
gonna
they
be
do yoga every day.
helping.
36,000.
It sounds good.
Yeah, good.
46K.
I want to
75%.
learn to do some
装起来，
Yeah.
when I go back.
你什么情况？
Definitely helps. How old are you?
赢着好了，赢着忘起来了。
20.
I'm always 18.
You know that kissing blow.
46,000. The right size. You see him collecting it. Always knew in that particular spot, Andy's calling range was not going to be beating Jacks up.
Yeah, I've seen him do that blow kiss. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
有好看
Once again, not.
Was it strictly directed at Andy?
Him and then if he doesn't come back,
Excuse
I
me?
might straddle.
Yeah.
Did he say he's
Said the blow
gone?
kiss?
Supposed to be the front.
Well, it's
Yeah.
something that Andy does. He
No,
blows
kill
his
him,
kiss before he
But it's not on this line and-
gives them to
Yeah,
his
if he doesn't
opponent.
come back.
So it's
on
his
time,
move.
muck
His
it
move.
out.
Yeah.
Seen it 3 times or
Yeah,
so.
just muck it out.
唐老板
I think only won one of
他去哪里
them.
没有说他
Oh, the one against Paul when he called a queen high. The one I always remember.
Never know. Never know.
也算运气很好的，你跟我跑2次马都死路一条的牌都被你8分钱，不然不牌就100万，
看拿出来，这个拿出来，好香。
钱退给我，刚才偷我鸡的钱退给我。
要投机啊，挺大的牌。Where's the 5K ante?
那什么？
Ton making sure the ante is out there and then going to work on this
Perfect.
Thank you.
big
茶叶
blind limp.
他打不过。
They have
Elton,
those at the
rather.
Bellagio.
Man who's
其他人
making sure of things and he shares a chuckle
Bellagio in Vegas.
with
There's
Ton.
your
Yeah,
ante.
they're good.
Super nice, yeah.
投机也要运气。
想赶紧送给你和送给尔东，一点心都不痛。那个钱存到银行一样。
7-5 suited.
艾特，今天就不送钱给我了，回去反省了是吧？
哇
King 10 off
哇，
and he gets
真的不
after
少给你
her
了啊！
to the tune of
今天都没送
40.
给我啊。
尔东，兄弟有拉一把没关系。
对呀，
对啊，
我都赞助一点点，你大都
我帮你很多了，兄弟，帮到我其实头都痛了。
所以回去反省了一下，就不帮了是吧？你就这样子把我抛下了。
当你几天救命的时候，你就不救我。我看原来是这样的，你需要救命，他叫别人。我需要救命的时候不来救我。一路发放给别人。
刚才不是救了你啦？
Nobody interested.
啊，刚才不是
In a continue?
多少？25万。 30多万，30多万，差不多40
Well,
万。
it looks like Andy interested in
What is that, gum?
我觉得我过来当时是8-9嘛。
green tea.
错了。
Mentos?
今天打
Lucky
错
green tea.
题吧。
我放这边了，你要
Kind of want one too.
那个 ST 的，
没事，我一会儿去拿。
对，Lisa 给 ST 那个，
没，我打完去。
哪个？
啊，对，那个，就是那个。
这个吗？
Ace King for ton
打的不
on the button.
好，是打错了嘛？因为鬼上身，他他妈，鬼上身。
12 if you do. Andy does.
来，救命！
Gesturing that he wants
天炸弹！
to keep this one under wraps here. Maybe keep the board also small, considering he has just 8 high. None of it.
None of it.
1.5.
On the jack, 6-3, 2 heart board. Same story for Todd.
He does have betting lead, and he might just sprinkle in some chips to kick out the 8-7.
他打不过你，打别人现在 A 笔发出来 ，A 笔都没有。
Easy breezy.
妈的，有2个月没打牌，感觉有点
生锈了，有一点生锈了啊！
哪里有2个月没打牌啊？
有2个月啊！
你在上线有没有打？在
我久了，记招岛之后就没打了。
线上肯定有打了的。
Randy is feverishly transcribing everything right
其实
now
老是短
so
牌嘛，
that he
跟
can
这个也
take
没
it to
关
his
系。
soon-to-be tutor.
前几天就要打个长牌了。
啊，又打长牌了，
啊，
又打长牌啊？
没有吗？
没有啊。
I promise you, next time you see me, I will know more Chinese.
5月份这么久了吗？
How much? Debatable.
I was just thinking about,
太快了。
you know, court stenographers
2、3个月不打都忘
have to
记。
archive everything that gets said in a courtroom.
Oh, yes.
They have a special little keyboards.
Yeah.
How would that work in Chinese?
It's very difficult.
Do you have to have like a massive keyboard, like a church organ? Because, you know, space considerations. Meanwhile,
You need a smart keyboard in order to actually do it. But yes, otherwise it would be alien technology.
middle pair technology, that which has caused Andy
很大的牌
to follow through.
Nice one, Andy.
Yeah, 18K pre.
烟的。
And then one bet, one fold, and take it, sir, says.
那个欧音之后有2次被你分钱了，那个我亏大了，那个我亏大了，那个因为亏大了，其他的有赢有输的。
Ace King versus Ace Queen. Things could get a little ugly.
It could.
For Ivy.
I
Mystery
think if he
hand for
gets
Elton played as a flat, Randy.
over to
Forgive me.
Ivy, I'm not sure if he's going to actually squeeze it because of the +1 open. But when there's a flat, it increases the likelihood he goes for a squeeze.
Not just one, but 2 flats now as Andy speculates.
怎么这么多你？怎么这么多？我有没有站住刚才？有没有一点点？一点点有。
Ivy. Flatting and flopping top pair on the monotone, very coordinated texture. Queen. Jack 9. All spades.
3个的 check 了是吧？喂。
20%.
From the one hand that we don't know.
What we do know is that Ivy's going to be check calling at the minimum.
Yep. The Ace King just quietly bowing out.
No spade in hand. Was a good price, but figured there was a bet and call in front of him.
Would have turned into top pair, but of course, 4-liner.
Yeah, it's not
is an issue.
Any clean outs besides the 10. Even the 10, it's not that clean, given the monotone nature of the flop. 65,000. I mean, I don't see how Ivy can call here, can he? Just needs a 10 to make straight does fold. Elton had pocket 7s. Wrong suit. That's just pure
You
muscle.
know,
He's looking for 3 million.
he's
Isn't
flexing, man. I'm telling you, when you're running as good as he is, you just feel like you can do no wrong. It's almost like a Mario star. Got that invincibility going.
That's one of those mystery hands that no one would ever be able to guess.
No, I mean, it's a real hand, too.
I know.
But not on that board. Fourth frame stretches going on in the background for Putra.
Elton hijack. He's out. Andy knee. Ace 10.
到了帮我放啊，叫我一下。
11,000 paid by Ivy. Not by ST, who bows out. Top pair, top kicker for Andy.
Likely going to win this one.
With the check from Ivy in front of us. And even without it, we're feeling pretty cozy with top pair.
I have an idea. If I change my name from Randy to Andy, am I going to start crushing like him?
So we're gonna play 2 more rounds.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you, Ali. Andy Lou. Andy Lee?
Somewhere else?
You know, the thing is, they tell me you're a winning poker player, and yet these concepts that you seem to be utilizing as you navigate that profession alarm me greatly.
I'm
Name
supposed to be
changes.
the professional strategist here, analyst for you guys.
If I change my name to Scoopy McBigpots, does it mean that I'm never going to chop again and just sun run till the end of my life? I don't think so.
救命啊，兄弟！
It would probably be funny if you ever got pulled over for speeding and handed your ID to the officer, but especially if you played poker. Meanwhile, we're playing spade draw if we're Elton. Fortunate to have the better of things, given his 4 was dominated on the flop. Tan wants to hunt a turn. Spade draw doesn't come in, but the best hand does in the form of this queen of diamonds. Tan makes the straight on the end, though.
Ping pong. It's whether he wants to value bet against a 9 or try to induce Elton to rep the ace. That straight's going to be good.
让我扣一下就救到我了。
怎么来的？
孙子啊！
哪个孙子？
你家里救我一下不救？
哦，对，有个孙子。
You want one way? 这么厉害？我孙子回来。
No money getting in on the river.
买孙子。
没看出来，那个孙子。
哪个孙子？
哇，这么大的牌都不上比我。变了，
一共才5点，一共加起来才5点。
真正投嘛，就真正投啊。
没有 turn back 啦。
He's jack. 10K chirp.
打一动脑筋的牌很麻烦。
Ferdinand. Chirping 2.
Maybe suited connector. Not going to be altogether fond of this spot.
Nope.
6K. How to Brian?
Try to just get anything. Should have bet less, Brian. Maybe you get called.
6 is already pretty
low.
I like when they look up at the dealer. What's the minimum?
I remember
That
someone
much.
asking.
Yeah,
the
I
other
can't remember who it was.
Okay.
By the way, as we wind things down from here at the Maestro Resort and Casino in Montenegro, we ask one last time, and I think we deserve it, if I'm being honest. Randy?
We do?
That you guys Venmo. Randy and I. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's not the direction I was going in. It's a like, a follow, or a subscribe. We're never going to ask you for any money in exchange for this. In fact, making it free of charge just makes it that much more accessible to people worldwide. And we shouted out so many of you from all across the planet earlier. Some who have been with us for every single hour of this Cash Game Festival and never miss a moment of the Triton Poker Series. If you do like, follow, and subscribe, and that is all that we ask. There's a whole host of people come together from all over to make these events possible, including the gladiators on your screen who don't have to allow whole cards to be revealed, who don't have to incur some of the inconveniences of production protocol, and yet they do. And we are absolutely the beneficiaries. So our thanks in advance for that. As you see, 35K ahead. The price set by Elizabeth's 4-5 of spades, which turns into bottom pair over here. Andy hunts the 8s that are busy in Ferdy's hand with the gut shot.
Yeah, 3 players with a little piece. Now, for Elizabeth Chen to see the cold call 3-bet for Ferdinand, it makes it difficult for her to see, but she does check it back. The pair of jacks now good for Andy. Knee. Ferdinand. Can't really love that, so he's going to check. Normally, Andy would be wary and want to charge broadways in this spot. Does find the bet. Nice.
对，太松了，我自己的怕。
Chen can no longer continue with her 4 in the face of this 60K barrel. And Ferdy in an awkward spot.
It is awkward because he could have the best hand. He does have clean outs, but just thinks better of it that he's up against the jack, which he is. Andy still going upwards. I mean, Andy's had such a good day. You would think that he's the biggest winner, up, what, about 1.1 million? No, it's Elton, sitting on about 1.7 million in profit. Just every day, win, win, win. Obviously, Elton had one bad day, but Andy, I don't recall him having a losing session.
Nor do I.
And some of those wins were pretty big, say 700K or so.
Yeah, I don't think he
I don't believe
is hunting a job in between cash game invitationals. He'll be all right. And by the way, those who are stuck are going to be all right as well.
Yeah, but they don't want to be stuck.
No, they don't. You know, I'm a bit of a sick pup, Randy, but you know how every break
we haven't played a pot.
we mix things up.
Didn't know.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
And if I lost every single hand in that seat that I was in before the shuffle of the seat position,
I still remember the hand though.
and then whoever sits in it after me
In Vietnam.
just prints.
That
That bothers me. I mean, normally it's after the voluntary seat change, right? And then people who left that seat, you know, give you the needle. I don't really believe in seat change stuff.
You a superstitious card player?
Unforgettable hand, I think.
You might be.
Yeah,
Because I certainly am.
Define superstitious. ST defines his holding, courtesy of this 3-bet to 36,000. Over at the top of Elizabeth, who says, "Take it, sir."
Where are you going next?
Really can't remember last time Elizabeth won a decent pot. It's really just been a slow downwards grind today.
And in that way, it is uncomfortably familiar.
it's been a while, but I'm also going to a live music event. I'm gonna see Taylor Swift in Vienna.
Oh wow, in
Never
Vienna.
been, yeah, never.
When is that?
Oh,
It's,
August
August 8th.
I don't know how to tell you this, Brian, but maybe
Oh,
Yeah.
I want to see
you
Taylor Swift.
Yeah,
you
it
ought to
was
consult your email inbox because
50 US, bro. Front.
Swifties
wow.
got
Right
showered
in
due
the
to some security
Mhm.
concerns
Wow,
out in
good deal.
Austria. By the way, props to Brian, openly on stream. He's a Swiftie.
Yeah. I think I'll send him a text later.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. There's a couple of bangers in my Spotify from Taylor, but I'm not flying anywhere to go see a concert. If for no other reason, because I might not be rolled enough for that. Those tickets are buku.
He's flying very far, though, given that he's living in Sydney, Australia.
Well, he's also here in Montenegro.
Okay, sure.
I don't think.
Why don't you
he-
just wait
If I
till
remember
Taylor
correctly,
Swift comes to
I think
Montenegro
There's
then?
one artist
First
I
off,
actually
not
wanna
happening.
see.
Second off,
Yeah,
I heard it's
I don't
really
think
good.
I'm kind of loving her music right now.
Really? I don't actually
Brian-
know her music.
Sure.
I just heard like from all over the places her performance and concerts are like the best.
he's
you know?
ducking
there's
down
some
to the cash
great-
games because he was already going for the
Yeah.
concert. I think it's the other way around.
I'm sure she's performed excellent.
You know what?
But,
Correction. I hope it's the other way around.
I don't know. He seems like a pretty hardcore fan based
Yeah,
on this conversation.
Yeah, maybe I don't know where to go yet. Next. Still thinking.
Ace 10 off. Started this. Three flat callers. Four-way affair to a 10 high board. Both Elton and Ton have the best of what's around. Ferdinand could find trouble with middle pair. $55,000 out there.
Tan's in a nice spot. Get some chips here. Puts in 20. Ferdinand getting away with middle pair. Nice on him. Nelson, though, could easily lose multiple streets if it comes low, though.
Just based on the way these guys are running. For some reason, I feel like we're supposed to expect Elton to win this pot. 95,000 in the middle, though, and a tenacious Tan Xuan. Gets it down to heads up. Schwinn checks, and now Elton reasonably proud of Queen 10, 90 into 95.
He's trying to charge the
business time.
maximum right against all the draws out there. He can rep a a bluff himself, so it's not unreasonable for Tan Chuan to check call with worse. Tan's going to continue, but with caution.
Five of clubs on the river. Elton had a look on his face of slight surprise at the continue.
Don't think Elton will be betting anymore. He put in a healthy bet on
Yeah.
that turn.
It's the fact that the size was as big as it was on the turn and still got called that might leave him rather a little bit more sheepish about hunting value. And sure enough, the check back comes in, and so does a glimpse at a better kicker. One of the very few pots in recent memory
这牌
that
就是你刚偷我那个牌一样的，这牌加这种白牌，
been involved
永
in
远都把你扣了。
hasn't dragged.
他妈的加个黑桃蛋，你这打个30多，我真的是蛋，我的蛋都碎掉。我跟你说，赢的牌太少了，我找半天没找，怎么找出来？
找出来
I
的。
think Tan, you can kind of see it blurry on his phone, landscape mode there.
That's Elizabeth Chen, by the way.
Oh, sorry.
Please, respect to the lady.
Should I have known that based on the lavender case?
Okay.
And also the Louis Vuitton yellow sleeve.
Listen,
么厉害。
I'm practically
Shuffle
seeing
it,
triple
just
right
shuffle
now.
it.
It's 3:30 in the morning local time.
But what did you want to say?
That
我手上也带
grinding
黑桃，
info,
带黑桃也开你，我他
trying
妈
to
的，我也
remind yourself
两个草花。
about things that
草花？
took place out here
我有
earlier.
2个草花。
Yeah,
草花
I
K 草
think
花
we saw
10啊。
ST use that to his advantage earlier when
Yeah,
he made that
ST's
play.
been looking over his shoulder quite a bit. iPad
又不
on
阻
the
断
side
东
table
西，他妈的
streaming.
那个 flop 是干的 flop， 你那个当然要就是开那个颜色开起来，幸亏你是2个，没有就给你抓住了。
拖的有点快，多想想还有机会。
那牌你如果用 S 抓的，真的是有一点。
怎么可能 S 嘛？你自己读我牌读错了，他妈。
他说觉得你是 S，但是他其实心里不是这样想
啊，
不然就跟我打赌了嘛。
那也是哦，
对吧？这么简单的道理。
嗯，反正他就是开不通了，管你是什么。
对我
那个我也不管，
我不管你是什么了，真的，那是的。
Jen
管你是一对 K 一对 A 一对勾一对什么，我就是打3000，准备就是打3000。
Ivy with a very meaty isolation effort.
没有选其他的。
She just can't catch a break.
Session at that price point. Understandable.
Nice 3-bet though from Ivy.
颜色也有了
Wasn't the default play.
2个草花那没有对称。
You watch enough of these streams, you realize that default plays are not really.
Yeah, you told me that before, didn't you?
You know,
叫什么东西？叫我的。
I do think it's adorable that you continue to expect normalcy in these streets, especially in frame 4, Randy.
叫白牌你也会
Frame
偷。
4 is when all bets are off.
你跳过来我
Or
就
for that matter, when all bets are on.
叫的又不是白牌。
He's gonna raise or is he gonna limp?
没有回头可能。
Okay, he's gonna
这
raise.
个
But
草
we've
花
seen him
很
limp
高
two
方块这个
kings.
你肯定讲的。
That
First
was in the
position.
double straddle pot,
It
though.
was. It was like mid-conversation too. Try to look casually, like you don't got it. Deuces.
I appreciate that you didn't follow up that statement with never loses because I feel like every game I'm in, some monkey says that. Just
It ran in my head. Oh my gosh. Do you feel for her? Do you?
pocket tens for Elizabeth Chen, 55,000, and yes, absolutely, I do.
Did you see Ferdinand fold 10-9?
That
She's in
makes
a
it
grim
that much
spot.
less likely. She's going to find the necessary set for the time being, which would give her a path to victory against these two kings. And of course, it's Elton Sang that's got her thrashed.
Or bet.
The thing is, when you
有
keep
钱吃了，有
getting
钱吃了。
3-bet and 4-bet by the same person, and on some of those occasions, they are doing so light, you really begin to think to yourself,
好，集体为他加油。
this
我看一下，
除了
can't
Atten，
be,
我看一下，有一次还是2次？
but
No.
yet it is.
2 times.
OK， 2 times。
2 times. There's only 110 left.
But there are some other paths available to 10 of clubs, 10 of hearts.
I see hearts.
Door flush. One of them here.
红色。
Take it off the board. Now
这个牌你给我吃完了，
only
兄弟。
110.
我对2啊，兄弟。
赢了 ，Have
他如果没有 all in， 你就先跑掉了。
All Elizabeth can do is chop.
你如果
Not on that board.
你打一下，我马上就跟了。
对啊，就是我
Nor
got one
that
out.
turn.
这个牌就
今天你还比我好。
这太好了，你。
No.
Good night.
雅迪人家牌那个没办法。
Chips.
要
She wants chips.
这个给谁输啦？
多少钱？
这20多万。
She needs
20多万
chips.
是吧？
这个牌就
She has chips coming.
包住你就输多了。
She had chips.
我对2手上。
I'm gonna stop right here.
I'm glad you did, by the way, because if you came with something, I was all out of ammo.
Elton.
可以的。
He is very close to $3 million on the table after stacking Elizabeth Chen. He's got 2.9 million.
我知道 SD
BK?
说什么。
没想说。
Queen suited.
我感觉你心里面也就
Taking it up. Ace 4 suited
打个底哦。
for Andy. A flat. Love that Elizabeth can still wear a smile
我们要有素质。
after what has been not just a rough tonight, but a rough number of sessions.
Let's see how Brian Kim responds here. Ferdinand hasn't been too out of line, and he's raised early position. King Queen suited is very pretty, but if he can get away, that would be quite nice.
Dominating both of his opponents.
Good. Like that discipline.
Yep. Extra 50 is too rich.
Nice from Andy as well.
He'll take him however he can get him.
All right. There's the reload.
你马短的搞出来肯定有，有到哪里去的就不好说。你丢进去，
没法碰。
气死他！
都是你兄弟。
Queen 10.
Limping.
Now a suited ace for ST. Wags a finger in the face of that behavior.
Queen Jack out of there for Tan Schwinn. IB not looking to limp call. Out of position.
2个鸭子，2个鸭子。
Take it, sir. Con. 5-6 offsuit. This is the kind of stuff he does a lot of damage with, occasionally to himself.
Yeah.
Threes.
拨不掉啊，这个牌。
Elton is a customer,
这个牌拨不掉。
as is Andy with the suited jack. Queen deuce. Elton's threes are best.
see if Tan Xuan C bets here. Two threes will be continuing. Pretty good board for Elton, actually.
Just a 10K tickler.
See a check raise cut out, defining his hand. Denies 30% equity.
Yep.
Quite nice. As long as your opponent doesn't mess around.
Masseuse.
Get it color, get it color.
Nice timing from Elton. That's a 6-5. Had nowhere to go.
还有几盘？
啊，
不止了，
差不多。
这个老板
哎，电视结束了吗？是不是结束了？
啊，没有，还有
没有时间，没有单败很难受是吧？
我摊牌我也可以拿了呀，4个小时嘛，
没有
4個小時咧，
還有2個圈嘛，還有1個多圈嘛。
我講你
係咪仲有幾耐啊？仲有1個圈係嘛？不停到邊度？
哎，給我10 bag。
有2鋪定仲有1個圈啊？
啊？給我幾個10 bag。用完了。
Randy 啊
，last 3 hands， 最後3鋪。
你不知道國語。
哦 ，last
還有2手，
最後
What does that mean?
2手了。
You don't understand Chinese.
沒有你兩手都可以有嘛？現在沒有。
He wants time banks.
打完那個
4個小時就可以升級。
You see, I don't
對啊，
trust
打
you,
完
man.
兩手牌就是重新開始。
Like he's trying to get a late night Xiaolongbao order in. But there's no Din Tai Fung in Montenegro.
Ah.
Oh, I do want some Xiaolongbao now.
I would love that.
啊，追回來了，追回來了。
Tomorrow?
阿康排得很辛苦啊。
I'm telling you, we're gonna have to drive a long way.
哪有輸很多？你最多輸幾十了，前面。
Come on, Elton.
沒有
Raise this button. You're so close to 3 million.
他總共拿出了100啊。
不是，我說他這次拿一共輸多少嘛？
他怎麼會輸啊？
輸了。
前面是輸一點。
他昨天已經賺了100多了。
有一天輸160，
有一天輸100，一天輸160。
100、160，還有一天贏幾十。前面輸幾十，今天贏了小200，
還要賺200。
沒有了，現在打回來，今天來之前還輸幾十。
對啊，你現在到贏100。
The only patron out of the straddle.
接近200。
就1-2個白銀，一個很
The
快
best
的。
hand on dry texture.
旺起來，
旺起來，之前是旺起來。
10K follow through. Fairly mandatory call. Seven of spades on the turn.
這個結束了，我們自己
Gotta
玩
be
吧。
happy about seeing that check.
對啊，
對啊，我們自己玩吧。像這種就是
Checks back, however.
不打仗的，換 Yara。
One piece of paint that doesn't shower those sixes shows up on the end. Backdoor spades.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary,
Feel
but
one
Brian
bet
Kim's not
and
going to stab, so these 2 sixes are good. Feels like you don't need to turn it into a bluff.
你喜欢操作的，喜欢全都像 L 栋一样，像你一样。全都像 L 栋和像你一样。
She doesn't know that.
Maybe she thinks she can
他喜
shake
欢
out a better
这种人才，
6,
喜欢他这
7,
我
8 and
们只能跟
9.
大家打，没事就要走单挑，媽的。
我們沒事搞的時候，澳門哈單挑，德州單挑
山水單挑
上線，
就現場嘛。
沒有，就現場嘛。
現在怎麼打？哦，
你們打都沒人打了，就我們自己打。
哎呀，
都是瘋的。
She is taking her sweet time. She can represent an ace.
But the more time that she takes, perhaps the more authentic
Oh, she had no idea it was her
the
turn.
apprehension would have looked. And yeah, Ryan, was a little bit surprised at
Sorry,
how long
I checked a long time ago.
Elizabeth was
That's my
taking,
fault.
so she didn't realize the action was on her.
Yeah, sorry.
We're over here trying to make a meal out of it.
Well, thanks, Brian, Kim, and Elizabeth. That's a few seconds I won't be getting back.
不过大概率会改了，因为
You're still young, Randy. You can spare it.
Oh, you can. I do
I can
see
spare it less than you.
some colors of hair that isn't
可以留下来
like the rest on your face.
对啊，你走了嘛。
我是
Yeah.
说今
我们现在
天晚上
我们现在有8、9
I
个
see
人
them
可以
too.
打，丹尼也可以打了。丹尼不打，有8、9个了。
留下来打牌。
Pretty one
没有，
awaits.
他
Ivy
说
in the straddle, one that
是
is
说我们可以留下来，就
dominating,
直
however,
接打到几天，什么都可以，我都可以，
by the
都
limper
可以。
Tan.
Okay, Elton just playing because he can.
1-7套上
Sixes.
A straddle and 2 limps before her.
I like that she's limping too because she plays this one out of position if she raises.
King 4 deuce and a couple of hearts. Tan way the best of what's around.
Even though he got the best hand, it's actually Ivy betting Jack 10. I'm not sure what Elton's thinking with 8-3 suited, but it is going to be multiple blues and reds. He's raising here. There's a bet and a call. Limp pot.
Do you think he's getting after the 3 million?
Yeah,
He's just like, look, I know
there's a time limit,
I have
right?
air, but we're running out of hands. And if Elton gets a little too frisky here,
queda un montón.
put himself further away from that threshold instead, he checks.
¿Qué tal va a llegar,
Ace on the end.
Sí. Ya,
I
veo,
don't
está
think he's
peligroso.
going to try and rep it, especially against Tin Schwen. The only reason he bets here is he thinks like some hearts. It looks like he is going to bet it. Never mind. Wow, that's a huge bet though. 100 to 110. For some reason, Elton really wants to win this pot 8-3 suited.
Well, A, because it's up against Tan. B, because I really think he's keeping track. And you see a little chuckle as they lock eyes there. You wonder what Tan makes of it.
还有12秒。
我有他们说了，我前面说了啊。
哦，有啦。
因为到2个小时就可以领他们嘛。
So the way Elton's played this hand is a little funny though.
3-5。
3-5.
卖萝卜。买花 A5、A3， 他妈的是什么鸟玩意 ？Elton。
So Ace-5, Ace-3, things crossing Tan Schwen's mind. But would it bet in this manner 100k into 110?
10万。
Tan's
扣
hand
输了，赢5万。
does look like King X.
扣赢了，赢40。
Now remember,
领了他们 bag 嘛，
Ivy barreled
还有
the flop.
11个。
Tan flatted. Elton made it 38.
有說了，
知佢自己話有，我唔知啊！你哋自己講規矩邊個，我都唔出聲啦嚇。
Check.
没有，不是說4個小時領一次嘛？過了4個小時呀。
是那個換位置的時候才補的。
Ace comes
換
off.
位置
啊
And he comes off firing near full pot.
啊，那哎，那就否掉了吧。也不知道這個。
我都給很多時間給你啦。
啊！丟了一個開。
給我看的呢？
你看我的，我也看。
You don't want to look at those.
丟了一個開。哎呀，真是。
Let's go.
啊，
不
给扣了嘛，那怎么办嘛？
我都不好意思说，我搞得我知道他没 time bank，妈的，我在跳机，妈的，他一路我不知道他到底有的还是没有，肯定没有吧？他就是没有，我就知道。
没有打那副牌的时候，
就还有他自己说嘛，
要理
你自己说了，没有其他人说，
没人反对啊。
我都说好是没有人反对，他自己说的，
没人反，没人反对。
哎呀，
哎，
我搞到我真的是，
不是结束了吗？
我不好意思说，大哥，我说他没时间，我就代表我偷鸡了嘛。哦，算了，算不扣啊，对啊。
没有人卖了吗？有规则的吗？打牌。那你讲规则你自己定的。
那就好一点。我扎死我大哥。
大家没人反对。
你不能谁敢反对啊？人就不敢出声。真的。
Ace Queen for time is still reeling in the aftermath of the 8-3 altercation.
不是结束了吗？还有吗？
没了，最后一把了。哎，吓死我！
哎呀
，taking that one down.
对呀，把他救了，我操！不过我也说不准。
With the C bet.
Game over, right?
Behind the open, and it looks like just like that, we're sticking a fork in the evening. It happened abruptly, but it happened. Elton Sang, courtesy of a heroic 8-3 suited bluff, almost full pot bet with dust, manages to book a $2 million win. Not to be scoffed at, Andy Nee living in the shadows of it, but $928K winner. Brian Kim, a short-lived stint, but a very fruitful one, $349,000 in profit. Tan Xuan ultimately can do no better than 177 in the green, and Ferdy, after jumping out of the gates to $1 million profit, ends up relatively even on the night. Can you believe it? Only 2 more days of our first ever Triton Poker Series Cash Game Invitational. And today marks day 6 of 7. Hello, everyone, and welcome once more to the Maestro Resort and Casino in Montenegro. Alina Jad and Randy Liu presiding over 1,000, 2,000 blind no limit hold'em with a $5,000 big blind ante. And if history is any indication, we have the ingredients at the table in terms of Elton Sang, Tan Xuan, to get that 4K straddle going perhaps early, Randy.
Yeah, we saw it was mandatory throughout yesterday, and we have all the big players in there. Andy Nee, he was giving a lot of splash, a lot of fun to watch. Also, ST in the mix once again. But we do have Phil Ivey, Jungle Man, Paul, and Han. So this is a little bit of a mix-up here at this feature table.
Note, by the way, that one of those buy-ins was bigger than the others. 500 blind buy-in.
给我一个桌子放。
哎呀，我知嚟嘅，阿 George 嗰度知啊。
Yeah, Hans did buy in for $1 million. It feels like he's making a statement because before he was just buying for $500K, but several days have gone by and he's ready to play. So is Tan Xuan.
I'm actually shocked that Tan did not also buy $1 million.
Just when he realizes there's $1 million across, he's going to top up. I guarantee it. Or he's going to double up and get there.
You're betting on it?
I'm betting on it.
Well, Tan's betting on 7-8 suited here, makes it 11,000 to go. ST Wang going to 3-bet with the King Jack suited, and there is the deep stacked hands with Big Slick.
Well, what else to do but 4-bet?
1-1.
Yep. $110,000. This is hand number 1, by the way. And note that Boss did straddle to 4,000. This leads me to believe that
it's permanently on.
Yeah, it does.
I think so.
I didn't hear any discussion. It was just there.
It's just known now. We don't need to discuss it
You're
anymore.
right about that.
以前搞我被他看出来了。
Trent seems to be mad at ST for 3-betting him and then getting the 4-bet out.
最后上了也不大哦，搞来搞去几十万。
那个是个鱼来着哦。
啊？
This is a bit much for King Jack suited, I would think.
白头发那个。
Even with position, unless he really thinks hands is getting out of line first hand of the session.
哦，所以你们都不愿意搅了他们呢？
野人也上头嘛。
啊。
另外那个苏联人输了多少？
哪个？
那个就是白头发那老头的。
另外一个白头发的，不是那个很紧的。
不是另外一个人，
He's out.
我知道个子高一点。
Took his time, but ultimately recognizing that King Jack suited not performing particularly well against Hans's 4-betting range, out of the small blind no less, and the big stack wins himself the first pot of the session, which will consist of 4 2-hour frames, and it's official. Brought to you by GG Poker. The mandatory straddle is on every 2 hours. We will be.
We got an egg right there, or what?
Reshuffling. Is that a hard-boiled?
He's just all right.
You know, we already suspected Tan is an animal just based on the action that he gives, but now
what?
Just housing a hard-boiled egg to start things off. Gotta get your protein going.
Well, I've never seen this.
Did he just? Okay.
I think he got some egg white on the table for a second. Doesn't seem to be one of those runny yolks. Thank God.
A little too dangerous, I think.
A good rest yesterday.
You know, the worst one
Yes.
in a poker game is
Yeah,
buffalo
yeah,
wings.
You had someone eat buffalo wings at the table?
I might have done it, but
Or
you got to hold it with a
savage.
napkin. You got to, you know, it's
Wet
not really a
naps.
knife and fork. All the above.
Action.
ST picking up boss for the ride here after making it 11,000 to go. He's got bottom pair up against second pair and a gutter, which is checking over.
Nice advantage for Paul. C-bet incoming.
15K.
This is one of those hands where you don't really want to go for check raise. Usually check call seems fine. Realize your equity. There we go.
Oh, I can bet you that mine's older than yours.
I believe that.
So another 30 into the middle and no help on the turn.
Additional outs though if Paul was behind.
Yep. Flush draw acquired. And now the straight made.
Nice for Paul to go for some value. He can really represent those busted clubs, straight draws that would definitely attack on a 4-liner like this, especially out of the big blind.
$45,000.
Roughly 75% of the pot.
Definitely leaving this king 4 uncomfortable.
I don't think ST would ever think this is anything but a straight.
Yeah, really nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Took his time, but laying it down there. And let's hope for boss's sake that this is emblematic of what's to come, because he has had a very difficult week. As Paul Pua in the red, I believe, on every session.
Every single session. Uncharacteristic. Obviously, usually he is coming in the green. Plays well, but sometimes the cards don't fall your way. That's a brutal hand the other day. Was very unlucky.
30 hours. 30 hours from. I don't know how to get there to back.
Yeah, which side of the world is this?
Andy in the straddle. 6-5 of diamonds awaits. ST making it 11. So far, 100% involvement levels for him. Queen Jack has company in the form of ace deuce. Is Jungle thinking about a 3-bet here?
Well, he said make it, so that's definitely meaning upstairs, and it seems it's going to be 56,000. 8-7 suited.
$56,000 from Jungle.
操你妈！老虎，
No takers.
你几家别吧？
不是托尼基占他那么多股份，肯定让他玩啦。
Nice start to his session.
那个
Nice jacket too. What is, I don't remember him playing high school football, but that's some varsity blues or greens.
Did you see the China flag on his jacket
Yeah,
too?
that part was a little bit confusing for me, if I'm honest, unless there's a 23andMe result
He's speaking
somewhere that we
Chinese
don't
right
know
now.
about.
Un momento. 1分钟说的是什么？
Can't believe Jungle knows more Chinese than me.
How do you think I feel?
Yeah.
ST again involved. Ace
raising
queen.
Who's the ever pot?
He hasn't
我现在 don't
done so well.
What do you have? S7 offsuit?
Offsuit.
Maybe not.
Andy mulling over
I had a suited hand.
Queen Jack. Plays it as a flat, has problems. Tan loves the little
如
stuff.
果我懂
3-4 suited.
普通话，对你的 Brighton 有用吗？
有用吗？
Jack
游泳 is swimming. 游泳 is useful.
for Andy.
游泳 is swimming. Swimming 游泳。游泳。
I'm really looking forward to Jungle butchering his way through
Is it helpful?
his Chinese. Credit to him, by the way. Difficult language.
Yes, like this.
2 checks behind Andy. Wonder whether or not he thinks it's time to go, and he does. Into 39 comes 19.
Yeah. Not that hard. It's just so much information.
Take it, sir. Did you catch Tan, by the way? Who direct left of Andy, obviously.
No.
Andy's work is going to be cut out for him, but he's just all over you. You know what I mean? He's like, really, buddy? Just look, check out your pulse.
知道跟懂是什么分别啊？
Watch you
He
breathe a
wants to be the
little.
one putting in the most action. I do see some chips being
Understand.
delivered. I believe it's
知道也
to
是
ST.
懂嘛。
一个意思，一个意
Top
思。
up.
Same.
Government education meaning business.
Do you know? Do you realize something like that?
Yeah,
Oh,
ST
no.
did get a little
Stop.
top up. 300,000.
No.
He
By my
teach you, and then you
calculation.
teach him English. Yeah. Perfect pair, yo.
Very good.
Heaven.
Good content for a match made in heaven.
Yes.
No 是知道，understand 是懂。
Very, very cute.
Oh, understand is 懂，
I know, sir.
知道is
知
not.
道，我知道，操你妈！
Be like me and an alien.
Where are your white chips, Jungle?
Jungle.
Oh, I hid them.
Oh.
Excuse me.
Shooting it up. Elton
Probably have
limping the
something to do.
10-7 suited, by the way. This was something that we
It's easy
saw
to
him
figure out.
shift
Just
gears
stop
and begin to do a couple of sessions ago, I want to say.
Always start with 500.
More so yesterday, but yes, definitely something he's toyed with.
And I want to say that it's in response to the permanent straddle, as we see ST's response
90%.
to the raise is a 3-bet to 60. He feels pissed off to
I was
me.
gonna do that.
Randy.
ST?
This is
I hate it when they steal my move.
you know,
He doesn't get pissed off, all right.
but you know what I'm saying? From an action
that,
standpoint, this
but,
seems like a guy who's angry.
Well, who didn't have a winning session the other day. Been losing a little bit today already.
And then the blinds. What is this? The kids version?
I'm trying to bring my outfit. My outfit would have been great for kids TV.
And then I'm like, I don't know what to do anymore. You made 100K.
Yeah.
But
I do, right?
Hold it up at
It's
customs.
crazy. Really pisses me off. Genius idea.
Yeah. You see?
有进步一些说 Neil
1.5 million deep.
没事有进步对不对
Nine might come.
9 did come on the flop.
You put 2 Neil, I take your chip and bet. Like Robin did to me, take your chip and bet. 2 Neil.
Paul familiarizing jungle with personal space.
Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't.
单挑。昨天小妹妹输赢没算是不是？
算了。
哦，直接后面又输了，好吧？
你又给 Adam 清掉了。
我清掉。
Randy, he's raising again. I'm telling you, 9-7 offsuit. He's got 100% VPIP so far.
Yeah, most of the other hands made more sense. 9-7 offsuit. Clearly not standard, especially against LT saying straddle.
A7-4. Some spades. ST. Middle pair.
他赢了我一把
10,000 into this 36. No future for the queen six of hearts.
We think there's no future, but Elton has that imagination. Ideally, he would want a heart on flop.
记得我昨天是
He's
赢18万的，变成是赢14万啊！我没记错，
有牌。
打去，
这么厉害咯？
时间谨慎，
要变赢吗？
那个人
买的，
这么有
要买
钱，
先买好房，
买了。他买180。
ST taking that one down.
ST sandwich actually between the two most action players at the table.
买50，
没有100。
嗯。上头的，真上头，头一头，连那个好局我都不去打了，我不懂那么好局。
昨天
那边吧，隔壁吧，我以为说那局跟他2个苏联朋友，
啊，
那个做的力士做。
9-6 suited for boss into the bin. Back to the Duolingo app for jungle.
我自己都是很 VIP， 不懂。
A6 offsuit in the cutoff for Andy. He's going to run into ST, who's got 2 10s, but hasn't gone unnoticed that he's played every single hand. So he comes in for a re-raise here yet again. At what point is someone going to push back and be like, all right, stop it, ST. You're speeding. He's made it 45. Tom loves it, by the way. He's looking over like, what did you have for breakfast, ST? And by any chance, was it jet fuel?
Clearly hasn't gone unnoticed.
时间紧，任务重啊，还有2天了，抓紧时间。
这还有5天吗？
我8号走了。
走了，为啥？
打不过你。
I'm a little bit afraid, Randy, because normally we ease our way into these cash games on a daily basis. First level, feet getting wet, maybe the straddle's not on. Second level, you know, okay, some themes emerge. Third level, belly's full, there's a bit of a lull on the back end of dinner, and then all of a sudden, some urgency. By level 4, it's an absolute dumpster fire. Now, we are getting started with ST having played every single hand so far. And finally, he sits out. Granted, the 45,000 from Tan Chuan's Ace King has a little something to do with that. No takers.
Oh, sorry.
Well, as always, a big shout out to those of you who are streaming us live on the Triton Poker YouTube channel or Twitch stream. or for that matter, the Triton Poker Plus app, which pushes notifications anytime Triton action is available for consumption. Pleased to have you with us as always. Wes in the YouTube chat asks, Ali and Randy, thank you for bringing us world-class commentary over the last week. What have you guys been doing during your very little time off? Randy, I'll let you start.
Sleeping. I slept.
There's one other thing.
Eating.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anything else?
No.
Yeah, me neither. Watching a little bit of Olympics, but for the most part, especially given that we wrap things up around 4 a.m. local time each day, Randy and I are sleeping in and then getting ourselves together with a quick lunch and then a trip into the booth for 8 hours of absolutely insane action. And today rates to be more of the same. Andy Nees, King, Queen suited started this. Ton flatted the 6-2 suited. ST in there with Ace Jack. Now Elton thinks that some of this money is dead, makes it 60,000 with King, Queen suited. Awkwardness perhaps for Boss out of the straddle with these jacks.
A little bit, but the thing is, he knows Elton likes to squeeze. This jacks just seems too good not to put in a 4-bet. I don't think it matters that much, just given how loose everyone is, that it is a very early position raise. It looks even more steely when there's multiple calls than there's a squeeze, which makes you a little bit more comfortable in terms of putting in a 4-bet. There's a lot of dead money in there.
Looks like Paul agrees as he plows 180,000 out there.
While King Queen suited is flipping with 2 jacks, he doesn't know it. He could easily be up against Ace King or a big pair where it's not performing well. Odds are terrible. It hurts, but he folds.
Yep. Giving credit where credit was due, but performing better than he would have realized it. And that's a pretty healthy size pot to be taking down without a flop. With some special invitational and main event action. The real eyebrow raiser is the $50 million guaranteed super main. That's going to be a $25,000 buy-in. Satellites will be starting soon on GG Poker. Head on over, sign up today.
Sorry. 那我打你最多扣1枪而已咯，第2枪再下去你就扣不了了。
不一定啊，打不 flash 掉，我有可能经常在考你。我有10啊。
Here comes Ivy, Ace 9 suited. He's been winning on our straight tables.
我打你，你很难打回来的嘛。
转牌我未必打。
一下嘛，我没为什么不打你了？对，
没在摆牌，要试很干净哦。
Ace 9 suited turns into the nut flush draw up against the gut shot. The jungle.
I actually like this check from the nut flush draw. You might be thinking he's got so much hand. The thing is, this board is not supposed to hit him as a pre-flop raiser, so he can get a lot of stabs like this that he can really just attack if he wants to.
Jungle just ranging Ivy up away from this board texture as a straddle defender. Fires 12 in position. Ivy, of course, hanging around, not in love with this 3 on the turn, as the likelihood that an ace or a 9 would be a winner is reduced given the 4-liner texture.
Could see Jungle bet here, trying to represent that straight. You might also expect some 6Xs to see that brief on the flop.
Second barrel, 7,000 from Jungle.
As played, Ivy has nowhere to go but check call. Could be up against a 6. If not, ace high could be good.
我就不入池的牌，我跟你就跑了嘛。
对呀，大家好朋友让我省一点嘛。
万一给你踩进去，我让你跑啊！我又不是不知道那个牌能玩，他妈这次来的牌。
Ivy, of course, sticks around. Another 54 into the middle, and now the straight on board, but Kate's has the 8 high variety. And let's see how greedy he gets with 115 in the middle.
This is bad for Ivy. It's actually pretty hard for him to put Kates on an 8-2 as played to see bet on flop when check 2 and turn. The tricky part is figuring out how much can you bet and still get Ivy to call for a chop. It's full pot. And to be fair, even if Kates didn't have the 8, he probably would be betting in this manner to try to just steal it.
The value proposition is quite poor for Ivy, given that this call would only earn him $55,000.
Good lay down.
If it was a chop, which as we can see, it was not. So nice pickup there for Jungle, who had no idea just how much hand Ivy had.
你看那个澳门那些职业的那啥排的跟你排队的每天，现在坐10个半个小时等 VIP。
他那个牌本来就不多，没有很多傻牌，就那些牌。
没啥牌。
黑三黑桃。
我们3个黑桃的一把牌，妈的，拿个黑桃出来全
你是 A3 黑桃，
不是另外一把，你那把5、6嘛不算了吗？
还好有打，完了能免费给你看一看。
A 你肯定打了，A 我check 看你肯定在打，而且可能发生一场成顺。
对，很牛。
因为如果掉一张小
的，有点危险啊。
Ivy's back at it.
对，如果掉的那张不是90、23
This time,
那我打一下，还可以打
King 9 offsuit.
我掉张小牌，就是23，那我就再。
Andy's the customer and flops middle pair. More than we could say for Ivy. With 28 in the middle, it goes check, check rather quickly. And now it's 2 pair on the turn for Andy. Ivy drawing dead.
Really nice 2 pair here for Andy. I like that he's going kind of small just because Ivy's supposed to bet a lot of his queens, so he's targeting weaker hands than that, but no action from the King 9.
Jungle looks like he wants to try his hand at a Mandarin comment right now.
He's just trying to figure out how to say it properly.
It is a truly complex language. I mean, forgive the obvious, but between the hieroglyphic nature of the alphabet, right? I mean, it is based on like pictures, kind of pictographs, kind of whatever. And then the fact that it's spoken at multiple different tones. You can say the same word, but in a different tone, and it means something completely different.
As you heard earlier, right? Yeah. Swimming and well, or whatever it was, yo-yoing. It's just, you can't differentiate. You're going to have some language issues.
Yeah, you're going to say something you don't mean to. Well, it's time to play the mystery card game brought to you by GG Poker. We're going to black out Elton's holding here. He limped as he's done so often and manages to get himself to a flop in a four-way affair. 875 Rainbow.
Sponsor me.
2 overs in the gutter for Andy. Checking to the open ender of Tan. 2-way straight draw, given that if the 9 were to show up, he's actually playing the 10 high straight.
Yeah, so it's actually a really good one because of that fact. Because sometimes your opponents are holding a 6. You hit that 9, you can really win a big pot.
Thing. I thought it was a patch.
It's part of like a big patch on a jacket. Yeah, I don't know that.
No diamond on board. Andy's not interested to chase the 6.
Yeah, Ivy, let's go of bottom pair, given the 20K bet and call. And there is the aforementioned 9. Presto for Tan.
It's actually extra nice that he's holding the 10, not only because he's got the bigger straight, but he also blocks Jack 10 a bit, which would be the one hand you're worried about.
$35K.
He comes in smaller because he wants hands that might be a pair straight draw to stick around. Maybe some kind of 2 pair that might not want to call like a pot size bet. But that is where things gets quite interesting.
Elton has made it 100,000. And I ask you, Randy, how often is this posture taken up by a naked 6?
A naked 6, I would say very rare, but it is possible for it to be 6 and backdoor hearts, but it's not in this case, given that Tan Chuan actually has the 6 of hearts in hand.
Could it be the dreaded 10 jack that lurks?
It could be. It's hard to say, but he has a 10 in hand, so he blocks that. He clearly has to call. You kind of just have to hope for the best. 3 of hearts comes in.
Backdoor flush arrival adds additional issues to the 10-6, which is already wary of 10 jack after calling the extra 65 and bringing the pot to 262,000.
Maybe Tan Chuan is contemplating toying with block here, because he could have big hearts in his hand. So if he leads, maybe Elton won't raise. Maybe he's tanking a bit to try to make it seem like he has hearts so that Elton just checks back. But he is going to come out betting.
$130,000 lead, Randy. And is this designed to shed another 6?
Well, he doesn't want to shed a 6, right?
So
Given
what
that he's
is
got
this?
10-6.
You know, in terms of taking up this posture, what's the objective of the lead?
It's to get a crying call out of a naked 6, but also to prevent Elton from
checking
jamming
back or
jamming and putting him in a really tough spot.
So it's blocky?
It's blocky. It's very mergy. But the way Elton is stacking his chips, doesn't that look like a 1 tower slide?
It no longer looks like it. It is it. And now all of a sudden, you sort of regret having let out for 130, because look at the price being laid. Another 159,000 is all that's required for a shot at 681K.
Stop.
The way I see it is, if you come in leading here, you get jammed on, it should be intentions to fold.
289.
The 6 of hearts, though, that's a trouble card, because Elton's raise on a turn to jam now would be 6x of hearts. It's impossible.
Does it feel like Jack 10 of hearts?
Yes, Jack 10 of hearts makes a lot of sense. The other types of Jack 10, I actually don't think it would jam that often, just because when Tan Chuan leads, when the hearts come in, they would be value owning themselves quite a bit.
Yeah, I tend to think a Jack 10 that isn't a flush just flats in the face of this lead. I also don't think that Elton ever blasts like this with the naked 6, and I think that's precisely what Tan is thinking.
He shouldn't be. Is it possible? Of course, maybe a little bit if he thinks he can blow his opponent off of a hand.
白送啊
Calls.
Oh!
Wow, that is great value from just Jack 10, even though the hearts come in.
Well, that gives you a sense as to just how tough these two guys are to play against. Not just the fact that Tan hung in there with the 10 high straight, but the fact that Elton pursued value with the jack high straight in spite of the arrival of the hearts, which neither player had.
We've got a game.
2把你的这个没有了。How many time bank? Yeah, collect from them.
One for me?
Yes, make sure they use their time bank and then play fast.
That was an over $800,000 pot, Randy.
打到2把没有了。
In the first frame. Yesterday we had $1 million pot in the first orbit. Remember that?
要 lead 嘛
Yes, yes, we
lead
did.
lead 那么少。
Ferdinand
我能
Putra.
干嘛？
你5路你打来干嘛？
啊？
Limp pots? No.
5路
Yes, of course.
要打多一点，他不敢打你。
Strategy very good.
打多一点也没钱了，根本只有19万。
No raise free flop. Limp.
打来干嘛了？没有意义的。
Big pot for a limp pot.
我也不止一个6
啊，60也不能打。
60带个红心6，他
How
妈。
did all that money get in? How did all that money get in?
Hands marveling.
10 jack. Paid 20K to get shot on a flop.
Where's the
And how it is that an 800K pot was the development,
To get a gut shot.
given the hands.
6 mix a straight, right?
那个9卡进去舒服哦。
啊？
那个9卡进
对啊，
去舒服哦，
那个卡个9，大家都很舒服。
很舒服，就合着别人一个6。
大家都是想
King
出个9，对吧？
8.
大家的
And a
能力
couple
都
of
是出个
spades
9。
here.
要不我出4稳
Boss
当
outflop by Jungle.
肯定有6。
There's a pre-flop razor to 10K.
我一个6
Follows
不会
through
搞了
for a
嘛，
flat 10.
肯定是大顺的嘛。是10勾。
Jungle, understandably the only customers were down to heads up. Also understandable. Boss's aversion to firing again.
Could see Jungle throw in a small bet here, perhaps 1/3 or so. Closer to quarter.
Charlie, never mind. Good play. 10 how? 10-1. 10-1. I should not bet. You bet extra 10K. Do nothing.
后面的是白送，我掐过去你打个10几万，你肯定要打个10几万的。
我这本来就要 all in 的，告诉你。
你 all in，
我打到外面20多万，我还不 all in 那个牌。我用了2万块买个9出来，我不 all in 你啊！我真的是，我妈的，我买个4个2的牌。
他有一个红心10，
对不起的牌。
对啊，我那个牌，我什么？
我掐你 all 不出来吧？你打个
我
10
直接 all 了。
直接 all 我也去了，
我就看你再打出来，就帮我了。
那牌你如果6、16，
That jacket looks familiar, by the way. Is it
那我也可能
Joe Schwinn?
6了嘛，我他妈差一点嘛。
who also wears the AA poker jacket? So perhaps Jungle has been recruited.
You remember his name too. You said it really well.
Thanks to you.
Mark
10
没白，
deuce.
没带他，他单嘛，
拎的，
拎的。
我也不能
去他玩吧，去他玩，不让他走。
啊
10
You guys
deuce
talking
to
shit?
Doyle.
You say why he call a 6-10 offsuit? I say he has no choice.
来100，
Limp pot.
来100，散钱都给我，多来点散钱给
You
我。
said it was a good call.
Huh?
Was it a good call, Elton?
Andy getting after Elton, who had 9s and 7s and now has 9s full. No second barrel, of course.
妈的
From
太
the 10 high.
大了，挂个10，一个小6就
Expecting
别了。
Elton to just bomb this one. Yeah, full pot.
他也知道你有
Try to
60
get
的嘛。
max from a 7. Maybe he can rep
Lim
pocket pair that got counterfeited. So Elton train continues.
But it does.
60我都不知道，反正我应该知道。
有可能嘛？
有可
因为这
Top
是
up
破嘛。
对。
Inbound.
For who?
None other than Tan Chuen, who
he's bringing in
never
a
likes
lot.
to play short. Did he buy in 1 million more?
That
two
wasn't
stacks
that
of
was
white?
more than 500 guaranteed.
啊，老
We'll
实说
see.
我也跑不了啊
He。gets over to him.
6可以跑。
Randy, I'm really
他还没
afraid
推过来一个
because we're less than a half an hour into this thing. We got another 7.5 hours of poker to play.
Yes, and we have a stuck Tan Chuen, and you know, stuck Tan Chuen doesn't really just sit back and watch action unfold in front of him.
Yeah, Stuck Tan starts to do a little sticking.
He topped up for $1 million. He didn't need to. He could have went 500. He wants to cover the table.
Ace, queen. Raising it up. Hands sitting deep as well.
King deuce. Says, okay, let's see 3.
Queen 8 deuce. Bottom pair versus top pair. Club coverage for Tan. It's all coming together nicely thus far.
Actually, a reasonable flop for hands to continue as well.
Especially for 13 into 30.
I know. Always.
The hardiness of the laughter that takes place in these games, even right after someone gets showered for a bullet, is remarkable and infectious. So we see hands made the call, checks again.
Black coffee for me.
Tan, not loving that turn card, checks it back. Let's see if hands thinks the deuce has enough showdown value, or maybe it warrants turning itself into a bluff to blow out an 8x or something weaker than that. Does check. Tan can really go for a healthy value bet here, especially with the turn check through. Perhaps hands won't put him on a queen that much.
No bullet out of hands. 40K and into the muck he goes. One of the things to keep an eye on, by the way, if you're always paying attention to things out here, is the occasions on which Tan takes a hand that you might not otherwise imagine would be a candidate for a 3-bet. He's doing so often to get himself heads up against the other big stack at the table. It has very much been a theme.
He lives for action.
Oh, yeah.
这把妈的，哇，都其他我真的在打小学，这是沙包哥一个人，我的
快点 KK 啊！
啊
Ivy
Did you see
forgot
that?
to straddle and then
He folded and
had his
tries
hand
that.
returned to him.
Mandatory raise into his straddle.
By the way, this always creates a little bit of meta in that specific pot because you wonder whoever opens, are they doing it because they know that Ivy straddle is less likely to be in there or not? On this occasion, it's Boss who made a 10. Club coverage in a nice one.
Extra meta is a 3-bet lighter because of that fact too. And I think that's gonna get Paul to come in for another 25,000. Obviously, the hand is playable too, but maybe he's not interested. No. There we go. 82,000. Nice spot for Dan Cates.
$6-6-4 board. No relation to either holding with the betting lead and the better hand. Jungle follows through for 30. Paul must concede.
No bluff. No bluff.
You. Two club? Big club too. No. Yeah, don't recommend that.
Mandatory straddle continues. Elton on the button. Lured in by the ace. Jack 10 for Ivy. Doesn't play it.
Yeah, he's not the one in the straddle, which gets the closed action, so it's a little bit more costly. We move on.
8-5 suited, turns into 2 pair on this board. Elton with the gut shot. Goes check, check. Disregard, by the way, the card graphics there, showing the board as having 2 4s on it. As we can see, that is not the case. Boss not able to get a barrel out of Elton on the turn.
Two pair. Two pair. Two pair. Getting tricky.
And unable to lure him in on the river either. Perhaps thinking that the queen would have hit Elton.
Yeah, he was looking for a check raise, ideally hoping Elton hit the queen or repped it.
They're very tricky. Should be good.
10.
Hands. Takes us up.
Jungle's in there.
Swing and a miss versus top pair on the King-Queen 4 board with 28 in the middle.
Tricky check from hands with top pair. Doesn't give Dan Kate something to chew on.
10.
10's enough.
You know, your name is really easy to make puns with. It's so easy that I'm like tempted not to, because everything would be, most of them will be really obvious.
I'll go ahead. I'm sure the viewers might enjoy it.
Well, it has to be for the right moment.
We'll be here for a while.
You're supposed to bring in a
A lot
pun
of what I
right
can think
now,
of is
Ali.
just so fucking obvious and lame.
I'm not touching this one, man.
I'm pretty good at this. Usually it just comes to me at the right moment, when it's actually good. That's how puns work. That's how humor works. Somehow.
Right.
As a man with experience in this department, Jungle, I can tell you that sometimes humor doesn't work also.
Have you been getting better at making jokes over the years?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Perhaps this will be the testing ground for Jungle's comedy career, as Elton's 10-8 turns into the joint. Ton was the party starter.
Maybe it's
King,
better
queen
you ask.
suited.
Maybe you can.
No
answer
heart
for
out
me.
there, but 2 overs in the gutter, and he wants to fire 20.
Elton asking for more.
I like the fast play choice here from Elton, because just instinctually often we discount the nuts when players
Imagine there are coaches nowadays.
attack early.
You didn't answer my question.
The board's very connected too. He can
I don't
represent a
follow
lot
him
of semi
closely
bluffs
enough,
that
no.
give action. Tan's got to draw to the
I did
nuts.
a little bit of stuff. It helped a lot with puns specifically.
With what specifically?
Puns specifically.
One of those outs still does bring in the 10 of spades. And that actually brings a 4-liner, which kind of reduces the chance he gets a big pot.
Things to consider as we make our decision.
He's actually
Oh,
gone
no.
for
Louise is
the
one of the
one
funniest
I
guys
did
I know.
not expect to come in.
Brazil gun that you
I think
interviewed
the
us.
wheels are coming off.
Yeah, he's great.
I think Elton's throwing a party inside right now, doing his best to keep it contained. As Tan has 3-bet to $190,000 against the nuts.
I read a good comment online when
I mean,
it said, "Hands plays his hands like feet."
it's
like that.
pretty tempting
Like feet.
to re-raise here again. You know, when usually when someone puts in 190,000 on this flop, they've got something to work with, whether it be a spade set to pair. Tan's one of those guys where you might be able to get away with just calling and hope he hangs himself, but there's a lot of turn cards that can really kill your action in case you are up against a big hand.
There's also some turn cards that would give you some concerns, namely spade or board pair if you're Elton. One of the issues with flopping a straight in this manner is it never gets any better than what it is right now.
True.
So with that said, does
You like
Elton
it, huh?
blast it in here and now?
I mean, if he could see Tan's hand, of course he wouldn't, but he doesn't know it. It makes sense that he's jamming. That hurts.
Snap fold from Tan as he misread that spot.
When they use up the time bank, the game will be faster. $10 the time bank.
Paul the needle. Yeah, we want those time banks to be burnt, so the game will be faster.
Well, it didn't take long to dig a $600,000 ditch as the one-man wrecking crew that is Tan Xuan sometimes wrecks other people, and sometimes he wrecks himself. In for 1.5 million and buried early here. Ivy down 110,000 quietly. Big winner, of course, Elton saying 570K plus in profits. Jungle a quiet 120K picked off. And Boss in the green. Let's see whether or not he can stay there.
不给你了嘛？
打错了。
这么能中，又中什么大家伙啊？
Look like
3.7啊？3.7啊？
啊，打错了。
Most of times.
Feels like there might have been some regret from Elton to jam there.
Think, and make the wrong decision. That's how. That's
Paul now.
You
Ace
can
king.
pull in $190,000 on the flop and not have to see the turn.
Look, you think they are happy with just 190,000 in profit?
I would like to believe that they
You
are.
would be, but they are thinking about the bigger picture.
They're trying to
The
stack each other.
jackpot.
Meanwhile, Andy's picked a bad time to activate against Boss here as 11 became 48.
To think of the counterpart.
48.
Like the platter
versus
Probably
BB.
going up to 120,000 or so.
I wasn't thinking about the counterparts at all. Like your counterpart, the hands is deep. Like ways to get the counterpart in. 5 seconds.
132.
Whatever it is.
It is 132,000.
My phone. I've been doing everything but.
132 total.
I think you're the
I think ace 4 is
Game
likely
over.
all done.
Yeah.
Same
Supposed to
here.
be. And it is.
有牌，很多牌。
4 years no play any poker.
不过今天没有牌也要反抗了。啊，没有，一到 ST 要反抗，
Very good table.
一到唐轩55，一到你要反抗。
Boss trending in the right
也要
direction
反抗。
early in the session.
一到 IB 不反抗。
Well,
同
that's
乡
the results now. Look like a super VIP. I'll tell you that.
From Molly, but not.
I'm not hungry now.
I got dollars.
I saw the super bluff with the S space.
I change
Mm,
my
yeah.
screen for when I get my coffee.
Okay,
啊，
喝一下转码我就 O 了。
Wait until your next trader you go check.
就 O 了吗？
I don't know. It's good to win money, I think.
Wow. fucking try it out for
说
people.
到现在说
Not for
这
people
样
to
说，
think
你
that
听
you're
到
good
了
and then lose
第
money.
四单发出来你就
那不都这个样子了，那不
Like fold?
4-5 suited.
I'll write it down.
Boss opening again, showing his range.
Maybe Andy comes in with another 3-bet. This time, just call.
Yeah.
The call from Andy might make ST more likely to squeeze because
I got
Andy
dollars.
often will just fold, especially
This
out
dollar
of
actually-
position. So he makes it 55,000.
Opportunity to speculate in position.
Mhm.
Not sure how concerned Paul would be about Andy behind him doing something. Nevertheless, out of there.
Not a spot you want to be in for Andy, being out of position with the offsuit broadways.
But also recognizing that this posture can just be taken up considering it was a late open and a flat and maybe a setup that tempts ST, who's had a very high VPIP, to try to take one pre-flop.
I think the high VPIP is why he's calling here. It's working out for ST so far.
Dominating the King Jack. 7-7-4-2 diamond board.
Both players with that single diamond could be relevant. For now, though, dry texture for ST to really just put in a C-bet and usually take it down. Nice to hold the queen of diamonds also because it blocks some of the check call continues from like an ace-queen.
$40K follow through.
I can't guarantee you that this one's over because it's Andy Nee and he likes to find ways to steal pots.
Well, calls it in a hurry. And suddenly, over 200 grand in the middle.
I'm having trouble finding a way ST wins this pot because I don't think he's going to lean towards double barrel with a hand like this. The hands he wants to blow off to a double barrel are high cards, and he's a bit blocking that. So he's more likely to be up against some kind of pocket pair that flatted the small blind, called, and check called. So Andy has an opportunity on the 7 river.
And this is the sort of opportunity that he was hunting when he called that 40,000 on the flop, Randy. Board texture that doesn't complicate things for him. And an open door to try to represent. Now, I think the third 7 is not as useful a river for him in terms of being able to bluff as something inside like a 5-6 or an 8.
You're right about that. And that's why he needs to actually size up more, because if he bets too small, ace highs will keep him honest because they can pick off diamonds. 130K to really just try to make an ace high or this king queen unable to call. Nicely played from Andy Nee. He is just so dangerous. Not fit or fold.
Not to make a meal of it, but that king queen serves just as good as any ace high would in that particular spot, does it not? Because we just never imagined Andy would be barreling with an ace.
Yes, and because ace high would have showdown in itself. So Andy, if he was holding even ace X of diamonds, even if a weak kicker, wouldn't be looking to bet.
He's in, right?
You think Elton's going to miss a straddle?
Be serious.
Let's send the king queen over to hands. Limping first position. Something that has caught on, and this limp actually work out for him as Paul 3-bets ace king and he gets to see a flop instead of just get blown off pre.
Maybe that will work.
Elton rubbing off on everyone.
Yeah, hands. Calls the extra 16. Little does he know he's dominated by boss. A6-4 board. Not the one hands had in mind. Quick check. Top pair, top kicker. Doesn't have to activate here.
Limp calling ranges are interesting. I think they're not very well defined. Small bet, trying to entice some pocket pairs to continue.
Not this time. 17.
Easy bet and take it there. Whistle while you work. Oh, it's been a tough week at the office for Paul Pua. That said, the way this one is taking shape, you could mess around and get yourself out of a 5-day hole
in one session
in a hurry.
You can also just trip and fall in a deeper hole.
You put your chip so near, I always have to count my chip in case it got mixed up.
Yes, I do that.
You put your chip over here.
All right. I'll do it.
You better listen to the boss, Kate.
It's tempting to fuck with you, but I don't want to steal your chips on accident.
No, I scared, accident, the chip fall down.
Yeah, that could happen too.
Just put this fucking thing here.
That was in English, wasn't it?
Yes.
Stern English, mind you.
Yeah. See, like that, good. See?
Elton in hands. Short-lived exchange.
It's way friendlier to them.
Versus under the gun.
So it's on the way.
Limp pre.
It's on the way.
Bet take it for
Don't
Elton.
need to fight for them.
Ivy miss.
All right, cool. I need the
Remember,
theme,
when
the
Ivy
theme
come back, go to
music.
post. Dealer, no, everybody the same. No exception. And when it's out of time bank, the game is dead. Not like last night, the dealer didn't say the hand is dead. And then think for another 2 minutes, still the hand not dead. No more time bank. Rules are rules. Last hand.
嚇死我大佬！
No more time bank. And then he think so long.
我偷佢雞，屌
And
你
then
老母！
Lappy cannot say anything.
叫你啊，不让我 call 你啊。
啊！
不能 call 了嘛，那没有 time bank 了，怎么 call 啊？你就是超过了2分钟的，没有这个东西拿来干嘛呢？
有天奶茶，
最后一把啊。
Pocket jacks.
看老板还说4个小时可以补。
Slapping another 39,000 on top of the Ton Ace 9 open.
不是，是那个换位置的时候，
This one's
这
over.
换第一次的
讲那些鸟话了，而且还是小孩啊，幼稚园啊，不明白，妈的！
说什么来着？他就自己说自己，我已经告诉他
没有
没有
上
的
次是
肯定是打完那个局才可以再加。
太多你講啦，找理由來給借口
啊！他就夠時間了，多了幾分鐘了，多了2個小時就可以加。他就自己說沒有答應他，我就說不是的，應該是不是的，我又不敢說嘛，我
說了，你
說了萬一是投機，
沒開那個牌的時候我就已經說了，不是應該是打完那2把牌，然後中間的時候他自己說沒有都有了，然後我已經在投機了，然後在這邊說我不知道怎麼搞，媽的，嚇死我，
Ace-9 suited. Puts a brief pin in Elton's chatter as he pauses to collect 12,000. Send it forward. King, queen, direct left from hands, and he announces 50 if you do. Boss, king, jack, no hesitation.
We do have a fight incoming here. Elton's
That's why
got
you wanted to
position,
chill,
$1 million
pots.
seat.
Let's either play limit pots or huge pots.
Okay.
Nothing in between.
Okay. He's
Yeah,
a big hands kind of guy.
Okay. Let's play a huge
Well, Jungle finally got his pun in there, Randy.
I feel like it feels too obvious.
Huh?
I don't know.
Top pair,
See,
top
it zooms
kicker
just
looking
over
great
your
for
head.
Elton.
I have to teach you puns.
And not particularly obvious.
I'm a punchpreneur.
Wow.
That didn't work.
No.
30.
Bet 30,000.
I will say, though, that if you're trying to hit home runs, sometimes you are going to strike out. And this king queen is striking out at present to the tune of 30,000. Elton deliberating on how he wants to proceed.
Would expect him to call. Some players you can raise against, and he feels that this is the one. 100,000.
像今天这种唐老板和 ST 少了。
Game over for King High. And it has been a very one-directional experience for Elton, one that he is not going to be complaining about, Randy. Up to 1.2 million in front of him.
700K in profit already.
没有过，
第一次的。
中间可能会加2个
对，如果大概比如说30万了，他会加1个底。
IVMIA.
昨晚再回去看视频，哇，原来你们那么赢的，有的人家本来说不打了，那么多赢不能不打。
谁啊？
你隔壁那个。
Jacks now for hands. Back at it from the button as an opener. Small rebate. And a free look.
Finally.
Button
over pair.
What's the best hands joke you've ever heard? Was it the feet one or what?
I think so.
Really? That one was pretty good.
那个打那个鱿鱼那个牌就是说，
I feel like there's got to be a few great ones.
不是
in
打
there.
技术的，那个就是打风头。
They're brewing.
打运气。
Huh?
They're brewing.
The brewing?
打鱿鱼打得松就划算嘛。
Good jokes
如果
ahead.
风头不好，输了
Well,
很
it
惨。
feels like there's got to be a lot of them. One of those ones, but they all most of them suck.
那个鱼那个是打4张牌的，我看过了。
Weird situation.
Eights for boss, played as a flat
Wonder
in
what
the
it's
face
worth
of Hans'
on
third straight involvement.
You see Andy of ace queen. I think he's
Oh,
feeling
you
squeezy.
see? I didn't know you would do something like
There's
that.
the pinch. Up to 60. Was that Jungle laughing?
That was an animal,
See,
a bird, a
well,
monkey.
I mean, we call him Jungle Man, and obviously all of the sounds of the forest are available. Hands deciding Queen 10 suited is also available as a call. Boss will close the action and set mine on the button, unaware that he's actually got the best hand, heading to the flop in a three-way 190K pot. Ace King 7, top pair for Andy.
This is action. Look at hands.
Got shot royal flush draw. Lurks right behind.
Andy's ace queen is pretty much the nutted top pair, as oftentimes ace king would put in a 4-bet pre. So he's thinking, let's go to work. 3 streets of value.
什么？我玩一个对子，一个对子，好吧？一个对子太少了，可以就一个对子，不然影响打牌嘛。
Most of the time when you're holding queen 10 suited here, you will just call in position just because your range is capped. Your opponent has all the ace kings. Try to hit and realize.
Yeah.
What's nice too is by calling, maybe you can get Paul to call and you hit your flush. Paul might be drawing very poorly.
So 80,000 bet and called. Pot up to 350 heads up, and the flush comes in for hands. And unblocking diamonds with the ace queen. Having such a meaty bet get called.
There is
Granted,
a lot
it was
of
just 80 into
concerns.
190, but yeah, we have worries here for Andy.
It makes sense that he's checking. It will be difficult to get away, though. For now, though, hands. He knows he can get value from ace king, but he also wants to bet in a way to get the ace queens and ace jacks to hang around in there. Given he's holding queen 10 of diamonds, a lot of the top pair aces actually don't have diamond backup. So you kind of want to incentivize your opponent to come in with a smaller bet more often than not.
Time bank utilized.
And north of 1 SPR
130
makes you want to come in small.
Allowing yourself to set up a juicy river bet. 130K. Andy makes the call here. All of a sudden, $610,000 in the middle. And little does Andy know it, but he is drawing dead.
Yeah, Andy actually needs to see another diamond to get away from his hand.
And that isn't it. And the coordination in that 5, 6, 7 is not at all a concern for Andy here. And he doesn't think ace 7, 6, and 5 are lurking about.
Yeah, Andy actually out of position jamming himself, and bye-bye.
这个牌我算他 A 勾啊 S 啊。
$1.13 million pot. It happened in such a blistering hurry on the river. As Andy polishes off 260K, trying to rep the hand that he was up against.
不输死啊，输完给他了，玩不完了。
This looks like a hand stay to me.
It's still early. Looking longingly over at chips that used to belong to him.
3他打13
Reload
8
is
万
delivered.
，repop 6万，27，不到30万了，25万。
Andy has been here before, though, down 500,000 early and spinning up into a winner at the end of the night.
The heck was that, though? We just blinked and somehow 1.1 was in there.
That's true. I was surprised that he took the out of position jam line. Perhaps he was trying to fold out the same type of hand, which would have a lot of trouble to call. But maybe he puts it in there anyways if he checks. For now, though, back to work with ace queen once again.
Same kit that Elton opened to 12 with.
你怎么知道我会对吧？看呐。
You always look a little bit steamy when you do something like this. One hand removed from polishing off a bullet. Elton's hand warrants a continue. 10-10 deuce board. Andy with the initiative and 111 in the middle.
Given the hands we're seeing, this actually shows down a lot. Go small bet, call, they try to show it down. Given how good their high card is. We'll start off the party with 40K. Elton should be calling here.
Sure enough, appeal. Another 80 into the middle, but no assistance on the turn for either player. And let's see how hard Andy wants to go with this one. Getting called on a dry 10-10 deuce board is obviously cause for concern when Elton stuck around in the face of the 3-bet and the C-bet.
If he can bet again, he can really steal this one.
Did you have anything that hand?
This is unexpected that he's reaching for chips and firing once more. Perhaps he can get the same hand out, especially with a $145,000 bet.
I don't know how to say this, Randy, but if Elton thinks that Andy is simply forcing the issue, steaming a little bit, the ace-queen performs well.
I hear you.
Run twice, chop.
Occasionally, though, what if your opponent's got ace-king? Then that could be problematic.
3 times blood.
Well, the other problem is you call, pot's up to almost $500,000, and then you're going to face that 265 with some frequency on the river.
So Elton's trying to read into this bet sizing on the turn. If Andy was holding a pair, maybe he goes closer to 100K. It kind of looks like he's trying to force Elton out of the pot right now.
It does. And it's not lost on Elton, by the way, who's got really good instincts.
He's going to fold the same hand.
Go, yeah.
Credit to Andy. It is kind of on the line. Is that a bluff or not?
Yeah, Elton said Toji, which means bluff. I guess it wasn't a bluff. It wasn't the kind of hand it was supposed to be.
刚刚说的一手这么多，
在伤口处不跟你说。
If Andy had lost that one somehow, like let's say Elton decides rather than call here and hope to have a chance to check back river, jam and maybe clear out some stuff, you know, rep the 10.
I don't know if that would have happened, but if Andy lost that pot, I think we're both on a consensus that Andy would be steaming a little bit.
Well, listen, you could definitely get some dumplings into a bamboo basket and rest them on the top of Andy's head right now. They'd be ready in about 5 to 6 minutes. Maybe not after he won that one, but you're with me?
And also, if he lost that pot, you would think he would use some steam to steam that shirt there. Doesn't it look a little wrinkly to you?
No, it looks dope to me, Randy. I pointed that out earlier. The Louis.
Oh,
what? I mean,
that's a monogram Louis. It's not one of those.
Hold up, man. Did you think that somehow he had a perfectly intermittently wrinkled shirt in like a fleur-de-lis?
I mean, it was uncharacteristic at first to me, given what he's been wearing the past few days.
You didn't realize that that was embossed or debossed or whatever?
Wow. Can we move on? I would like to
I don't know.
save
Randy,
face
can we?
when possible. Ace-3 of clubs versus the mystery hand of hands.
Top pair for Tan. We know that much. And we know he likes to go hard, in particular at big stacks. 15 dimes. The follow-up to the 11K pre. Check raise to 40, and I can tell you Tan's not done with the hand.
He's not done, but he's not happy as well. The thing is, though, when you bet called a flop here, you have a lot of ace-x in your range, and hands often plays a little bit more straightforward going to turns.
第二日都係20萬上喎。係咩？唔係，後尾我124。第二日就124。
Extra 25K plunked in there, 110 in the middle. Diamonds arrive.
冇啊，第二日。
Exactly the card that Tanchvan was not looking to find when he keeps his opponent honest. A lot of the bluffs on the flop that check raise contain diamonds, but the stuff you still beat is the little gut shots. But holding the 3 blocks some of that.
$60.
Just north of half pot.
This would be a pretty big call by Tan on the turn. Just ace-3. I would think this hand often hits the muck right here. Looks like he is going to stick around.
Calling the 60, bringing the pot up to 230,000, and finding a 3 on the river to give him aces up.
This is interesting because it's quite nice that he improves to 2 pair, but it doesn't actually make him beat any more hands really besides ace deuce, right? Because if he was up against a set or ace 6, he's still behind. There's the check.
We love to see that.
Absolutely.
What we would hate to see if we value that here, though, is a check raise from hands, which is not out of the realm of possibility because he knows that Tan is a guy that doesn't like to leave meat on the bone. And if he ranges him toward an ace, he could definitely check and seek to induce, knowing that his hand might look weak. So a check back from Tan and 9 high with really no hope whatsoever. Rolled over by hands. That would have been like winning the Super Lotto if somebody had been able to guess that that was the hand that he had check raised flop
Fair.
and then barrel turn with.
Fair. It looks like that check back is nitty, but I actually think it's
Check
pretty
raise
good.
bet. 2 more hand. His time bank is no
Minimum
more.
deposit of 20
Let's
USDT.
keep going all in against him. So use up all his
Whatever
time
today.
bank. Then he no time to bluff. no,
game.
no time to think.
他妈他打那么紧，跟我怎么比？
You like the strategy they're discussing? They're like, all right, we put 10 in a couple more tough spots. He uses all his time banks, and he no longer will have the ability to think about his bluffs.
At least until the next frame. I think we replenished them.
We
Or no,
we
we
replenished them
replenished them
halfway.
at the dinner break. You're right. You get
frame
2
2 will
hours
be
of
difficult.
time bank free Tan Xuan.
I don't think that's going to stop him from bluffing, though. It might just make him crazier.
Yeah, careful what you wish for.
朋友要帮衬的。
我老是帮着你
Balls
啊
with the ace king suited raise and take.
估计就你在这里赢我钱，其他人
对
你都是输掉，都是负数。
没有亲过了一把。
我这边是正数。玩那个软件，它就会记录跟谁打，赢多少，输多少，有吗？嗯。
Nice hand.
Pocket tens. Looking for privacy. 110 in the bin from Ivy. Elton.
Want to show the deuce?
Shows the ace and folds. Yeah, he's pretty annoyed. He wanted to show the deuce.
Open my ace by accident.
6.
Open
Red.
one and then open one and then repeat. You see my card, okay? See what you do. Open one, repeat. I mean 4 bet.
Yeah, 50-50. Either aces or not. Flip a coin.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta tell you, when I first laid eyes on hands in a cash game,
Either you got it or you do not.
I had this perception of a guy who's going to play straightforward, pretty snug, tight aggressive. And then he just showed us 9-5 of spades as a stone dust check raise and barrel on the ace high board against Tan, no less, who's a tough customer. And I realized I think he likes getting into the mud a little bit, doesn't mind getting his hands dirty, and appreciates, not unlike Tan, that when we lose pots like that, we just enter it into the ledger as part of the sales and marketing investments that could pay off down the line. Meanwhile, down the line are multiple callers after Andy opened with 8-6 suited. We're going to take this one 5 ways. Spades are in trouble. And sure enough, they show up here. 10-3 deuce. Boss with the king high flush draw. Andy does not barrel.
Could be fortunate for him.
20.
20,000.
Fours, think they're best. Which it is. Oftentimes you see king 7 of spades, check call here. Also hoping to let one of the other 3 players come in with worse spades if you do happen to hit the flush.
You doing tricks still? Really? You doing this?
I feel like there's a little bit of check raise from Andy in this spot.
That's kind of sad.
Likes to really
You
represent
can
big hands from
golf
time to
left-handed,
time,
you
especially
can't
when
do
he's
that.
got equity.
Well, you can't blame hands for firing with 4s. Just trying to figure out whether or not anybody's got a 10. And all of a sudden the test comes back positive, but not from a 10, rather the 8-6 of spades. A check raise to 150,000. This is a deeply insistent sizing.
And this big sizing actually kicks out bigger spades that isn't the nut spades. Nicely done, Andy.
Yeah.
Andy.
Yeah. No, not possible. No, it's today no game.
Yeah, he can't show one of those. It's gonna be very obvious what he's got.
I deal.
No.
I only gamble.
Credit to him, by the way. If he takes the passive check call line, he's going to have problems.
He likely loses the pot.
And then
He's a scary player.
Esty, so 4 years you didn't play poker and you come straight to this? 4 years?
Yeah.
You didn't
Imagine
play
if he
poker
would have seen
and
that.
you come and start at this game?
No. Like half a year ago.
Half a year ago.
Hands could have flatted potentially.
That's it.
Well, hands could have
Boss
checked
maybe.
it back.
Not play.
Well, no. If
No limit hold 'em.
the
Also,
C bet
play
comes
like,
through
Oh,
instead,
right.
right? As we would maybe expect the pre-flop raiser to do, even when it's 5 ways.
This game is not popular.
Hands can maybe flat the 4s. Now all of a sudden,
is not
boss
popular?
could be activating the same way Andy did
Regular
there
no limit?
with a bet and a call in front of us.
Just low to high.
Andy's got that creative mind.
Alright.
He can find ways to win
What do you
pots
say,
that
Nadine?
others cannot. He's already cut down his losses by 200K.
I do want to point out, though, he can also find ways to lose a big pot, as he did against
Well, I mean,
when he jammed.
you want to get creative. Yes, you're going to find ways to perhaps lose pots as well. That's why we're here to watch it.
The swords around here are double-edged. That's for sure. And now the third scoop out of ST. Over the top of Tan's deuce is open. 1 deuce in the bin.
I don't think Tan's in a move to fold deuces right now. He sees the possibility of a nice flop.
Sure enough, he makes the call and hates this board texture. Can't say the same for ST, who's got top pair.
Not too bad for ace king.
And this, you're right not playing today?
Today he finished
the
game
C-bet?
is 10 o'clock in the
10 in the
morning.
morning?
10
Really?
in the morning, yeah.
Wow.
You lose, how much do you lose?
Huh?
How much do you lose?他输多少？
我不知道，
我跟你说英文，80。
输80哦。他在这边输哦，
这边输60嘛，
那边80嘛，这边一输。
是你的那个老乡一元。
那个老问了，昨天也输了，那输80算输少了，他昨天那个。
但是那把偷别人吃嘛，对吧？
啊？
他
那个太大了，那个
overpot。
退。他
Suited one gapper for Ivy,
是这样的，底盘都是这
who's
样。
been largely uninvolved to this point. Opens to 10, and
Gonna
Boss
get
is going to
punished
make a
there.
little noise with this ace queen on the button. Up we go. 35 total.
9-7 suited actually looks like it will be taking a flop. Out of position. Doesn't rate to be dominated against Paul's 3-betting range.
Ace 4 deuce, no spade on board. This is very poor texture.
Excellent one for Paul, though.
Mm-hmm.
One, he can really just go for triple barrels in terms of value.
Easy check fold to the C bet, and Boss continues to cobble away at profit. Well, if you like what you've seen so far, there's one great way to let us know. Click like, click subscribe, click follow, whether on YouTube or Twitch. Show us some love.
You that second half.
Help to motivate us to continue to come together in these exotic locations all around the world multiple times a year to deliver you the finest in streaming poker entertainment free of charge. It's all we ask.
正常啦，你唔係職業嘅。真係做唔住喎。啊！
Free flop incoming. Tan Xuan versus ST.
The latter of whom performs far better on a Queen 10-7 board. Top pair.
The hand not necessarily over, given that Tan Xuan's got that ace of diamonds, suit blocker.
Yeah, he speaks up for 6,000. A quick flick of a blue and red chip from ST to make the call. Now, all of a sudden, a flush draw acquired as the 7 pairs on the turn. Things getting a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, a bit heated here. Not really the turn card you would multi-barrel, though, because blind versus blind situation, call and flop, ST could easily have a 7. He is going to bet once more. Trying to shake out a weak 10, some gut shots, straight draws. Top pair is top pair for ST. Still 27% for Tan Xuan. 0% now.
Queens full for ST. And now Tan all done barreling.
ST could rep some bluffs.
Yeah, there's a good number of busted draws. Obviously, it's a little bit of a concern for us that we have the ace of diamonds. A decent number of the ace-x combos that had the ace of diamonds across the way would have been raising pre-flop. We block all that business. In any case, check and fold to the 43K. Where did Elton disappear to?
Elton.
You happy?
I mean, I want to make sure that that big stack is in action. It's the one that rates to create fireworks.
This hand could give some action. Ace Jack of Hearts, that is.
$10K cutoff open, flatted, and all of a sudden, Tan wakes up with aces in a spot where, as anybody who has been doing their homework has observed, he will activate with often just based on the fact that it's cut off open, button flat with all kinds of kit, sometimes even 5 deuce suited. Takes it up to 55.
Jungle Man definitely getting in there with ace jack of hearts. Does Andy Nee want to come along with king 10 offsuit? Normally you wouldn't, but when it's Tan Xuan that's squeezing, more prospects. Oh, look at that flop. Andy, top pair. Jungle Man, flush draw and straight draw, but Tan Xuan still has the best hand with 2 aces.
Yeah, but the threats are very real. Look at how much equity Jungle has, just 4% shy of Tan, and he knows that board texture, when he makes it 55 to go and retains both of the other players, is going to have a good bit of interaction.
Yeah, a good bit of interaction, but rarely better than 2 aces besides king, queen, and pocket 5. 65K to start things off.
With what he has to imagine is so much equity, is there ever an argument for Jungle not just calling and getting in a chunky raise?
No, I don't think so, because he never gets better to fold. He can only represent a very narrow value range. Plus, you don't want to blow out some really weak hearts that could be squeezing in this spot. You want to try to make flush over flush, and you want Andy to come along as well.
Which he does, and he makes trip kings on the turn. And I have to imagine Tan knows King X is lurking elsewhere with decent frequency.
Of course, if it's just one call, he might think the aces are still good. But to see 2 calls, I think these aces are most always looking terribly. It just doesn't feel fair. He's still going to bet, it looks like.
It's going to come
Hopefully
with a blocky
small.
size, though. Yeah, I mean, granted, $80,000 is $80,000, but into 371,000, this serves more as a block.
It's for clarity. No one's going to bluff raise him in this spot because he was the pre-flop squeezer. He's got all the kings in his range.
Now, with Kate's having flatted behind Andy, or sorry, behind Tan, can Andy remove King X from Dan's range?
No, he can't. Dan can still have king jack, king queen. It's possible. But I think Andy doesn't mind to see this very small bet. Feels all right about it, but he might need to still play cautiously with 2 opponents.
You got to be mindful of ace king and pocket queens in Tan's range.
Yes, of course. Andy's just trying to figure out, do I need to put in a little protection against the hearts? Or am I blowing up the pot and just self-stacking myself? Caution we go.
Yeah. Don't blame him, by the way. And now a very dry river.
I mean, to put in a block bet and get called in 2 spots, these aces really shrivel up. It's hard to imagine that your opponent has like a queen X and the other busted draw. Your play really here is check decide, I would think, or you just go for one more 20% block or so just to figure it out. But I do like this check.
Deflating run out for Cates, who had so much promise on the flop. You really wouldn't want to have hearts if you're bluffing as Dan here, because you want to put Tan on something reckless, and then you want to put Andy on the busted draw.
Yes. You're right about that, especially the jack of hearts. That blocks also jack 10, which might stay fishing. You want Andy to have like some kind of nut flush draw that whiffed. It just seems like a very difficult bluff to make. He also has to ask the question is, would Andy hang around with just a queen that he can bluff off? He gives up, rightfully so. I actually don't think there's that much value of king 10 here. His kicker is pretty much the worst, but it kind of looks like you've got the best hand given 2 players have checked to you. But if someone is playing a bit of pot control with a hand like King Jack, you kind of don't want to value own yourself. If you do bet, you want to go really small to hope to get crying calls. Good check here from Andy, even though he is going to win it.
牛逼！哼哼，赶紧的。
感觉打过去，不要了。我打过去，你要吗？这个牌我感觉不要了。
Well, looks annoyed. You should be thankful the 10 didn't roll off.
这个牌我感觉打过去没有必要。
Obviously,
万
he
一
was
他
drawn
埋
high
在
to the heart.
在里面那个，搞在后面埋在后面。
With that $611,000 pickup, Randy, all of a sudden, that blast off against hands earlier has been restored.
This is Andy. I'll tell you, Tan's not happy about that pot. You can see his reaction to it. Especially to get down by King 10 off.
Flop
Well, you ask for his action when you play so crazy, you know?
他因为他 call 了，你这个只有 call AK。
Younger man, 8 chip, 300k.
万一的
Shout, stand by one.
这张牌
30万嘛
，30万，我靠，差一个位置。
30
30万。
Yeah. Jungle wants 300k top up.
flop 他打 turn 他打 turn 没有打啦，
没有
turn 你打
他一打，
turn 他再打，
对，
哇，勇敢。
他这个 call 住啊，后面这个 call 住1对1我会打，不过这个后面这个 call 住，万一是 K 平呢？
turn 来 K 的，
我
打少少啦。
Tosses Queen 8 suited. Picks up Tan's Ace Jack.
他 call 住。
King 5-4 doesn't connect with either holding.
那个意思对吧？他万一欧过来，我这个头很痛 ，AK 欧过来还是 AP 欧过来，头不是很痛，因为这个是越 port 嘛。啊
Little position bet there from
不
Tan.
掉
He
K 你就
takes
输
it
光
down.
了。
I'll say this.
你再掉 K， 我不是有4条 K 了吗？
我说不掉 K 你肯定输光嘛，你还跑得掉吗？
哦，那
In terms of
那我肯定会跑。
concerns as to whether or
一
not
张 K 啊，
the lug nuts are loose on Tan, the fact that he flatted the button with the Ace Jack there, as opposed to just immediately try to re-raise and play a big pot, which, you know, granted against the boss's open, he could very well do from the button. Tells me that everything's just fine. You know, he's annoyed, sure. You would be too if your aces got cracked in that spot against Ace Jack and King 10. But
Okay,
you know,
I hear what you're saying. Let us plan on an orbit and see how his hand range.
you're not convinced. You think
You bet Balway in
Look,
river?
he's probably gonna open up a little bit more. That's my feeling. You know, like 8-7 offsuit. I don't really think this is a standard flat in position. Do you?
I guess not.
So whatever you just said, wrong.
上头。
But you know what? We see him flat hands like this even when he's up heaps.
But not at 100% frequency.
You might be right about that. And regrets could be upon Tan as ST's Ace Queen suited is taking us up to 56,000. Andy, having clawed his way out of the hole, will set mine.
I mean, this 8-7 offsuit.
Oh,
This is
okay.
supposed to hit the muck. I'm here to play. Do you stand by your statement still?
No, I don't.
Good
Ace,
flop.
Ace 10. This is all ST. Position against the field in a 3-bet pot. On the button, 2 checks in front of us.
Sure, see ST bring it in small. Wants to keep some 10Xs, broadways, lingering. Sometimes the broadways hit a straight. You hit a full house like King Jack.
Exactly quarter pot.
No way. He's continuing, right?
几个白的？
Out of position float. 8 high.
Picks up a gutter. Checks it over to ST. And maybe this is just a $45,000 investment in an opportunity to lead on the end if ST checks back this turn.
Yeah, he's basically hoping that ST is c-betting his whole range and it checks through on the turn and he can just bomb in and rep the ace. I mean, if ST knew that Tantrum was floating this week, he would be checking this turn card, but he's often up against some kind of worse ace, Jack X.
100K turn bet. We're supposed to be all done with this one.
We're supposed to be. Imagination going on. Trying to think, is there a way I can just rep something and win this pot? I don't think so. But Tan, he's creative. Now finally out.
I forgot. You can't. Forgot to show. I mean. Video. 随便 up to you. Always count, okay? Forgot to show. We check the video. Up to you. Because you like to forgot. And then forgot. It's a very good idea for you.
You're busy, you can stop first, Jungle.
What?
If you are busy,
I'm
you
trying.
stop.
I'm trying to read.
Everything have to remind you your turn. And the phone cannot put on the table.
I'm trying to prepare for something. Trying to prepare.
Yeah, then you go out to prepare, then come back.
Well, it's in 5 minutes anyway, right? Huh? I had no choice. Well, I had a choice, but not a great choice. Come on, man.
Take a hint.
I was just thinking the same thing, but I don't know that Jungle's specialty is taking hints. Randy tends to operate on a fairly oblivious plane. ST back at it here. Made it 11 to go. Doesn't manage to connect with the 5-5 deuce board as hands.
How is it you do so much for WPT Global and not do social media? That's kind of a feat. How do I do that?
Check on the phone.
Everyone's like, what's that?
Just put into the
What I'm saying is like,
We discussed it already before, you know?
yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying is like, you see like Daniel Negreanu and these guys like scrambling on social media all the fucking time or posting nonstop content. So it's like kind of crazy that you don't have to do any of that shit.
Full check down as King High gets to roll over.
I don't know if that's true.
You want to buy or wait? Buy is 12.
Jungle mining Ivy for some of the magic that allows him to abstain from being out there in the social media streets.
Yeah, basically you missed 2 hands.
Yeah.
Ivy's been such an enigma, and there was a really insightful comment much earlier in the chat. So my apologies for not being able to acknowledge who it was that brought it to us. But compared specifically Negreanu, who Jungle just mentioned right now, to Phil, and pointed out that like Daniel is everywhere, all the time, ever present, always rendering opinions, always posting content, outspoken.
Yes.
He is famous,
Yes.
as the comment put it. But Ivy has always preferred to fly under the radar, be in the shadows, not have his private life out there. And in that sense, Ivy, as the comment put it, is a legend. You just don't know that much about him.
Makes him mysterious.
Yeah.
We kind of had like Victor Blom was like that too.
Yeah, Isildur,
and
for
it made
sure.
him that much more popular.
Aces, always popular. ST enjoying them here. A 3-bet to 56,000.
Oh, is a cold 4-bet coming in?
Oh, wait a minute.
It's a countdown of the stack first to see is it possible.
Bosses ace 10 suited. A poorly timed declaration of 190,000 here.
很好玩的，很好玩。
会玩，不是很好，是很会玩。你再教他一下，我感觉会。
有啊，
再见。
And one.
挺凶的王。
37、38、39。
看不到的那个。
ST asks
差
for
一
the
点
count.
点就。
I think ST's going to rip this one in because Boss is putting in 1/3 of his stack. A 4-bet to 190 looks pretty strong and looks committing. It's not in this case.
如果你不知道他的，
The deeper they were, the more likely ST slow plays this one. So 4-bet, 5-bet jam wins it.
Never mind.
It's fine.
Verify for Elton.
ST S5 suited.
No, not this hand.
ST
Wait a minute.
ST like
看我这一次都赢了。
SA.
肯定有吧？没有你敢推我啊
I？ bet it's king.
Did Elton have a quick prop bet
不是 AA 就是
as to whether or not ST had the aces?
Is that what it was? I know he looked.
He handed him like 100,000 and then flipped him off.
Get a king read.
I think he
10
did.
on his face.
He might have even given him a free roll.
我打19万了，剩下30多万。
He had kings, right?
No, have aces. Oh,
Oh.
I saw he is
可以
committed.
会
Well, anyway.
你 say X
Oh,
穿
shit.
H 穿，那你跟
For raise like 200k and
AK
300.
我不要跟嘛，
lift.
不然是走。
Before in the hands.
打大了，
你的运气还是
打
比我更好。
打17万，省2万。
这样
才可以那个
水上。
你不想把它扣中吗？
不想跟你说话。
哎呀，大了，Why you come back then? Come back later.
哇，我没想过你会 fold 的，打了19万还37万，应该怎么做？
我打大了，打17万。
你打17万
AK
喂呀，
AA
你扣也是一样投降嘛？
万一中一个 trips 的，
拿了，我有个 A。
一个呀。
Tens for jungle. Looking to squeeze.
看视频啊。
Gonna make it 42,000 off of the Ivy button open 5-3 suited.
我都没了，钱都没了。
Jungle shows one of the tens. Trying to make it look like he's out of line, but obviously two tens. Pretty good.
他不就是来派钱的吗？
Now, if anyone says I'm not a nice guy, just mention that hand.
他打不打了？
没有再不管他了。
没有。It feels like it's so hard to get in any spots.
Yeah.
Meaningful.
I disappeared for a minute there,
那里在后面。
Randy, on the
抽
hunt
烟了那里。
for exactly what went down after the aces pot between
犯
ST
规的东西
and Elton.
在
And
里面
sure
抄，他
enough,
就在里面。
he handed him like 150,000. I couldn't quite make out what he said or whether or not it was in English.
喜欢做犯规的东西。
But I think it was something to the effect of, I'll give you 150,000 if you have aces. Just, you know, kind of like no way that you jammed with that.
Bye-bye.
好中意嗰啲嘢嘅啫嘛。
He just showed him the aces and he handed him the 150 and flipped him off and onward march. Meanwhile,
That simple.
Elton with sevens.
大哥，食煙走去我都走去我都食，你哋喺入邊食。
Outflopping ST here, who's going to peel.
鹹煙嘛。
Check calling the 10,000 and hitting a 9 on the turn. This could be a problem for him, except for the fact that it's the best hand. Check back from Elton.
There is value to be had with this 9 if he can find it. Kicker is good. Overcards all of the other weaker pairs. Small bet. Gets paid. Good stuff, ST.
少拿一个蓝，我真的是我打2万3了。
I think another middle finger here in this particular pot also would be warranted.
打2万你 raise 了
啊？
真的少拿一个。
啊，嗰個唔得，食煙嘅牌吊喺嗰度。我冇啊，食冷飯嗰個。唔係啊，鹹煙啊，講唔聽嘛。
Weaker right now? 给你们你
进不进来？买 button。让他买。
When will the dinner break be?
Do you want？你可以不用吧。
You want 1呢？
有牌等了，你3方了。要等一个 turn 啊！3方了，12、11、11啊。
怎么会11呢？
没有，我这里
他1嘛，他1他就11了。
Moment of calm.
It's not going to stay calm.
Yeah, well,
very long.
Queens
打得这么好啊
upsetting the glassy surface.
就是打不过你。
因为我们又没打。哦，打了。
Mystery card time. Jungle on the button. Carving out a 3-bet to 35,000 with who knows?
Who knows? That's right. What I do know is that it's a little bit tricky on whether to 4-bet or not. Given you raise from under gun, you're more likely to just call it a 3-bet when you're really deep.
It's like 700 or something in my stomach.
35?
Jungle advising ST that he started with about 700,000. So he decides to flat with the queens and look up at one over card. Jack 5. Rainbow board, $78,000 in the middle.
Not the flop you want to see for ST. As you do fear ace king, but you do have to call at least one, especially against this downsized bet of 22,000.
When you have king 10?
No, king 10 and I think aces.
He talks about.
No.
So the peel brings a deuce of hearts.
Blankish texture. See what size comes in if Dan bets. Would really change how ST maneuvers. 100K into 122 is quite meaty.
But Andy, what happens if he goes all in?
Fear ace king
on the river.
Turns of semi bluffs you beat. Ace queen, ace 10 comes to mind, but holding 2 queens and queen of hearts definitely blocks a decent amount of semi bluffs. He's out.
Wow.
7 deuce.
Made a believer and shown the 7
All
deuce
right,
off
what
suit
bonus I get?
with no bounty.
What bonus do I get?
Don loves it.
That's your bonus, Jungle.
I'll take it.
Give you 10 of those extra free ones.
That's I was gonna feel like the biggest fucking idiot if that didn't work. I would feel like a massive idiot.
ST won't be pleased with that.
Like that's gonna have to be one.
What is happening?
Yeah, it's just
There's no 7 deuce bounty on him. For some reason, Jungle just decided that he wanted to go nuts. And ST the victim.
Not in the 500K buy-in game.
He's not quite as entertained by that outcome. Tom now with aces.
Great for him. He will get action for sure against Andy, I would think.
Why didn't you play Jungle the Million with us at Hustler this year?
I was out walking around the Cora, doing the Cora.
What's that about?
Yeah, I'll do it next year for sure. I didn't realize.
He's 7-8 suited.
Questionable.
Vengeance coming in for Tan Chuan.
He's hanging around and flopping top pair.
The world's most sacred mountain.
In Nepal?
Fucking hard. Yeah, and in Tibet. Yeah, and but like 4,500, 5,000 altitude roughly meter, pretty high up in the sky. I couldn't sleep the whole time for 32 miles straight.
Did you manage to do all of the walk?
Yeah, I did. But there's an inner one too.
37K C-bet.
You can't like at that altitude. At least at first, you can't sleep, and you like lose your ability to eat, your appetite. I have like a splitting headache the entire time. So yeah, that's what I did instead.
Andy might have a headache.
Well, for the time being, he does.
Because you know why? That's why.
Pot up to 149,000.
It's actually a bad card for Tan. Not
Jungle
because
why?
it would improve his opponent's range, but
Why?
more
It's
so
a
that
game.
it
What
scares
are
his
you doing?
opponent. He
And
might not get
because
as much value.
I'm making a statement.
Nah.
Oh, not be fucked with. Am I allowed to say words? I am.
ST Stone asking Jungle,
Why
what did
am
I do to deserve that?
Goes on a lot
Jungle
longer.
saying I'm making a statement that I'm not to
TV
be
for
effed
cricket.
with. We know that Tan's not to be effed with, and when he's got aces, he's not afraid to make that known. To be fair, when he doesn't have aces, he's not afraid to make that known either. But betting 105,000 here, Andy, unconvinced, digging in, a board pairing deuce, remedying any potential kicker issues with the 7, provided that that's a card that he and Tan share. Very improbable.
Yeah, very nice river card for 10, especially for him to bet so big and still get called. He might be ranging Andy on some King X's. King X of Hearts come to mind. He knows the King is a good bluff card. 300 into 359.
These are the spots where Tan gets called more than your average player. And it's because these are the spots where sometimes he just has 5-6, 4-5.
Or just 2 random napkins.
Yeah, that too. Boy, this is not the situation that Andy was hoping to find himself in when he embarked on this journey, and yet here we are.
It's a single raise pot. Multiple limps. Tan raising pre. Bet flop, bet turn. Andy was just hoping for a shutdown on the river.
That's something you don't want to leave yourself hoping too often. Remember, this was a Tan raise to 30,000 out of the small blind. After Andy and company limped, he called the extra 26, and that was the gateway through which he managed to dust off $472,000.
不想说话了，上头的不行。
So Tan Xuan gets maximum value of his 2 aces. Only he can get paid off like that. Read gone wrong.
That one doesn't have a smooth finish. Reminds me of the look on the face of those who would indulge on the discount vodka that my college buddies used to go out and buy at the liquor store.
11 for 3s.
Andy flatting Queen 8 suited directly behind. ST dominating, flatting the Queen 10 of spades. So similar holdings for the opposition, both of whom have flopped top pair. And might Andy's problems not be done?
Such an unfortunate flop for him. Does check back. Perhaps some turn cards could save him, but obviously not this one. ST is going to feel very comfortable, go for big value. He's going to go for the trap, given how much of the board he has. I would think that Andy thinks his Queen 8 is good. It is not.
Little does he know it. With a round of checks on the flop and then 2 more checks in front of us, we can't be blamed for thinking top pair performs well as we bet 30 into 44. But as we can see, Andy Nee drawing dead.
We need to take his chips.
Yeah.
Half you, half me.
Okay.
Okay, deal.
Nice idea. Yeah.
Talking about Elton.
Tom negotiating with hands to felt Elton. Or perhaps we call it Felton.
Felton, yes. Felton saying. Check raise was expected from ST, and this is problems now for Andy because he might feel his hand is capped. He might feel he's getting picked on just given he lost that huge pot. It's not unreasonable for ST to have a big combo draw to go for a check raise. He's drawing dead right now, putting in 115k in on the turn.
King on the river. An overcard to the queen. Unclear how troublesome Andy will find that development. I think it will be attached to just what kind of sizing ST comes with here.
Yeah, I don't think ST needs to be worried because oftentimes he would expect King Queen to bet the flop. But Andy has to be fearful of some diamonds or some King Jack that kind of hit the king.
This was a flat out of Andy pre. He did not bet the flop, but then all of a sudden he chimed in on the turn, and apparently ST is considering the prospects of Jack 9 and Ace Jack when he's checking, or is this potential induction?
It's induction against like an 8-9, 7-8 of diamonds that would definitely be continuing, or some Ace-X of diamonds that might want to try to rep the king. I don't think Andy needs to turn his Queen 8 into a bluff. It's got showdown value still. But if he does bet here, he thinks that his opponent's got like a King Jack, and maybe he wants to shake that hand out.
Nee
downswing
finds the check back, but has also found the wrong direction for his stack.
Yep.
Mm. 红的是不是有点多？
学你嘛，
我弄点好不好？
对啊，
啊，两动，两动，
不会，
加一个。
Jack 10 suited. Pretty one for Pua.
要赢啊！对，应该点红的嘛。嗯，我靠，给你摸了一下，少了多少？少了2万。
10K open.
大牌的呢
King Jack for Elton.
赢2对。
In there. Hands now with an ace queen in the big.
买 real 发，买 real 花。
Right flash.
Sends us up to 55,000.
不搞，你到仓库去搞。我现在筹码很旺
The hand you could take a flop with, Jack 10 suited.
改动好吧？
不搞。
Plan a smaller stack.
你用完我给你。
Boss does drop in the extra 45,000. And flops an open-ender with 2 overs. 9 high, 2 heart texture. Hands does have the ace of hearts working.
进来拿了个 AA，
在那把，
我给他吃了，
第二把，
给他吃了很多，40了。
To see that or not is a little tricky for hands.
30,000，这跟其他的这没有关系，一样的。
Keeps it consistent, 30k, quarter pot.
打不过呢，打不过。
你说这话，你10K 都被你 A 被你10K 干掉。
Paul's going to want to call here in position. Try to hit his hand. You can maneuver in more ways, too, in case some hearts come. You can try to rep it if you see some checks.
Note how useful a queen rolling off the deck would be for boss.
I see it.
不太好，多一点嘛。你可以买的吧，手。
为什么15万呢？
Oh, he's actually going for raise. Now he should be raising and be willing to commit if necessary.
For hands, having the ace of hearts in our hand is actually a problem when facing this raise because we eliminate nut flush draw from the opposing range.
Yep.
And we begin to ask ourselves, what would make a 10 and then call another 45? Some 8-8 and 9-9 in the mix?
Yes, 8-8, 9-9, 9-8 suited is possible, but we also have to ask the question, do these hands always raise the flop? Do they slow play me? He is going to lay down because it is just ace-queen high, so nice take from Paul.
On balance, obviously, we do expect that those hands would be more content in position to slow play and try to build a pot, but
I would think.
with some frequency, we do play it fast.
Nice play.
For boss's sake, good thing that he did. Not forced to get there or improve. As the first frame comes to a close, modestly in the red is boss after being in the green. Elton off of his high water mark as $500,000 wins thus far put together by he and ST. $250,000 plus in the profit is hands. Andy Nee stuck $600,000 after a short-lived bounce back to even. We'll break it all down as we shuffle the deck. Randy and I return with more Triton Poker Series Cash Game Invitational action in about 15 minutes. Welcome back to continuing coverage of Day 6 of our Triton Poker Series Cash Game Invitational from the Maestro Resort and Casino in beautiful Montenegro. Presented in part by GG Poker, Ali Najad and Randy Liu. The action that we saw in frame number 1 presented in part by this collection of combatants. And there is another look at them. 8 in total. Andy Nee rode the roller coaster, Randy, getting stuck a buy-in early, getting out of that hole, and then digging himself right back into it. Let's see whether or not he can bounce back yet again. Punch went not too far behind, stuck 400,000. Ivy now down almost 200K, despite very limited involvement. And of course, on the other side of things, we have ST Wang and Elton Sang enjoying big wins thus far, but still 3 frames of action still to come. 1K, 2K, 4K, 5K, big blind Annie. 12,000 in there each and every time we deal the cards. And those cards are back in the air with a new seating order as the redraw is complete. Elton limps to Queen 10.
You could see 6-4 hearts coming in with a limp as well.
My Basha.
As suspected, there it is. Snowball effect. Checked all the way around. 5-way affair. Plenty of shared hand composition here. King 7 trips for Ivy. Far and away the best of what's around.
His kicker isn't that good, so it's better to induce, which he does against Elton. Stabs 5K. And you would think that Tan would look to check fold ace-3 offsuit, but he actually puts in a check raise. No slowing down for Tan. And once Ivy comes in with a cold call, it's pretty clear he has a king in this spot. I would expect Tan to be shutting down almost certainly on all turn cards.
Well, that turn card is an 8 of spades, as the field was whittled down to heads up. Courtesy of the 15K effort on the flop. Ton now pumping the brakes.
Even though Ivy's hand's a little face up, he just needs to bet to protect against some draws.
$25K and take it as Ton seems deeply entertained.
He gets entertained even when he loses the pot. Just depends on how big.
All right. Let's say Tan had a chance to meet the Dalai Lama or take a seat in this game here today. And he couldn't do
Seriously?
both. Which one do you think he chooses?
It's so easy. Of course he would try to gamble with the Dalai Lama.
He would text him and say, listen, I know we were supposed to meet today. Would you mind coming over to Maestro?
Would you like an open seat?
Ace King. Shooting it up to 20K. Tan in a bad way from the button. Cold calling with ace 10 offsuit.
You know what? This is getting interesting because if you look at the way this hand's developing, hands left up front, there's a lot of good hands that's calling here 20K. And hands got a hand where if you really want to make a play, you might do so with all that perceived dead money in there.
Yeah, pocket eights and pocket fives along for the ride. And 94,000.
I mean, do you feel it? Maybe like an 800K limp re-raise?
Double checking.
Does call. Good for him because the ace king obviously
你
wasn't
这
gonna
个形
fold.
象不行了，你差了，有什么办法？没有办法吗？
Jungle. In there as well. 6 ways to the flop for 20K a man. Queen, 7, deuce. Pair of sevens for Jungle. The only hand that has improved on this flop.
The eights are best for ST. Hard to know though. 6 ways.
Tom thought about it, but checks back and now picks up the nut flush draw courtesy of this 3. Only other club draws belong to pocket eights and pocket fives, and they're not going to be too proud of them, I would imagine. But this is more to do with the eights than the 8 of clubs out of ST as he bets 35,000.
Yes, but the 8 of clubs is helpful because in case he is behind, he's got outs against the queen. It's quite a nice find. He's happy to see all these hands just going away so far. Jungle contemplating with middle pair. Now, nut flush draw for Tan Xuan. He has to keep in mind his range is perceived to be a little bit more capped with less flushes
Service.
to not bet flop.
Can I have a menu?
So he is going to peel here.
Down to heads up. And there is the needed club. It does pair the board, but I don't think that's going to be of concern to Tan. And if for ST, not really the card we were hoping to see.
Yeah, it's unclear because sometimes the club does help him. Sometimes it helps his opponent. What he does know is that he doesn't want to be faced with a big bet. I could see him block just to try to keep it contained, but it's hard to do so against an opponent like Tan Xuan, so maybe you just check and hope for the best. Ideally, check through.
Wow, Ton Hollywooding a little bit here. He's tough to read, Randy. There's been more than one occasion in which I was quite certain that I understood his range. It wasn't Hollywood. And is this a function of just thinking that you're not going to get worse to call and therefore you're opening up the action and potentially facing a problem?
That's exactly that.
Oh,
His hand is defined in a way that he doesn't even think the king of clubs would pay off. And if ST was holding a boat, might go for
能
a check
赢已经
raise.
谢天谢地了。能赢都 OK 了，很好运啦。
Well, for a
可还
character
我打他还能 call 吗？
that we often think never misses a bet.
打个5、6万肯定要跟一个吧。
你当我是狙咯？
Quite a bit of refrain.
你当我是
He
狙
does.
还是当他是狙啊？
He knows how to be careful at the right times. I do think that if he bet, he was never going to get called by that 8 of clubs anyways. It really just depends on how many people saw the flop, what action it was. It really just changes how you play your hands. Ace 10,
忍得住啊
Paul.
忍得住吗？
我忍不住。
对呀，
我肯定要打的。
对呀，还忍不住。
And do you have better than ace 10?
Yeah. Me also.
Ace 10, making it 10,000 to go. Picks up Elton. Out flops on a king 7-4, very dry board. Happy to check it over to boss and see what's what.
Oftentimes he'll get a c-bet out of Paul because this is a board that Paul's going to want to c-bet with ace 10.
Check call of the 10,000.
Looks like he's going to take the lead here, 15K. The 6 is one of those cards where it's supposed to improve the check calling range, plus Paul's unlikely to double barrel this too much as a bluff and may pay off with worse. It's a nice move.
中什么？中6啊？
Boss comfortably laying down and correctly. Milton continues to pick up most of the pots that he gets involved in.
Sevens for Paul.
Mystery hand time for Tan, however, who does flap the 10K open.
That's a wide range.
Yeah, this might be the toughest mystery hand of them all.
Jungle's going to come in with queen, king, queen. 3 ways.
Ace Jack 3, Broadway gutter for Jungle. Checks it over to boss. Doesn't like the look of the sevens now. 2 checks in front of him, and Tan is reaching out and barreling 17,000.
With a draw to the nut straight, 2 overs to the middling card. This is a mandatory call.
Jungle agrees. Boss cannot continue in the face of those developments. 72,000 in the middle now.
There we
and
go.
The 10 rolls right off for Jungle, who snap checks it and is just praying the Tan's in a 3-barrel mode here.
Reaching for chips. This is music to Jungle Man's ears. 35K bet.
Backdoor spades are present. Does that encourage us more to check raise right now, or do we lie and wait?
Because you get to charge spades in case you're up against that, or 2-pair. It also allows you to have some semi-bluffs in your range, and your opponent might not be convinced, as you might be taking like a Jack X of spades to town. I think he does come in with check raise.
结果最重要。
你后来那次我没选。
125,000 is meaty. Now Tan flatted pre. I would think that if he's got something to continue with, it would be like Ace Jack, Jack 10, pocket threes, or maybe an Ace X of spades. Certainly, he could have King Queen himself.
Another 90,000 required to proceed. Pre-flop, Tan was a flat caller of the Palpua Open, and Jungle called as well, but from the straddle.
Okay, those are the calling chips, right? Oh, it's a 3-bet, 320.
How much?
Well, if you thought that the 35,000 was music to Jungle's ears, this is an absolute symphony.
Yeah, the hand that Tan Xuan is repping is King Queen. Jungle Man, gonna make the call here. In case Tan is on a bluff. He knows if he reshoved here's on turn, he looks like he has King Queen every single time. He knows his opponent. So we got 712,000 in the middle. Blank.
Blank river, and then the snap check from Cates. The problem for Tan here is 389 effective what they're playing for. So if Jungle was deeper, then maybe he would have some more folds. The other issue is when Dan flats, you kind of remove the nuts from his range, don't you?
Right. Some players will be jamming there on the turn, expecting Tan's committed. He's going to jam, and Tan's sake, he's got to hope he's got the same hand. 8-9 bluff.
Huh? How much?
Wow, huge bluff gone wrong. Jungle wins a $1.5 million pot. Great call there from Jungle Man.
Was he ever going to do anything other than call with the nuts, Randy?
No, I mean on the turn.
Okay.
Jeez, the river? Are you serious, buddy? The turn.
I
Some
wish you
players
guys-
would have jammed.
Wish you guys would have seen the look on my face. But you're absolutely right. He opened the door to the right customer. And that 8-9, as you saw, just absolutely torched $750,000.
Jungle played that one perfectly.
Even though we can take the nuts out of Jungle's range, perhaps, when he calls on the turn, it's such a meaty barrel that I would ask myself whether or not he's in a folding mood on the river.
Yeah, that was sick. I suppose Tan put jungle on some big spade combo draw that turned, and he was just trying to fold out those hands
对啊
in the river.
这样都19万5，你不知道，跟下去就写在脸上。
Man, Tan stuck, and he's reloaded.
This is the second frame, Randy, and it feels like the fourth.
Mm-hmm. And we just started the second frame. Today, it's going to be a memorable one.
Well, memorable for different reasons, depending on who you are. That last pot left a big mark on Tan Xuan and left a big stack in front of Jungle, who's involved here 4 ways. Jack 10-9 board, got himself top pair on the wrong side of a gut shot. That said, it is the best of what's around. Hand's an equity favorite, though, with the open-ender.
Small bet from Elton, 5K, quarter pot.
Not too often we see bets.
I need 2 cards.
Of that size. No. Yet here we are.
Hey.
7 of spades on the turn. 4-liner on board. Both hands in Jungle have connected in the form of a pair. Elton, however, adding the nut flush draw to the pair of tens, not looking to barrel.
Looking to get there?
That's going to change as the deuce of spades gives him the nut flush.
Hands. He can't win this pot unless he bets, but obviously that's not going to work. Might try and rep the ace of spades himself. $40,000 gone. Just like that.
Nobody accused hands of not having heart. I've hardly seen that on display with a 9-5 of spades, flop, check, raise, and barrel through against Tan earlier. This time, just deciding that the check back from Elton after betting on the flop isn't attached to a spade that's going to be able to call, and yet this response tells us it absolutely was. 150,000 raise and take. Nice for Elton. By and large, it has felt like Sang cannot really put a foot wrong for the better part of this week. And certainly this session. Can't say the same for that man right there. He's in his thoughts without question after deciding.
I'm not so sure he's thinking about the hand. I think he's thinking about what am I going to do to get that money back. He's definitely a little heated.
No disagreement here. Elton, the party starter with Queen 9 of hearts. Picks up Andy and Paul. 3-way affair. To a 7-5 tray board. Gut shot straight draw for boss.
2 ways.
Yeah. Pre-flop straddler checks along with the rest of the field. Diamonds arrive. However, nobody has the flush draw or the ace.
A little tricky for Paul to decide whether to bet or not. Ace wouldn't fold, but no ace in either player's hand. queen, though, gives Elton a little value. Rather, a showdown value, I mean. Hard to get called by worse with queen 9, especially with that kicker.
Hence the check.
不过为啥不过？他妈的这一个。
As that one
因為我
wraps
肯
up
定贏啊
uneventfully.
本來就最大，沒有落後過。
交過去一下。
太相宜了。
啊？
可以天就赢，不管是 flow 还是账，
没有方便，
都那个了。
别投机啦，投机不好的。啊。
What's so funny? What's so funny?
Nothing. I was just saying, Queen High was ahead the whole time.
No need for the pair.
No need for the pair.
Younger man,
waiting for the custom.
You act like VIP going to remind you all the time.
All right. I'm waiting for the delivery. I had like a good reason for it.
Yeah,
Waiting for my delivery, my package. That's why I can't tell if it's supposed to be delivered like 30 minutes ago.
10-7 suited open from Jungle, who is not involved with this ace jack 5 a hearts board, nor is Tan. Check, check. 5 pairs.
Not going to stop Tan Xuan for trying to steal this pot. Shoots out 10,000. Just 10 high for Jungle. It's going to fold now.
What's that? Sweet?
You know, Tan is looking to fight for every pot from this point forward.
It's sweet?
No.
Oh.
Can I keep it
Expecting
over
that Jungle
here?
would have fired if
It
he
looks
had
like I'm not getting my
any
package.
of that. Gets up in
that's
position.
Moroccan dish.
Properly.
Morocco.
Finds the lead.
So it's potato?
The couscous?
Yeah.
Like lentil, I think.
Oh. Elton.
So Ivy going to straddle. Elton's back. And gone. King 4 hearts for Paul. He's in there. And a 10-7 offsuit says no. I feel like Ivy's taking note of Tan Xuan's change of play, and that's why he's going to raise this 5-3 of clubs. Nice timing by him.
Under normal circumstances, we would think it was Tan with the 5-3 suited, but Ivy taking a page out of his book and correctly identifying the sense of urgency maybe that Tan is. $10K for hands. No takers.
Quiet pot.
Elton in the straddle.
打错了，打错了。快点给个皮皮给我啊！先打和那个这样子去其范围好气的。
Ace Queen suited for knee.
万一我再中一把，你不是裂开？
9-6 offsuit. Yeah, we make it 35K.
You know, this game with a stuck Tan Chuan is going to take a very different shape until he either gets out of this hole or maybe gets himself even more buried.
Look at Andy. He's thinking, you know what? This is 4-bet value, Ace Queen suited.
Yeah. Properly identifying the situation, not unlike Ivy before him. This is brutal to watch.
Because under normal circumstances, that Ace Queen suited is taking a flop. Elton's just cracking up.
I think right now table image is deeply bruised for Tan Chuan, and might not be a bad idea for him to kind of take a minute to recenter himself. Doesn't have to play every single pot.
Well, he's in there a 4-deuce suited flat calling, and he's not going to be able to get a cheap flop because Hands has got Ace King in the straddle.
Little does Jungle know that, as we see Tan flatting the deuce 4 suited, showing a deep level of impatience with respect to trying to get even.
看那个什么你在说什么的那个，有关掉的 script。
And as well as Dan's doing against Elton's flat, he's doing awful against Hands at 70,000 here.
Quick
Folds it
fold
like
from
he knows
Jungle.
it.
Suited.
Nice pickup there for Hands.
6-4. I have no respect for the jungle. Would I raise 6-4 when a 6 was exposed?
Tan just folds the ace 4 there.
7-4. It's a little bit not his style of hand.
Ace
You know what I
5
mean?
also folding. Elton, couple of deuces. Gonna limp him in the small. Hands. Sliding in with
okay.
8-9 off and a finger wag from the Jack 4 offsuit of Jungle.
Jungle Man. Coming after you, Jungle Man.
Get him.
Coming after you.
Why are you coming after me?
Because you raised my small blind.
Well, you limp my big blind.
Mistake. Check.
The straddle, to be exact.
Ace 10-7. Jungle with a 15K C bet.
It'll be tough to defend this.
Bluff me.
Yep.
Did bluff you. Showed a 4.
I knew it.
Small bluff, small bluff.
谁赢了？你赢了？
嗯，
你赢了。Last pot。
没赢，给他掏了。Jungle man in the jungle.
King Queen suited in the straddle. I'm not going to sing a song about it like Elton. I'm just leave that to him.
6-4 suited going to work. +2 for 10. Got playability. Andy, diamonds covered, closing to action, and flopping the best.
太多了，要用
Top pair.
要用7天的时间去看。每天几个小时啊？9个小时。
Desperately
那你
trying to pick up some pots.
要4个半小时。
不起来，你回看就很快的，看到自己的牌，看到基本上半个小时就看完了。
Notice that Andy's actually check raising King Queen here.
Snap fold.
The idea here is to just get Tan to put in chips poorly, which he has been doing lately.
我一场都还没有看，一场都没有看。
你领先太多了，不用看。
啊？
你领先太多了，不用看。
真领先太多。
太厉害了，不用看。
哪有？
我们还要学习学习。
我真的还要学习。
反正我只要看，全部是你偷鸡。
你看我真的偷鸡的乱说，我全都是要牌。
你永远没牌的。偷鸡是肯定偷鸡了，就是 call 还是不 call， 就看对手了。
对。哦，怪不得你现在偷我，怪不得我知道我偷你。
我没偷你啊，我是顶2对吧？
嗯。
我就看你最后偷不偷。
Elton
没有
suited connector.
要皮。
你有皮啊？
哦。
哇哦。
我准备是打把路打，我感觉我不知道你两队啊。
不发 K 你要多说一点。
Ant's giving us a think with Queen 5 suited. He says, okay, let his 3-bet in position. Little loose.
But
not one of the loosest 3-bets we've seen at this table.
Not even close.
This is a decent holding.
10-9 suited could be classified as the same. So the extra 23 invested by Elton with the suited connector.
2 pair.
Yeah, swing and a miss though for Sang. Checks it.
Just flops so much of it. Brings in small, hoping his opponent makes a move on him. Retain some weak pairs, ace highs.
我打了我就不破了，说实话啊，我打了我就不破了。
You wanna restart?
We can play.
No. Yeah, sure. That one.
This one, okay.
All right, so it looks like the show 1 game negotiated.
One.
Losing player able to select what card they want to see.
We play, okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Andy?
No.
No, you?
No.
Only me and you.
Only one. Only one.
Only one card?
Yeah, no. I still one time? Yeah, one time.
Oh, only one time.
Yeah, only one time.
But only between us, yeah? Only if it's against us, we can ask.
Yeah.
Don't show others. Not fair.
So actually, we should just show each other, maybe.
Yeah.
It works well when we sit next to each other also.
不好玩这个。
It works well when we sit next to each other.
I saw a black card.
9.
9 o'clock.
I saw a black card.
9 of this.
你们看牌都看到，我看不懂。职业的嘛。对啊。
All right, so Tan's going to
我他也是
defend
刚刚看到一个红条6，我看
Jack
到一
8
个
and
红的，
straddle.
我只能看到一个红的。
你戴眼镜，他们没有戴眼镜。
And he's going to fail to make anything.
我看到也没用
Leading.
我不在炮里面，所以故意不说。
But it does check through. Maybe he can turn something.
And he does.
Open-ended. Should see him come out betting. Flop check back is pretty weak.
10,000 into 32, says Todd. Taking it down. A rare sight, by the way. You know, as much as this has those home game vibes, Randy, the stakes are very real, even for the bankrolls that are on display here. And the other thing to keep in mind is that that sort of wolf pack, sharkish aspect of when you smell blood in the water, you go in for it. Very much something that Tom needs to be mindful of right now. It's going to be really tough for him to push anyone around because they're all thinking to themselves, this guy is showing up light. He's tilted. He's going to be blasting. They're going to be trapping.
Yeah,
So,
I think he's pretty aware of that. So we'll see how he navigates when he does have some big opportunities.
Well, Ivy navigating as a lead into this 5-man field with this open-ender. 15,000. Elton with backdoor nut clubs and the pair of fours, but a lot of stuff cooking behind him, and maybe the perception that Ivy is on the tighter side of the spectrum. He gets out of the way. Boss with top pair. He'll be the lone customer.
Oh, the 4 on the turn. Elton. He's got to be fuming. Because he looked like he was a little bit close to making that call.
Sure.
There's a straight.
Presto. The deuce gets Ivy there.
有没有觉得你打的有问题，然后你每次都赢最多很厉害？运气最好，那就不是问题了吧？那现在问题就不是问题了吧？那你运气是最重要的技术的一部分嘛。
Paul's going to have a real decision when he gets back to him.
Hey, yeah, Ivy, 3-4-9, 4-9.
看到吧？你都已经打得好。
50K the barrel after the turn went check check.
哎，我5块不应该去。
7 of hearts a bad dangler for Boss in terms of bluff blocker.
No, because
last draw.
I mean a little bit. I also think like having that 7 of hearts. All these heart combos bet the turn at some frequency.
Maybe some 5-7, 6-7, but in any case, Boss properly finds the muck. Ivy can't get paid. Still happy to pick it up.
Yeah, Boss also had real kicker issues in case he was up against a better 9 that would probably play in the same manner.
Me? Yes. Sometimes.
Not much.
Not much. Yeah. No, we just yeah. Usually only until we have no other place where we invite ST.
That's his last in line on the wait list, but he's on the wait list.
Oh. I have a long time no play in Hong Kong.
Boss taking this one.
Yeah. Even last 6 months, I'm
King 8 offsuit, by the way, on the button. Made it 11.
Oh.
Do you get the sense that there's a tension of sorts in the air? I know it's beneath the surface, but with Tan kind of stretched as he is, you know, everybody, it's kind of, you reach a threshold whereby, okay, now this is a very real kind of number that Tan stuck, and things aren't going to be quite as light in terms of the mood, not as funny. I mean, at least not for him, maybe.
Yeah, there's a point when you know someone is pretty steamy, stuck a lot, and
No time.
you know, before when they saw Tan lose some pots, they laugh at him, right, or whatever. But after that one against Drongo, it really just kind of set the tone there.
I agree. I think
because it's not like he got coolered; he bluffed it off. Right?
No, and I think he's not going to be facing any needles from this point forward.
Yeah. When Tan's ready to kind of get back in there and lighten the mood, he'll let everyone know, and things will change again. But for now, though, it's poker.
That it is, and it's 40,000 to skate. Says the Ace King of Ivy, a 3-better over the top of the 11K open with the 6-7 of clubs from Boss. Hands mulling things over from the straddle. He does like to put in 4 bets pre-flop in spots where he thinks he can just take it down.
He probably will take this down a lot, but it's bad timing, and the skating is going to fall straight into the hole. What great news is this for Ivy? His hand is very simple to play. 5-bet jam off of this stack seems pretty clear.
Yeah, he agrees. And that's that.
Ivy's back to even.
Yeah. And he hasn't had to get down the streets really much. Granted, against Boss when he made the straight moments ago.
Sure.
But didn't get paid off on the end, so it's just been a chisel-y sort of process. I don't think Tan's going to be able to use a chisel, though. At this point, he's going to need an excavator.
没什么题可以了，肯定。没有。赢几十嘛，40。
你不是上80而已吗？
对啊，赢40嘛。
哪里只赢40啊？
几人了？啊50。能赖掉一点就赖掉一点。
19万是我的，我还记得。
20跟40
万没得看牌的吗？
哦，对啊。你打17万我就 call 一下了，可以免费看一下。
应该是17的
，17我 call 了。19
我不做也投降了。
19我看看什么牌都要 call 了嘛。
King 9 for ST on the button. He's going to raise it. A6 suited calls.
你还是有点小机会中一个 chip 的。
我还同花了。
A5啊。
差不多是这样。
好。
7-6 deuce, middle pair for Elton. Yawns his way through it. And ST with the king high flush draw. Following through just 8 times.
Smaller bet than normal. Most likely due to the monotone nature of the board. Nice.
Elton binks trips here. Seems like a comfortable check back for ST.
Help that.
And now a cozy 8 of spades on the end. It is Elton, however, who is betting 15,000.
Block bet, try to get paid. It is possible he gets paid by worse.
好朋友 call 一下，他赢了。
Flat call
大的话
from ST. The raise always a little
我带回来是不是你要
dangerous.
啊，你有那张6，你肯定要带回来吧？
Picks up the $79,000 pot.
不然就大了，只有2个结果了。哎呀，早知道大你了，早知道大你了，然后 call 嘛，就是不多赢嘛，呀，可以，可以，不敢，不敢的。
我记错了，我有个黑桃9，早知道是黑桃 K， 我腾上就打了。正好谁跟我说了句赢多少，让我忘了。
Ace-6 suited in the hands of ST now. Jungle Queen Jack. He's going to call. As does Andy's King Jack of Clubs.
Ace 7-3, very dry texture in the three-way affair. ST with the ace. And the betting lead. Little position flick of 10 dimes.
Andy might give this a call. Doesn't seem he will.
Laying it down, and again, ST takes the pot. He's been grinding the streams harder than anybody, it would seem.
He has.
By the way, when you see his head as it is there, staring at something off the rail, it's his iPad. Usually, this time,
phone
looks like his phone, and you can see right there the stream on display. He's trying to figure out who played what, how.
It's actually really helpful against these players just because a lot of them are pretty wild.
You're not wrong about that.
Paul going to try to press on Andy, 8-5 off.
$10-10-3 and a couple of diamonds. Big blind versus straddle. Little 12K follow-up.
Morolena.
18 pre. And Boss is doing whatever he can.
Elton's grooving to some Tomorrowland music, it sounded like.
You're right. That is some EDM grind.
Tomorrowland, you said you were going.
It's already over.
It's over?
Yeah, it's over. It was just the weekend before this and the 2 weekends before this. Yeah.
Is it always in July?
Yeah, every year.
Usually go?
Every year, August, right? July?
No, July.
Let's do 10,000.
Second week and third week. The last third weekend.
Ace 9 for hands.
电话不跟拿在手看牌嘛？
This should be able to take a flop. Jack 4 suited.
I don't think there's a whole lot of combos that aren't trying to take a flop for Tan at this point.
Nothing.
Swing and a miss. Both camps. Hands checks it back. Now the spade draw picked up by Tan.
I kind of feel like his image has built him a couple free turn cards. Less C-bets.
Yeah, free river as well that hits him for the lead.
Maybe he hunts value against ace high. It'd be thin, but correct. I kind of feel like he's going to get paid off by hands.
$10K. This would be such a wicked raise by hands if he turned it into a bluff. It doesn't feel necessary, but
No, I don't think he's looking to raise. More so, can he beat
40.
some stabs? Oh,
Yeah,
he is going
I don't
to
know why,
raise?
man. He had that look on his face.
This has got to be confusing, though, for Tan Xuan, right? Like, his opponent has check back flop and turn and is raising. So, In terms of value, I guess it would be some pocket pair lower than the queen that he's raising.
He's got calling chips in his hand, and the cards or the chips are going to be tossed in momentarily. We've seen this from him before. He finds the
Nice
call. And that is a very, very important moment in the session for Tan Xuan, dare I say, Randy.
It was just such an unbelievable line.
Like quad queens, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I could see quad queens.
Nice hand.
Did he just hit him with a nice hand?
Nice hands, maybe. That was good. This is the start of Tan Xuan building a war. He's loaded up the ammo.
Is Elton just one man raving right now?
Yes, he is.
Okay. We're here for it.
Music in the head.
Do ayahuasca again? Ah, maybe. Should do it in like Peru or some shit.
Huh? You know what?
In like Peru or some shit.
Peru, why?
That's for like legit stuff, apparently. That's where it originated.
I think that's a myth.
Really?
Yeah. Originated from Colombia.
Oh, well, whatever. Colombia.
But like, you know, just all over South.
I gotta say, on my day 6 cash game invitational bingo card, I didn't have ayahuasca discussion.
Some of my friends were thinking that we just like hired to fly over the shaman and the team, and then just like find like a really nice villa to do it, like somewhere else. Yeah, but that still work. Like you don't necessarily need to fly to supplement it. Like I know people that like just go over the team and they bring over the plant medicine, you know.
You know, as I watch the way that some of these hands get played out, I begin to consider that psychedelics at some point have had a role in this. A little psilocybin goes a long, long way in terms of the action. Careful, by the way, you could, you know, you could end up looking down at your hand and think that you have the Joker of Stars.
Joker of Stars. Well, that means I can win this hand no matter what I do. Let us find a raise. Maybe we even find a raise of 2/8 here for Tan.
I mean, I don't know for sure.
Momentum might be on his side after making that nice bet call with bottom pair.
Pocket eights. Making it 55 over the top of the 11K open from Andy.
I feel like Andy feels that Tan is getting out of line. Look at him come in with Queen 7 of diamonds. This is no standard call, but he's not up against a standard opponent.
Jack 10-6. No improvements
from outside
for Andy.
Pretty bad board for Tan Xuan, but he is ahead. If he can just fire, it would really define where he's at right now, as it would shed this Queen 7. Hard to do so. Does have a club and heart in hand, which blocks a little bit of flush draws, at least the backdoor flush draws, I mean. 50K is the C-bet.
Boy, credit for Tan finding that barrel right there, because obviously when we 3-bet and we get called by the pre-flop opener, that 10 and the jack, you know, I know we harp on this point, tends to interact.
It does.
Not on this occasion, though, as Andy.
You didn't listen when they were talking about it, huh?
I listened a little bit. You mean about the tightest
Able
stuff?
to fold.
I didn't listen about that. I listened about the vision and stuff like
Scoreboard time.
Well, feast your eyes on what is An almost $1 million deficit for Tan Xuan. And prior to that exchange with Andy Nee, it was an over 7-figure loss on the night. Note that Andy, by the way, feels as though it may take playing some big pots and getting his hands dirty against Tan to climb out of the hole he's in. Lost down 75,000. Everybody else
You're like a church.
in the black.
Yeah, biggest winner, Jungle Man, followed by Elton Sang.
The Cardinal.
Doesn't mean they're necessarily good, to be honest. There's plenty of bad popes and whatever.
Yeah, but but just because he's good, that's why the last tech I awarded him the tech.
Not necessarily. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. This is just what my face reading friends told me. They fucking can read faces. I can't do that. So.
Well, you should know. You tried it.
I tried what? Oh, the ayahuasca. I mean, the ayahuasca was good, but like, is that because of him or is it because of the recipe or I don't know.
Does it kind of feel like Andy Nee and Tan Xuan's got a little war going on?
It does.
Battleships.
Yeah, I mean, it all.
ST in the crossfire with the ace-3 suited. Comes 8-6-3. Second pair and a relevant 4 of hearts here versus bottom pair. Tan with the best hand. Andy doesn't follow through.
People reading faces like really a thing or not. If that's a real thing, it's fucking bullshit. I don't
Best
know.
hand is gonna bet.
Other ayahuascas, you know what I mean? I don't know a lot of things. So how can I really judge a shaman? I can't really.
Wouldn't blame ST for calling. He might think he's got the best hand against these two.
Yeah.
He's actually going to bring in a check raise to define his hand.
It seemed like some stuff is going on.
This is going to be tough for Tan when it gets back to him, which I assume. And he should be stepping aside with just King Jack high. I don't think Tan Xuan puts ST as one of those gunslingers that really just go for it, so it's a bit of a struggle here. But if he can find a call, it'd be quite amazing.
Oh, homeboy like. Oh.
Let it go.
Perhaps he feels he blocks some of the value check raises, 2 pair sets with that 6.
He's going to re-raise this. You know what's funny? I didn't say anything, and I got the sense that this is what was on his mind. And I'm actually a little bit surprised that ST, given that he's playing with a cat in a corner right now, as stuck as Tan is, reached his hand out there as the claws sink right into this 65,000.
Yeah, I think ST was thinking, look, if I check call of ace 3 and I don't improve on a turn, he's just going to barrel me off my hand. But I also think that Tan Xuan is just messing around too much and not looking to make a play. Obviously, his timing was wrong as Tan put in the 3-bet with this pair of 6s.
I helped you build that button.
This is just good cinema right now.
Button is a fucking trigger to my head.
Hence,
Movie's not over.
You and I just sitting back spectating like those of you who might be hitting some microwave popcorn or biting some nails.
I'm afraid
as you
to
soak
pop
this in.
into popcorn because I don't want to miss anything, you know?
That's a good point.
I would ask the other half to go get the popcorn for me.
Yeah.
The only person that's going to stress over it is you.
Please just stop. There's not really an easy solution to this.
Something seems like it's got Jungle upset.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I hope it's not about the DHL package.
Well, remember, it was days ago that you and I ran into him in the lobby talking about that package with the front desk. Maybe they finally tracked it down. Ivy tracking down top pair here. 20K follow through after he picked up hands as Jack 4 suited.
Hans is taking some time. I think he's contemplating a check raise, but against Ivy, maybe not a good idea right now.
2500变成3000是我，
昨天5000多
5000多。
Casual pickup there for Phil.
他们说我不知道，我平时不看的。然后他们说 Hustler 有1万多，
平时有1万多。哦，但那个可能很多人不知道，会不会？
对，
因为广告做的不好，Hustler 都长期嘛，可能直接变成那个。那个不会给，那啥不会有我们好看吧？
Hustler 都是球棒很深，盲度很小嘛，对吧？
对啊，
都是摆在那里装样子的嘛，要很冤家的牌才能打起来。
Call.
Hands limps the big. Dominating jungles 10-7. Jungle's tilted, and I think it is about the package. Elton singing that Frozen song, Let It Go, getting under Jungle's skin.
谈到他的女朋友的事情，放不下，一力上头。Too much.
Jungle shouldn't be too tilted. He's up a lot.
Yeah, but he is the kind of person that if he's fixated on something, doesn't matter how he's doing in the game.
Fair. Kind of wouldn't mind a tilted jungle. It'd be really fun to watch with Tan Chuen.
That's exactly what I was just thinking. I know Tan Chuen wouldn't mind it.
Elton trying to steal here. Finds himself in a favorable position. Dominating the Jack 5, which flops the flush draw.
Ace 10-9, 2 clubs. Repping the ace, perhaps. Elton follows through for 10. Andy with a quick call. Hits the 5, as does Elton.
Gives them both showdown value against straight draws and flush draws.
Does go check, check.
Oh,
check down on the river as well. Elton
Super genius.
Out kicking for 50. Maybe everybody's hungry.
You hungry?
I'm hungry for some more big pots,
yeah,
and I
me
feel
too.
like my appetite's going to get satisfied given the current state of affairs with a deeply stuck Andy knee and a fairly steamy Tan Chuen.
Elton's also one who could give a lot of action. King, Queen, party starter, hands, ace 4 suited. Feels like he's in the 3-betting mood. There we go.
Yeah, 40 declared.
Sorry, that's probably flat.
Saw a picture. Flash, Jack of diamonds.
Elton with a hand durable enough to continue.
Most certainly will. Never seen him fold this for a 3-bet.
King 9-6, top pair, and very much the best of what's around. This is horrendous texture for hands.
Still a board where he might try and represent ace king.
Winning.
20 into 92. Alton might even check raise this, given his style. There we go. So tough to play against someone where he's checking more than just the nuts. He's really expanded his value check raising range. He's going to take a look at one of Elton's cards. We're not sure which one he peeked at.
No, but nowhere to go. Put into the muck. It's the check 4X. Draws the curtain early in that one. Jungle's really grinding that DHL status on the package.
Yes, he is.
I don't think he's going to ship anything with DHL anymore, if I'm being honest. I also don't think that DHL is going to be sponsoring the Triton Poker Series based on that revelation.
A few limps.
Yeah, King 10 and Queen Jack so far.
One more.
Suited King for hands. In the saddle. Now on the button, another King 10. Jungle joins. 7 deuce suited, not good enough. And mystery hand time. And boy, the hands are mysterious enough as they are, but we're going to block them out this time for Tan. Ace 10-3. Second pair nut kicker in 2 spots. Broadway gutter for Elton. Bottom pair for hands.
A little something, something for everyone as we check it around.
Nobody a fan of the turn.
These King 10s, they've got interest. Phil Ivey, they want to start the party. One card already shown, so Elton's draw doesn't look so good anymore. Gates with the same hand calls. Tan was in the straddle, so he can have literally anything. He can random 2 pairs. It is reasonable.
Bet and call of 15 in front of him, and he is reaching, Randy, as you suspected, 62,000. Straddle range advantage.
The jungle doesn't believe. It's unclear whether he's ahead or not. But that 4 of spades is not what he wanted to see because some semi-bluffs got there.
Yeah. Deuce 5, 5-7, spades.
And you might have already been behind.
Yep. Jungle unblocks the spades. But he's got history with Tan, who checks it now. And you wonder whether or not Tan thinks that spades are across the way. A check back and 10s and 6s did not hunt value.
You did get pretty good value there on the turn. 5
You're right about
second
that.
pair.
60，得把60赢回来啦。
But players have to be aware that Tan is willing to check 2 pair there on the
10-6
turn
is a big
after a
hand
flop
for him.
checker.
Yeah. He was forced to play 10-6 twice in the straddle.
Played it perfect.
Huh?
Played it perfect.
Perfect. Perfect play.
Not the first time.
And how won. No, and how won. Something like that. What do they say?
Huh?
In the Chinese, if you play, they say like 很好拍 or like
很好玩，操你妈！你去死！
啊，
操你妈！你去死！
你去死。
Why do you have a
Why-
China flag?
I can't say. I can't. Am I supposed to say that 找你妈 or like? I don't know.
You can, but the viewers will say you are uneducated.
Oh, really?
Moron.
Well, they're wrong
It's
about
up
that.
to you what you want to be called.
That doesn't mean you're uneducated. It's not true, actually. People say swear words tend to be more educated.
Oh.
It's actually backwards. They tend to be smarter.
SD, King, Queen.
She's not properly brought up, people will say.
Takes it to 11.
8-2 suited for Ivy.
Just defending the straddle here. And out flopping the opener. Checks middle pair.
SC gonna try to win it on the flop. Won't be able to do so, especially with 13K bet.
Jack on the turn is interesting after the check call from Ivy. 4-liner on board, but we have picked up the open ender.
Yeah, it's interesting because oftentimes you do want to multi-barrel when you pick up open-ended. He does bet it and steal it from the 8. Good stuff. Not an easy bet. It's not unreasonable Ivy would have a 9 there in some spots. Couple limps. Elton first, Dan Kate second. Tan third.
As we've observed, one limp begets more.
So quarter in the middle, 5 ways.
Ace Jack for all spades.
I see 2 pair for Elton.
Ivy with the only flush draw, and indeed aces and fours, that which greets Elton, who just fires 4,000. Top pair for Jungle. He hangs around. Second nut flush draw and the jack. A predictable 3. Find the turn, which delivers the flush to Phil. Second nut in nature, so he'll check, or granted third, in case 5-3 of spades lurks.
Regardless, a nice flush to have. Jungle Man thinking about turning his ace-9 into a bluff. Shoots out 13. Elton can't think the 2 pair are good, I would think. I guess he does have outs to a full house.
To the river we head. Back to the jungle. 13K bet. 7 of clubs on the end. No further betting, and this 76,000 will go to Phil.
You're folding for bet like 100K?
Maybe.
All right.
What do you call with the straight drum?
Hmm?
You call with the straight drum?
Me?
Yeah, it's trying to the flush.
Yeah, that one was real suicide.
That would have been some epic suicide if I collapsed to that. I think.
It's okay.
There's no way in fucking hell Phil's folding.
Put into the test, Jungle.
Man, that was not the spot.
Huh? Yeah, could be wrong. I don't know. I thought Elton had something good too.
He had a draw.
had a draw. Had a draw.
Raised to 11,000 from the sevens. ST with the ace queen. Takes it up to 45.
Medium pair in position. Seems like that would qualify for a flop.
Fairly pricey. But Andy does have the best hand. Goes to work. Now 100 dimes in the middle. A 7 in the window coupled with an ace. This is absolutely what he wants to see.
Time. My alarm says it's about time that we play a big pot. In the next 5 minutes, I think one big one is coming.
I think this is that big one.
Yeah.
It's a tight time frame.
Uh-huh. Yeah, within the next 7 minutes. My alarm just alerted me. It's time to play a big pot.
Oh, 10 on the turn.
You know that 10 of diamonds is actually very dangerous for ST.
But they didn't come in.
He now loses 2 more hands.
So did
Ace 10, Jack 10, King Queen, 8 9. It makes sense that he's being cautious.
Yeah, after the 35K bet call, he comes with check. And it's a heavily texturized situation for the set of sevens, which definitely are going to want to put chips forward. 70.
I like that Andy is going smaller because the fact that his opponent is checking on his turn means he's relatively weak in terms of just having one pair usually. You don't really want them to hero fold when you're holding a set. ST thinks his ace queen might be good, makes the call, 310,000 in the middle.
Backdoor diamonds showing up.
Not the ideal river card for Andy, just because there's more scary things that ST might think he's losing to and may hero fold when Andy is to bet.
Well, given that, do we size down a little bit to milk? Or is that just too
Conventional
obvious?
logic, yes, but then again, what you said, it might be a little
That's
too
some jet
obvious.
Today? Yeah, with the sun.
Oh,
It's nice.
try paddleboarding today.
Which boarding?
Our most likely targets for value is ace queen and ace king. He is sizing down to try to get those hands to call.
Slower, you know,
Yeah.
slower view, get the view slower.
ST should never think this is a worse value hand betting in this manner.
Energetic kid.
Yeah.
Likes the rush.
Seven. Yeah.
Great fold.
Yep. 160, just a little too rich for ace queen on this board, given how many problems it could be running into. King, queen, 8, 9, diamonds, better. Ace in the form of aces up. And of course, as we saw there, a set. And those pickups are important for Andy, who alongside Tan is deep in the red.
Yeah, credit to ST and really just knew where he was. Quickly folded, didn't even use a time bank.
Yeah, they're not too big on activities here.
No?
Mostly casino. More the beach.
There's some activities here. Huh?
Do share.
Six for 10. Ivy's in ace 8 of hearts. Elton's got ace king suited, and he's going to squeeze this. We've got a pot brewing. Remember, Elton not too long ago said on his alarm that a big pot's going to happen within like 7 minutes or so, and hand's not folding. I'll tell you that.
Another 50,000 to go. And in come the 2 additional white chips. I'm not sure Ivy's appetite is going to remain intact.
He is often dominated.
Yep. Lets it go.
You asked for it, right? A
I
big
didn't
one.
ask for it. It just told me.
I told
Ivy would have had the nicest piece on this flop.
Nut flush draw in the muck, leaving sixes to be ahead.
Chance for Tan to take a free card. Unless he thinks Elton is check folding way too often, then maybe he sprinkles in 1/3.
Yeah, it's a bit late. It's the clock game. Yeah, but I'm about to quit. Huh? No, there's not much point here right now. I'm trying to think what we can do.
So 50K from Tan, expecting check folds.
45 minutes, right?
Do it, Jungle.
Elton with
Do it.
no spade out there does check call the 50. Another 100,000 into this pot, bringing it to near $250,000. And while some may have been content to check back and see what's what in Tan's seat with these sixes, he's not that guy. But doesn't like the look of this queen, which has given Elton the Broadway gutty.
I also think Elton's not pleased with the queen himself because some of the bluffs he's trying to keep honest do connect with that, whether it be a straight or pair. And the ace on the river, bad for Tan Xuan. Outdrawn.
That he is.
Let's see if Elton hunts value with ace king. Inferior ace is possible. Queen X.
$75K. Nervy moments there. Boy, things just continuing to unfold in very brutal fashion for Tan Xuan, who's given it all he can, Randy, but just...
You say so, man. No, maybe that can be a joke. Everyone's always joking when something isn't received well.
Maybe Andy versus Tan Xuan incoming. 3-bet.
Yeah, 11,000 becomes 35. Tan continues to give it his best effort.
No chance Andy is holding this. He's just contemplating, do I call or put it in a 4-bet? Because we saw him do it earlier with ace-queen suited.
The thing is, you got to be so careful about the 4-bet pre against Tan because you're not likely to lose him all that often. And every now and again, he just blasts right back at you. Although in this situation, I'm not sure how bothered by that we would be with the nut flush draw.
Tan's
Checking
really
over.
pushing the action and just never flopping anything. No club in hand. 2 overs.
5 seconds.
Let's see if Andy plays this one fast or check call. We've seen him play hands like this in the form of a check raise before. Or maybe he check calls, hopes to hit the club, and his opponent just tries to rep it.
35,000 ahead to the turn. The ace rolling off, improving things for Andy.
think,
Todd
Jay?
does find equity in the form of the Broadway gutter. 152 in the middle. And Andy just very content to let Tan push the action.
I would be shocked if Tan Xuan doesn't bet this turn card. It's actually very good for him under normal circumstances. He can really just lean on like pocket nines, 8-9, 10-jack, these type of hands. He has a lot of ace-x in his range. It's not going to work, obviously, against top pair and a nut flush draw, but
No shot.
that is pretty good in general.
A meaty 115 deployed here.
There could be some alarm bells going off, though, once Andy calls here for Tan, and maybe a third barrel won't come in. But for now, Andy is just thinking, let me hit that club. Because there's a chance he is behind here. 2 ace, queen, ace, king. But even if he doesn't hit it, I don't think Andy's looking to check fold against Tan right now.
Sure enough, 115 more invested by Andy. A board pairing 5 on the end. Tan has absolutely no showdown as played, we would imagine, even though it's second nut, no pair. I suppose some queen jack of clubs specifically would be one of the very few hands that would line up, but will he give up or will he go hard with 382 in there? And by the way, unimproved. How uncomfortable might he make it for Andy? Imagine if he asks for all 497, Randy.
Oh, that would be sick, but
no,
he's
shut down.
He's worried.
Not worried, of course. Is Andy once the check back comes in?
Andy's clawing his way out of that hole. It's not down too much anymore. Courtesy of Tan.
Online?
Right about that.
It's like you're both trying to escape that door, and he just pushes Tan back like, you know what? Let me go out first.
Eh, 受不了。
哇，一发出来就这么大，就他偷我的那把。另外一个是谁
？Hands limps the jack 8 suited.
16.
And Kate's king 8 offsuit. Seeks privacy.
Yeah, he feels that hands is limp is not going to perform well out of position. Looks like he probably will be getting called in 2 spots.
King 6 suited for Andy. Sticks around after hauling in that nice one against Tan. Hands also hanging in. 53,000 in the middle. 3 players. Queen Jack 4. Second pair and the backdoor spades for hands, but it is Jungle who wastes no time working the king of clubs to the tune of 20K. This is all over for Andy.
Perhaps not for hands, who has backdoor spades with that middle pair.
No perhaps about it. We know that a fold is not in his future. So the 4 bluebirds fly in.
Nice
Second
card.
floor, yeah, really not the type of thing that he thinks Jungle interacts with at all. His kicker improves.
TT, hand jack. Hey, I told you, counter raise there.
Huh?
Told you.
Jungle Man is going hard here. King 8 off. He thinks his hand is just too weak. He is right. It is middle pair of jacks. Well played, Jungle Man.
Makes a believer out of hands, who certainly has some adhesion within him. We've seen some very sticky turn spots where he check called out of position, but not against Jungle so much. He gave credit to. On that occasion, did so incorrectly.
都说你在看嘛，就说你偷我的那把，都说你是full house，就是他的 mystery 嘛，就最后揭晓的。你 all in 我在想，你肯定是full house，说你偷的很像。
Wait, be careful at setting it against the wall.
那一小彩，我知道你有颜色，还偷过去。
有可能会偷的。有可能。
No， 你那个
上电视我不否。
我那个你怎么，你那是 nuts 怎么脱掉？就是红色 nuts 不可能脱掉，你不会脱掉。不会脱掉。
哇，那个我这
推就有，
我这想都不想了，妈的，你要付我就输给你啊！妈的，
不可能脱掉的。
我也没有，我大概用了一个摊牌开的车，没办法的，对。
我很喜欢授权给别人的。
来，我喜欢这句话。
Fold it all the way around to Andy, who raises. I don't even know why Tan's looking down at his hand, because he's not folding against this guy.
He wants to know if he should re-raise it, all right?
Happens to be dominating with his 7-6. And he's got himself an open-ender up against second pair with backdoor heart and straight potential. However, Andy does not c-bet it.
I don't think Tan is going to let this one check through.
Go to my button.
A lot of checks on this flop is looking to check fold.
I get the feeling, Randy, that Andy is very much in a mode whereby he wants to allow Tan to press the action, do the betting for both of them, and not do any leading, which would open the door to Tan to just come with some crazy aggressive movements.
Which we've seen plenty of times where players have kind of bet and Tan is raised.
Ace on the turn. We've seen this movie before.
It's not supposed to hit Tan's range.
No, this time he was a flat caller, as opposed to last time where he was a 3-better pre. He does check back, however, and does not find any improvement. However, a third overcard to the 5 out there, and it is Andy who activates, firing 15,000 and taking it down once more. Chips drifting from Tan over to Andy.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Andy's got a game plan for Tan to even bet 15K on the river there. Is like, look, I don't want to check and let you decide what the price will be. And I also think you might not bluff raise me in this exact moment.
我都没去，我都不知道。
Big blind. And throw the deal.
都跑了。My brand is an opposite. TLPT. What is
Jack 9 performing very well against ST's straddle defense.
Jumbo's jacket. What brand is it?
It's I think it's I don't know if Louis Vuitton had anything to do with it, but I presume it's like based on colors.
Huh?
I don't. It's presume it's based on like colors. AA poker brand.
I check.
Check AA Poker brand.
AA?
AA Poker brand.
Oh.
Yeah.
What is that?
Well, what did you like to know?
I really don't know. AA.
China-based app. That's China-based app that.
C bet and taken.
Doesn't have rake.
That doesn't have what?
Doesn't have rake.
That doesn't have rake.
No, it doesn't take rake.
Oh, what do they make then?
Make money off of people asking us to see the hands and also using time banks.
Oh,
Yeah. I think it's I mean, the amount of works, it works. To be fair, I mean, WPT Online makes lots of money from that. I spent like a lot more than I thought I would on that.
no rake poker. Sounds good. So you're sponsoring? I mean, they're sponsoring you? Give you this jacket?
Yeah.
Team China, Jungle Man. What's TLPT?
You don't think
That I have not figured out. I forgot what that means.
Jungle
but-
redeemed his AA poker points at
I'm
the
on
store
Team
for the
Boss.
jacket, do you?
It is 45,000.
3 scoops, says Elton. Is a suited spade jack of worse variety on this occasion for Dan as step into it. However, stepping up to the plate and 125,000 is Jungle.
Wow.
Things getting a little bare knuckle out there.
Yeah.
第3天的快进不了了是吧？
直播都不能，
他不是几天前的吗？为什么还是？
直播都不能了。
I don't think Elton's looking to fold.
直播，他的第一次放他就叫直播。
哦哦。
It is a big ask of Ace Queen. But Elton thinks that Jungle Man is willing to get out of line here. I could see him making a call, but he is going to lay down to Ace Queen. Nicely done, Jungle Man. What good timing is that? Don't mess with the jungle.
Lessons learned. By the way, Elton, he's very capable of getting deep into the streets with you.
Yeah, I've seen him call 4 bets of Ace Queen.
Not that time.
啊，出上了打牌。
Elton's stack has dwindled considerably from where it was early in the session.
True.
I didn't clock how he was doing at that last chip count.
I think it was up around 500 or so.
He's only in for 1 bullet, right?
Right.
So, 1 stack of white is the investment level, and it doesn't look like he's got a full million in front of him anymore. So treading in the wrong direction.
I mean, he's down a little bit from his high
啊，难打。
watermark.
难
10-7
打
offsuit for Tan.
Picks up hands in the straddle, pocket 4s. 8-8 deuce texture that hands can get behind potentially in spite of the lack of a diamond. Tom, you just expect a very high frequency C bet out of him right about now.
And for that reason, hands is going to be very comfortable 2-4s. Maybe he's even thinking check raise, take it down, but check call is the default. Quite a
6
nice
on
turn
the
card.
Yeah, all of a sudden we have equity in the form of a gutter.
There's a lot of hands that check fold the turn, but he doesn't think hands has got that.
Check back by Tan, and the ace could be in his range here. Diamonds arrive.
It's a tough one to barrel for Tan. I'm trying to think of what better hand he gets to fold. I suppose little pairs like this that we see. There are ace X's that definitely check call that flop for $10,000. It makes sense he gives up.
all the way overpay.
I'm not sure hands, depending on the sizing that Tom might have come with on the river there, would have been done with it just based on, the state of affairs.
Yeah, I think that's why Tan checked as well. If he didn't think an ace would fold, he might not even think the lower pairs would too. Plus, you also open up the door to get check raised.
Yeah, that's fair. And hands, by the way, is one of the more check raisey type of characters.
We've seen it over and over again, and without the goods.
King Jack suited. On the more legitimate side of things for Tan on this occasion, a flat from the sixes of Elton, and then Andy, who is dominating and certainly has gotten way the better of Tan on the session. Takes it up.
I think Elton's going to join this party of two. Pull up the seat. Make it 3.
$187,000 in there pre-flop. And how about the nuts for Tan? Andy with a piece.
This is bad for Andy. Andy's already got this mindset that Tan Xuan is just bluffing way too much. He is going to check this flop, but not to check fold if Tan bets. And I think he will, knowing that he's often up against an ace, especially unblocking that ace. You really just got to bet. Maybe you don't bet too big, just so that some queens or kings that are black stick around, jacks. 55 to try to retain someone. Elton's got a heart in hand, but he'd be drawing to that if he thought it was good. He's drawing dead, actually, practically.
Are you surprised at all by Andy checking this street, even though he was the pre-flop 3-better here?
I don't think it's a problem that he does it. It's just going to be a bit more confusing because he knows he's under-repped his hand a bit.
Yeah, taking the passive line, making the call, and that is a savior card for Andy. And Tan hates to see it, obviously, given that he had the nuts.
Yeah, absolutely kills his action against ace-x. There still is a Queen of Hearts lingering for Tan to really just get a lot of value. Maybe Tan thinks he can get most value by betting the turn. It's interesting. I feel like Tan's setting himself up to get the max from the Queen of Hearts, but it's going to be sad to see that fold from Ace-Jack.
Turn bet. Easily clears Andy's hand. Well, there are a number of you in the chat on YouTube that are very much rooting for Tan Xuan. Gonna take quite a few more pots like that one for him to get out of the hole. Now, Ivy, red queens. The bulk of his profits on the session out there in the form of a raise to 10K, given he's in for a single bullet. And now we see the reasoning behind the 3-bet by ST with aces up to 35,000. Elton on the button. Served well. Not to take interest in that ace-jack offsuit.
Ivy's in trouble here.
You know, ST hasn't been particularly frisky of late and on the session. And as such,
that might make Ivy not 4-bet his hand then, but if he does, he will get stacked likely. And
yeah, there it is. Up to 105 we go. Dreamy developments. If we've got the aces.
It's interesting because aces often calls the 4-bet here just because of how good it is. If your opponent's bluffing, you don't want those hands to fold, and you stack kings and queens post flop a lot anyways. But he might think that Ivy's not messing around, and let's just get it in pre. Still going to make the call.
I hear where you're coming from, Randy. It does feel like Ivy 4-betting to 105 is a hand that might be prepared to call a 5-bet. 7-6 trade with a couple of clubs. No concerns for either party as it stands.
This is why it's okay to slow play aces, is that if your opponent has kings and queens, something that can get it in pre, they're still going to get stacked on flops like this. And maybe if Ivy did have air, he would c-bet for sure on a 7-high board. Ivy thinks his hand is good. He can get value from jacks and tens, a big part of ST's range. 100K c-bet into 222. ST's going to try to respond like, well, will Ivy have 100K bet folds on this flop? If not, then we raise. If we think there's air, then we call and play a turn card.
Huh? Oh.
Oh my goodness.
What timing is this to come in as Ivy's about to get stacked?
I am Lord Trident. I'm here for battle. We're here for the final showdown.
Oh my god.
I will not be using my trident because it's broken now. It's been faced too many battles.
To get a new one.
Yes, I need a new one.
Oh
need
my
some
god.
pairs.
So the chips get all in, although the moment had its thunder stolen by the self-anointed Trident. Not the first time we've seen that get up. I believe in Cyprus was the first time another iteration of it.
I don't think Ivy's
came
pleased.
in, but yeah. Did they negotiate a one time or
One
two?
time.
It seems like one, and the queens now can chop it with a 5 on the end.
Queen on the river. How sick is that?
30K.
Yeah, I will want insurance, but street chop. I mean,
Oh my.
$1 million pot over to Ivy and Trident. Observe.
他说因为5分钱要输保险买3万要输3万嘛。
We'll talk about having the wind let out of your sails.
想买啦，
真的我想买。
买2、3万了，3万啦。
拔出来之后都想买了啊！拔出来之后都想买的。
A swift kick to the undercarriage, courtesy of the 2-ball in the corner pocket.
后面给了嘛？
拔出来的时候都想买。
2张都无所谓的，保险保平安嘛。
给没码啦。
You heard him immediately talk about insurance. Boss was preoccupied with Trident, and so there was no opportunity to pay a premium and protect against that outcome.
Appear, and then the big hand appears.
Only 300K. Trident comes with a tidal wave.
So you want to buy or not? 12,000
on pairs. You have aces.
12,000 total. Hey.
deciding.
You cannot come in like that. You pay 12,000 if you want to buy buttons.
Doing the fair thing. I always lose.
These chips remind me of the sea. It's in grave danger.
Okay.
上头上头，
你有没有？
怎么你上头？不关你事。
他拿对子，我跟他赌对子啊，他拿了 AA 拿了2次了，只有30万给他了，上头啊，
就30万。
对啊，
赌对子嘛，他们。
Phil Ivey
30万给
was
他。
about to get felted there. Until Lady Luck paid him a visit on the end.
Lady Luck, I think it was Trident's luck.
啊，15万。
Ivey's supposed to
What
have
is that?
$1 million
Mr. Trident?
less.
My magic conch.
Oh my god.
What is the conch?
Holy cow, this is see-through jungle.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Turning you on, huh?
Your tits are.
I just realized
I'm like,
that
Yes.
Elton got excited. To see
I'm using all the weapons for this battle.
The binary.
Contain my composure against fierce adversaries. Some of the sea's finest.
Which character is this again?
Trident, Lord of the Sea.
Trident.
Trident.
you know,
The Trident.
if I asked you to kind of describe the people that would be
I'm
gathered
just
around a
behind
$1,000,
the scene.
$2,000, $4,000 no limit hold'em game, I don't
You're supposed
believe.
to be the Lord of the Jungle.
It's evolved.
She is in danger and needs my help. So I've been summoned.
Complete with
You got kicked out of the jungle, huh?
Yeah,
Any
the king of the
fishes
sea.
and whales here.
the sheer green
They must be
long sleeve.
taken asunder.
Is that lingerie? I mean, it's kind of a nip slip situation.
真的是什么人才
哦，
那如果没有输呢？你赚多少？
啊？
如果没有输赚多少？
都没有是赚的，
自己要抓才有赢嘛。
啊，
对啊，
自己要抓你。
你自己抓到就赢了嘛，直接赢了嘛，
哦，
15万嘛，你也可以玩，
我不管。
选一个对子嘛，拿到就收钱，很简单
一人拿一个而已啊？
啊
你。们
对啊，
一个怎么输30万？中3次啊你啊？
2个 A 啊，他15万一次拿了2次了嘛，
哦，已经2次了。
拿几个对子啊？
啊，这一个对子啊，
那就是拿 AA 嘛。
这是一个对子可以是
跟我一次是吧？哦，
对啊，
对啊，那个 SD 这样好，这个给人看的，
我跟你
收钱
说了嘛
嘛。
我说你 commit 了嘛，你打17万，
那也知道你是3副牌了，AA
你也是 AA 是吧？
啊，
你也是 AA 是吧？
我不是 A，
这个呀，
是
这斗 AA
5-6-2
就15万多。
反正我不是，
Raising it up.
反正
Boss in the big with Jack 9 suited.
上
Been a
头
player favorite.
真上头，
He'll hop in.
你们也可以选一个对子啊，大家一起玩嘛，多一家付钱，如果3家人玩，你拿一个就收30
Come
万
out，of the straddle with the
划算的
king 10 aboard to the ace queen 9 flop. 2 snap checks in
We say
front
we
of
can-
Elton.
we
He
can
closes
also
it out with a check back.
Yes, one pair, I have
third
one
club.
pair. We can go multi-way.
Nobody with the flush draw.
150K. One player 150K. If you're an Iman, Andy.
I want the sevens of the 7 Cs.
Trip 9.
If we go forward, we can just do like 100K. Because when you win 300K.
300K.
Yeah, but when you lose, you only lose 100K.
Boss
Very
was in
good
front
deal.
on the flop. Ton
Very
hit the
good deal.
turn.
Good odds.
Huh?
good for sure.
Now Boss back in front,
It's
betting
really good odds.
15,000.
1 for 3.
Never a consideration for Schwen.
Elton, are you interested in ocean?
4条9啊。
No, I'm not interested.
啊，掐到手都软了。
You like the fishes of the ocean, don't you?
Oh, I certainly like to eat sashimis.
There you go. Consider the ocean and the sashimis. Even though their sea trends and a little bit disturbed.
I am the lord of the land.
You're the lord of the land?
You can take over the ocean jungle.
I'm gonna take over the land too.
You can have all of the ocean.
Well, now I'm part of. Now I'm on sea. Now I'm on land, so I need to take over the land.
You want to fight for the land?
Yes, I want to fight for the land.
Is Aquaman related to you?
Huh?
Aquaman.
Who's this Aquaman?
You don't know? Oh man.
I should meet him.
You'll team up with me to protect the sea.
你鼓动提议，你肯定要支持一下的。
是的，
这个不。
反正在这往上起来了。Man is king of the Atlantic。
都没有弯起来，要弯起来要打下去，弯起来要打下去。我忘了，等一下我忘。哎，今天那个叉还没有叉，怪不得。
啊
？OK。
1 minute 1 round 啊，到你玩。
好。
好。
All right, it's time for the final battle.
哇，
哦，手都可以。
1 minute 哪里啊？1 round 有20多分钟。
有20多分钟。
Okay, well, last thing is us.
That's 10 minutes.
Is Jungle summoning?
Fake one. Jungle, you deserve to go back to the jungle. You do not deserve to be the Lord of the Sea.
I'm the only one here protecting the sea. Who else would be the Lord of the sea?
Well, the Lord of
Someone has
this
to protect the minnows and the fishes.
Andy and
And the whales.
Tan
Definitely
Schwen
the whales.
Pot
The octopi and the pufferfish.
Tan with the 9s. I confess I'm afraid to say too much right now, just in case we miss a nugget or a gem from Jungle.
All the fishy things.
Tan check called.
Now that you have moved from the jungle to the sea, maybe you can finally let it go. Let it go.
Andy checking back and Elton picking up on his little let it go needle. And apparently, this is the package that he was waiting on.
Where are your
My
fins?
trident is broken.
Where are your fins, Jungle?
Do you want to see?
We're betting on the turn of the river. Relatively small one going Tan's way.
I want to see your
Don't think
fins.
you want to see my fin.
I don't. I am very interested in your fins.
Fuck. I don't know if I want you to try.
上头啊，上头啊！哇 ，SD 不影响啊，应该上头了，我看你。
那怎么办呢？
只要你拿个 AA，妈的逼！
还好有你帮我补了一刀，挡了一刀，
挡了一大刀。
本来输50，现在输35，好过一点。
Pocket 9s for hands. As things calm down for a
是不
second.
是很难的？怎么那么
You see my
I
cards when I
wouldn't
pick
count
them
on
up?
that.
Only the right one.
Sounds like
三单的
as if it
Plays
helping
it as a
you
limp, by the way.
relax.
Boss
这他输一次的。
has
你莫差一
ace
点
3 suited and an idea.
那你去救我了
You're
呀？
supposed to blow it.
怎么这
I'm
样
not blowing it.
Might that be tapped down on
This
by
is
the
a
ace
rare
queen of time?
invitation by Lord Trident.
那我也不要。
Should be honored,
多点死钱
respected.
还跟我就
Wonder what hands
啊，
his
这
plan
种
is
对，有可能
once he gets back
我
to
觉得
it.
他可能直接 all in
Yeah, 20 and now 65 in succession.
他应该可能直接 all in。
干不死敌了。
Against most, it's an easy fold, but against Tan,
我第一个其实我是不是怕你
not，so sure.
怕他。
This feels like an opportunity to 4-bet and take a pot
但
pretty
他
often,
扎起
and
来
instead
妈的
he
我看
just
到我
steps
第一个就
away
觉得
from the 2
算了吧
9s.
这 fold 掉就算了吧。
童话
啊，童话
And in turn,
不童话不童话，
all folds as well.
肯定不要。紧一点，紧一点。
但是之前真的有一把把英文
A
一样
rare
还在
bit of credit being given the Tan there.
I
Granted, ace
believe
queen was a
in
real hand.
但人不一样。
He don't know how to swim, but he know how to dive.
多拿去打。
You ever scuba dive, Ivy?
No
Explore
joke.
the ocean?
真的是
No?
不能说20好好的，已经40赢，
嗯，
把它改成15了。
Where do you come up with this outfit?
喜欢吵的嘛，吵个死。
I am Trident of the Trident events.
You know, the helmet, the centerpiece on it, and I didn't watch a ton of SpongeBob, but I know it takes place under the sea. It kind of makes him look like
Go hand in
Squidward
hand.
with the nose. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, yes, I do. The long one, the greenish guy.
I think that's him.
Don't make me laugh, Phil.
Well, perhaps if a taming of laughter is what you seek, this 45,000 from Tan will help it out, as we see the party starter bow out and continue to advocate for the C.
See this, Phil? See this?
King Queen suited.
You see?
Oh yeah,
hangs in.
it's the same thing.
Me and Schwen have
You did
tussled
notice, I
so
guess.
much, and now it is top pair for Andy, who has
He's
really
trying to
held
look
over
at the
Tan on the session.
Holy cow!
You should have many holes.
Oh,
Oh, yeah,
it's a fucking see-through. It's a see-through.
Yeah, it's a C shirt.
Yeah, yeah.
Through.
Where are the fins, Jungle?
You don't want to know.
Meanwhile, Andy in a great spot here.
Check calls the 45,000.
Now you know, Phil. I'm here. The sea is in peril,
Jungle
Phil.
Man. He's got the Jungle Man on a Triton.
Oh, it does say Jungle Man on there.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Specially made.
Huh? You got some serious tools.
I'm a serious man, Trident. The ocean is no laughing matter.
Well,
As serious
ace
as
9 on this board is
angry pufferfish.
Can you try to do a
a
backflip?
bad spot to be in. Showdown value on this 9 of clubs river after it goes check, check. 200
For you, I'll do a
in
standing
there.
backflip. Standing. Because you're that special, Alton.
Let's see it. Come on. Standing backflip.
I can't do it now, but I will relearn it for you as I regain my strength.
120,000.
I need to look it up on what you call the internet.
120K north of half pot river bet here. Tan simply bluff catching with a 9.
The main hand he's bluff catching against is ace jack. I wouldn't think Andy would need to turn a hand like 8s or 7s into a bluff.
You can feel Tan looking for excuses to make this call, but finds the discipline not to. Well served to muck a loser. But damages continue to be incurred, and often at the hands of that man right there who has just been siphoning tokens away from Schwen.
There,看。今天是搞到我在看看看。
你是给黑鬼搞？
啊，我都没搞。我还给别人发死了。
Andy first
应该买个
act,
10万块吧。
Queen 4 in the muck.
给180。
Cool.
Ten 8 suited. Limping.
Limping the call.
Deeper beneath the surface. Insists Trident, who is dominated. And a 10 in the window, followed by a 7 and a 6. It's all looking pretty good for hands. Two-way straight draw for Trident.
think I put in 12.
So you had 4.
4 plus 2. 16,000. Oh, okay.
Try Dandy. Has math issues.
Well, the issues are bigger than math, as his 20K is certainly going to be called by a hand that's performed very well against it.
把那个叉拿起来，
啊？
把这个叉拿起来。
78K in the middle now.
Great turn card for hands. Picks up the backdoor flush draw in case he is behind. He's got additional outs.
I don't think he's all that worried about being behind, but not looking to break with the flow of play. Checking once more. I'm not sure Jungle is aware, by the way. Could be due to peripheral vision issues with, you know,
yes, I see
the
it.
side bits on the helmet. Check back. And perhaps the opportunity to try to rep an ace.
Definitely in mind. I'm not sure if it's going to get through, though, but a lot of hands the hands has in the spot are one pair.
Chris, where's your sword? Be careful with that.
Andy went to go touch the
Very
trident.
dangerous to trident.
Is this last hand? No more hand? No more hand?
This is thin value.
I thought maybe Trident was thinking naughty things, but hang on. He's having way too much fun. Although Hand's having fun at his expense there. That pot further propelling him into a modest gain on the day, but big figures have been compiled at the halfway point here in Montenegro. Randy and I are going to step aside, but don't go anywhere. Not to be missed is this day 6 action from Maestro. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back to the back half of day 6 of our Cash Game Invitational from Maestro Resort and Casino in Montenegro. Ali Najad and Randy Liu presiding over what has been absolute dynamite action.
It's halftime at the Triton Poker Series Cash Game Invitational, and with the redraw, Adrian Mateos and Patrick Antonius will step in to replace Ivy and Jungle Man, who just happen to be the 2 biggest winners at the table. Maybe the new pros will hold the torch for the top 2 spots. Randy, Ali, back to you.
Thanks so much, Marianella. And looks like we've got a new face at our table, that of Patrick Antonius, who polished off a bundle during his first session. Adrian Mateos also in the red during his first session. As I recall, Randy, an opportunity for the 2 of them to claw back that which they lost in the fire. And by the way, this is the kind of game where they could do it in a real hurry. So many massive pots, many of them involving the likes of Tan Xuan and Andy Nee. And in spite of the fact that Andy has been gobbling up Tan Bucks at a rapid clip, he is still deep in the red, over 330,000. But an almost $1 million hole, that is where Tan Xuan finds himself. Looks down at 10-9 suited as we continue to play 1K, 2K, 4K with a 5K big blind Annie. Will take us to 10,000.
连数都是站在一起的，就说明我们应该玩点什么游戏。
对，要你们玩游戏。
Ivy and Jungle, by the way, those who conceded their seats.
They took the profits. Nah, they'll be back later. I think that Trident had some business, a war to go to. Land versus sea.
Surf and turf.
Surf and turf.
Did he let Patrick borrow his shirt, by the way? That's also a fairly
看
see-through number there. Queen 7-4, bottom set for Mateos, right on cue. And Tan Xuan with no hopes for the time being will deliver 12K.
Could see Mateo's check raise here. Play it fast against the guy who gives a lot of action.
Snap fold out of Tan as Adrian took it to 45.
Hey, yeah.
Okay, Raider. You miss one hand only.
不是。
Hello.
这多了。
You know, it's tough.
纸巾拿一点过来吧。纸巾拿一点来。
When you're trying to climb out of a hole across multiple days of play, to sit at a table like this and never find yourself with the kind of hand that allows you to get involved in some of these massive pots where, you know, people are raise bluffing 200,000 on the turn and getting jammed on and snap folding, and you're like, gosh, it's right within reach. And then every time you do get involved, you get pushed out.
I hear you. Patrick Antonis, one of those guys who's stuck, who is getting dealt a situation where maybe he can get unstuck.
Ace King for Andy. Meet at 11. Patrick makes it 40.
And these positions really put it in a way where Andy can think he needs to go to the 4th level.
Heavy breathing.
No, maybe not. Maybe your turn. Maybe. Your turn.
He understands that this is the kind of hand that has
你
the
有什么？
potential
你的房卡啊？你的房卡吗？
to get explosive.
我黄卡在这里。
2 bets became 3, 3 become 4 to the tune of 170,000. Patrick delighted at this development.
None of this is mine.
As good as it gets. If you're holding aces here, maybe you come in with a call, but kings, I think you just jam off of a 500K stack, especially against the 4-bet to 170. We could already have $1 million pot here. Start of frame 3.
5 seconds. All in.
All in.
The jam
there
and
we
the
go.
call. Patrick covers Andy.
1, 2.
Other way around. Forgive me.
Twice. We go.
拿了我冤家牌。
哦，对。
So we'll carve it up into 2
大多数
roughly $500,000 installments. Patrick about a 70-30 favorite. Fades the ace on this 10-7-6 board.
啊，你不能那样算，那样算的话，A 什么 A 都可以。
Turn is safe.
Looking for that ace.
我觉得有可能。
不是有没有？他因为他是小牌嘛。
Not there on the first
我
board.
们没有拿就多一个有机会了嘛，多一张就厉害。
So Patrick can either chop or scoop with the first half of the pot secured. Second board. Still no ace for Andy.
我有黑桃。
There's an opportunity there. He can find a deuce to make the wheel.
That would be the dirty way to go about his business.
Boy,
instead,
抓不住。
a full scoop
哎呀，小了一张。
for Patrick, who didn't waste much time.
Burn the last one.
Making his presence felt here.
私信拉屎上的话，
就概率就挺高的。
这个运气
Patrick
不好的
got
时候
the action.
吓人真来。
And hangs a very big L on Andy, which is going to propel him down toward the territory that Tan Chuen finds himself in.
肯定没办法嘛。
Patrick's ordering food. Do you think he can get a
还有
double
小忙一
order
到
in
八顿
now with that money he just won?
马云不是好。
I think the double order was coming in regardless. Patrick's appetite not affected generally by outcomes at the table, in my experience.
200K.
He really is ravenous, and it's crazy because he never seems to show up at a stream
干嘛啦，Andy？不要上
having already eaten.
下班。
I've always come to understand eating is happening during periods of the day like breakfast, lunch, and dinner. For Patrick, it tends to be a very continuous sort of thing.
It's a continuous motion.
这是不够你好。这一点用用啦，这一点用用。就是拿了我30、50
He
万。
decimated the lamb population on the island of Cyprus when we paid that
Yeah.
place a visit. He tends to put a big dent in the salmon stocks too.
He really does put a imbalance in the ecosystem.
Yeah. I don't know if it's a carbon footprint, but it's definitely a caloric one. Meanwhile, raise and take for the ace-4 suited of Elton. He's been doing all right on the session.
For the showing.
Huh?
We're off for showing a card.
We're off now? Why?
We're sitting too far apart.
Okay.
We'll slow down again.
All right.
Show one turned off. Functional choice, says hands.
Mateos.
Queen 8 suited.
He would love an opportunity to get a double.
Well, he already managed to flop that set of 4s and snack on some ton bucks.
3-bet from Paul.
整个 man 换了衣服，没得打了。
No further action. Well, earlier on, there was a question posed by Ladavin Productions in the YouTube chat with respect to what the guidelines were in terms of lineup composition here, as the presence of both Antonius and Mateos is a sight that earlier on in the week we hadn't seen. Lineups consisted of VIPs and then a single pro. And as the week went on and some of the VIPs made their way off the premises, and some of the pros were thinking, okay, I'm happy to step up. Boss has allowed for a second pro to be seated here. Sort of a late development.
Oh, so it wasn't that the pro had turned into a VIP.
They're like, you lost so much last time, Patrick. We've decided to call you a VIP. You played so bad that we've downgraded you.
Kidding aside, of course, but exactly what you said. Remember, this is day 6 of 7. Not all have time to be here the whole time to play some poker.
Strangely enough, the way that the action has come down today, not only does it feel like fourth frame in frames 1 and 2, but it also feels like final day as well, where you're like, okay, I got no more chances because the game's going to be done So I better start getting aggressive and playing hands.
I hear you.
And yet there is.
There is another day, and
Thankfully.
2 more frames.
Mm-hmm. Now then, Andy, King 10 offsuit, took us to 11. Antonius, fresh off the double, threw him 3 bets to 35,000, and we've blocked out the 2 cards in front of hands. As we play the mystery card game, he has made it 85,000. The release is simple for Andy, and now Patrick gets to be in the blender that he put Andy in when Andy had Ace King.
$1 million deep. This has got to be a call at a very high frequency in terms of pre-flop.
You know, I know it's an oversimplification, but many moons ago, there was an older guy in one of the early card rooms that I was playing in who looked to me and said, son, don't ever forget, Ace King's a drawing hand. I was like, okay.
Yeah, you're right about that.
And it's not.
It's drawn bad here.
Drawn well on a Queen 9-3 all club board. Was played as a flat.
Wow.
Patrick checks over.
Yeah, I don't know what hands it's got, but I'm taking his mystery hand over to Ace King of Hearts right now.
40.
You know, normally you do want to kind of check fold a board texture like this. But when your opponent only bets 40K. Oh, he does let it go. Oh, he just flopped.
Wow.
The nuts.
Ace King versus Ace King. And clearly one of them performed a whole lot better on that board. So a great decision there from Patrick. And I know what direction you were headed in, Randy. But for this size, maybe we peel, see what develops.
It's good for him.
Yeah.
A lot of people would have got tempted just because, well, maybe you've got a very similar hand and we just check it down after.
Imagine if they would have somehow got it all in pre.
Oh, yeah, Patrick.
Better hope you run it twice.
He'd throw up.
我不用爬康了吗？现在没康爬。
他总算也
Kings for Andy.
有什么坑啊？
In the straddle, good for
市场
him.
费那么贵，没个300-500的，
你输多少呢？
11点。
说话佢你需要我帮帮忙的时候。
Hands. Making it 10 to go. King 7 suited for Tan. Uh-oh. Makes it 35.
I fold.
And he's going to hope that Tan Xuan is in one of those moods where he calls a 4-bet.
哇，30万啦！
Here it comes. There goes Queen Jack. And there goes King 7 as well.
什么东西那么贵啊？
You bet in? Bet in?
Yes.
I think that's a good sign that Tan isn't even sitting there mulling it over.
红花连张30啊？
With a hand such as that.
I mean, I hope
versus that
so.
action.
It is King
For
7
his sake, you know.
suited versus Code 4.
We've seen him get involved in all manner of crazy situations with hands that we never would have anticipated.
Right, but if he starts thinking about it, then you know, even if he folds, that he's at that point.
Yes. Yes, you're absolutely right, Randy.
那个也要啊。
In terms
那
of
个你不是让
what it
不好看嘛
implies regarding his state of mind. I think he's settled down a little
啊，
bit.
就不要太多嘛，太多很持张就不好嘛。
Jacks settling on an 11K open. What happened here with that?
Not exactly sure.
ST.
How much?
Not exactly sure that Boss's kit is strong enough to fade a re-raise of 32,000 more, and he's picked Queen 9 of spades with which to attack.
There are some players you can 4-bet jacks against with.
5 seconds.
Seems like Paul is thinking ST is one of them.
115.
115K and ST promptly mucks it.
我操！我真的忘了，
不是很大拼啊！
我真的忘了。看到那个老头，好，我不是乱说啊，我真的忘了。
Mandatory straddle has been on since orbit number 1. And we talked about just how effective it has been in creating action.
Yeah, it took a few days to get there.
You knew it was coming. And what's funny is Elton wasn't satisfied with the single straddle. He was lobbying for the double.
That got ruled out.
Some people can get hurt when you're playing 1, 2, 4, 8, 5K big blind ante. I mean, granted, even these stakes here, damages can be incurred, as we've observed.
你是红的，
Mateos
你是红的，
flops a 3 here.
你红的还是黑的？
This one was
不是玩红。
limp and check back. Pre.
Nice piece here for Patrick now.
Open ender.
You can get better hands to fold, like high cards.
10K bet and call. You know, Patrick might have been ranging Mateos toward clubs, given he unblocks. The check back pre, maybe we take some ace-X out of range.
Yeah, but he can also range Mateos on a 3 or 4. And having hit the 6, there should be value for him to seek.
He agrees. Oh, and look at the sizing. 40,000, Mateos. Snap folding. Pro on pro violence there.
Yes.
Do you think Patrick knows how to iron a shirt?
I mean, I thought Andy didn't know how to steam a shirt either.
No, that was just the feature of the shirt. But
So
you
you're,
know,
you're saying Patrick's actually unironed. It's wrinkly.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, linen, you know, these things happen, especially when it's packed away in the suitcase.
So you don't approve.
But if he was told, hey, iron this shirt, do you think he would know how to do it? Or do you think he'd burn a triangle right into the...
I think you'd burn a triangle, to be honest.
I think you'd burn a triangle right in.
Maybe I have already in my lifetime.
Well, we know you burnt the chicken all week when you were tasked with playing dad all alone.
How many times do you want to remind the chat about that? I
don't
have
know.
moved on.
I'm doing it on behalf of,
Okay.
you know.
We got something brewing here. Jacks versus Ace King suited.
Oh, you're right about that.
Premium holdings, deep stacked. Tan's got position.
He was the opener to 11. Elton flatted, and then hands with that ace king suited.
Hands in these spots have been c-betting pretty much his whole range, around 30K or so, maybe 40. I don't really see why he would stop all of a sudden, even on this texture.
Took it to 60. Doesn't love that board, but he will fight. 35,000. This is a downsized c-bet. I think Tan's quite happy to see it.
Yeah, 1 over. Little heart in hand. Pretty straightforward at the moment.
Board pairing queen is actually a very nice development for the jacks.
Agree with that. Also because you aren't faced with double barrels as often. Could easily see Tan throw in a bet here. Charge the ace kings. If he does, probably looking around the 1/3 pot. I would say it's pretty rare he's up against a queen as played. Goes with half.
106K. Hans has himself a bluff catcher over here, but this board texture, there's a lot that can roll off and leave us uncomfortable on the end, not to mention the prospect of us having to square off with another barrel from Tan on the end at higher frequency than perhaps we would against others. Hans nevertheless calls the 106. And it's jacks full on the end for Tan in case there was any concerns. Now he is quite confident he's got the best hand.
Oh, yes, he is. I would say the main value bet he would be targeting is aces and kings. It is possible that Hans has got a queen, but sometimes that just keeps betting on the turn. Obviously, if he's up against a queen, he would go near pot or so. He might still do so. He's gone over bet, hasn't he?
460.
He's hoping Hans has got a queen.
Sure.
Sometimes aces and kings get curious.
The task for Hans is to find the bluffs. Hearts, obviously. Doesn't really spend too much time pursuing him, though, at that price point.
Yeah, not on Jack River.
Been a long time since Tan has managed to enjoy taking down a healthy pot.
Did you say fish buffet? I think Trident might be there.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Hey, Rob.
Do you think Jungle's still in the costume, even though he's not on the stream right now, just walking around the property?
If
Do you
I
think
had
he's
to bet
walked
on
into
it,
the ocean?
I think he is.
Yeah, I do too. I wonder what the kids are going to make of a grown man walking around in a merman outfit with a spear.
Yeah. A few years ago, I
Like,
went to
Mommy,
one
look,
beach, like,
it's a merman.
Do you think they're asking for selfies?
You look so young in the shoe.
That sounds like Rob Young.
Sure is.
Hi, Rob.
Mystery card time here. Boss hanging tough against the Tan Xuan Ace Jack playback. Ace 5-4. Tan with top pair, unclear what Boss is working with.
He did limp call from first position. If I had to guess in terms of value, he could be holding pocket fours or fives. But once he calls here, makes that a little bit less likely. Turn card is the 8. Ace Jack's still looking good.
$131 in the middle now. Courtesy of that bet call of 35,000 on the flop, which is turned into a 50K turn bet.
Two flush draws present. He's gonna ask for more. A min raise in position is scary if you're Tan Chuen.
Especially from Boss, whose table image has been quite snug.
万一发个A 也不到，1.2块钱，怎么办？8K。
Nevertheless, that price, the ace jack, does hang in. Now a king on the river. Tan checking over.
I would hate life if Paul bets here on the river.
Tend to agree because it also suggests he's not worried about ace king.
Right, that's a good point. Because maybe ace 5, ace 4 just hesitates and checks back. He is stacking chips.
Yeah, and putting a whole lot of them in. $225,000 river bet.
I mean, Paul's repping a super strong range to min-raise turn and still follow through for bet. 6-7, of course, comes to mind. A set of 4, a set of 5s. Even a set of 8s is possible. Bluffs? Man, are they really min-raising in position?
I mean, ace jack not beating any value.
That's very clear. Kind of seems like he's leaning towards fold.
You never really know, though. I've been so wrong when I've made efforts to read the body language of Tan throughout the course of the week.
Oh, he's picking back up the chips. Makes the call.
And he was up against a set. Drawing dead on the turn.
Nicely done, Paul.
This year.
Well sized.
He say 裂开怎么讲
broken.
Broke. And then nearby the money is lose to same. We are from the same place in Hong Kong. Easy to win back, very near.
$781,000 there. That'll help send Boss in the right direction.
也有可能6、7嘛。
我觉得2、3张可能性大一点嘛，5可以 open。
Pocket kings for Elton and queens awaiting Boss in the straddle. Trouble on the horizon, and perhaps the most trouble will be for Tan, who's not in the mood, especially after losing that last one.
This is actually going to be so interesting because Paul, we know he's going to put in a 4-bet, especially when it's Tan Chuen putting in the 3-bet.
打错了行不行？
And then Elton 5-bets, and what does Tan Chuen do?
准备打5
省城呢？
Don't ever assume
我还以为他
that
扔
you
牌了，
know
我以为你造成。
what his reaction's going to be as 2 bets became 3, have become 4.
It kind of feels like if Elton
70万左右咯。
你呀
calls, it looks super
我大概
strong. If he
80多
5 bets, it looks strong. It no matter what he does.
50、60、70，
He's
还有
looked like he's
80
got
多
the goods. Makes it 250K. What does Tan Chuan do here now? Because Elton only put in what 11K or so from
还
the
好
get
跌少
go.
了，哎呦，
Tan folds ace king correctly.
多输一点，
这省钱了嘛。
Can Paul lay down 2 queens?
走远走远，
还有多少呢？
后面还有多少呢？60多
，60多，总共
差
90万了
，90万左右。
I wouldn't feel good about queens right now. Not with the action.
And what are we thinking? Put another 145,000 in and play it out of position with, you know, sub 1 SPR and 2 streets to come?
I think you actually just outright fold.
What's bottom of range for Elton, Randy? I mean,
ace king is bottom of range. Kings and aces. Is Elton always doing this with ace king? Probably, I would think. But it's never anything worse than that. I think queens would even need some thought before putting in a 5 bet. Good fold.
ST
Great fold.
Eh.
Yeah, flop. Okay.
是 AK 的哇
Oh God.
啊你妈的逼呀
！What the fuck 啊
！Would have been a queen on a flop.
哦，没有 flop。
Set.
抽的对咯，给 AC 看咯。
嗯。
If Paul somehow finds
他
his
赌
way.
什么 ？AA 啊 ，KK，他什么队？什么队？
嘛，你真的是
勾圈 K 啊！真他妈的逼 ！Right forward. I almost go say 150K. 哎呀操！
That's so frustrating. It's a twisted
我 AK 啊，大哥，我才是最大的。
to know
你
that
怎
you
么最
made
大
a
？AK
great
开出
and
来就是
correct
最
fold,
大。
but that you would have been
真的啊
paid.
AK，不啦，开出来才来，
Can I
开出来
just
怎么？
make a bad play once?
赢少很多钱。
真他妈的逼哦！
很多钱，他不拿一个皮蛋，你不就全部输给
Ivy
我
got
了
it？ in queens versus aces. They ran it once.
你是不是有病啊？你还能赢我了
150K.
Queens has been very
Helen, you
hot
go.
this week.
To
I feel like
win
it's down to aces and kings quite a bit.
1 million. Cannot go say anything. No AK. No AK.
Yeah, and Paul's saying that he doesn't even think Elton would play AK there.
什么呢
150K
这边
正好来一个皮蛋，他妈的真的是倒霉。
啊！
Antonius
我 call
comes alive with the city
大
connector and takes
你
it.
跟不跟？
我跟他赌了，我跟他，
对下去啊！
我在大满套池了嘛，我不赌啊，我6、70万跟他不赌
你
了，
大了3万几啊
到3万多。
？31, don't know how much you make it. 150K, 160.
哇，打少一点你就过来了，我搭个20、22，你可能就来了哈。
120K more maybe I call. 哎呀，这个真有运的这个人。
这样子的把他救掉。
哇
Pocket nines here for Patrick. He's got to have the strongest jaw of anyone we know. I mean, just given how much he works it out.
Yeah, it's nonstop, like you mentioned.
啊妈，这牌发的真巧啊！
He must be a mean gum chewer.
And it's eating
Both words
now.
and beat you.
If you gave him a bubblicious.
How
or
big
Hubba
can he get
Bubba.
that bubble?
Right.
刚刚好，太多了。
啊，
50万就
How
赌
big
了。
will we get this pot? Hans Ace King says 40K. Patrick hanging in. Queen 7 tray.
为什么要看 flop 啊？刚才
谁啊？ 我不知道，不是我教看的哦，谁教看？
他嘛，
啊
啊，看得生气。Why see the flop angry now?
Regretting the rabbit hunt.
Right.
Yeah,
It's because
good
Tan
call.
asked to see a flop. It wasn't Paul.
Well, he had laid down the ace king, so obviously we know why he was curious.
So he's
And
king once again.
yeah, here he is. He's betting 40,000 on a
4万赢
queen high
100
board.
万，
Decent board
你
for
未
ace
必
king
赢到他
too.
完了不来了，这样
Two overs.
多有钱。
Ace of clubs.
6 doesn't rate to be problematic.
什么意思？
Patrick peeled.
哦，
Tan might still bet this turn card, even though it doesn't change that much, just because he blocks a lot of the queen X's. Ace, queen, king, queen. These hands would call the 3-bet free. Therefore, maybe he thinks he's up against jacks, 10s, and 9s that wouldn't want to call 2 barrels, but he does check it.
我去了，我跟了，我怕等下开小牌，我又忍不住又跟他赌啊。我
See if
很多
Patrick
次
can
是这样
find a value bet of 2 9s.
就这嘛。
He could be up
不过
against
我不会
10s or
三打了嘛，
jacks. So he thinks Tan is
不是
willing
这样打，
to
是
call with like a
不是杠了。
7x or
他
ace
对
king
你
high.
对啊，
Maybe he could
他
find a
AK
bet.
他
But he
可
does
能就
check
不要了。
and ace king has played. Should try and shut down.
Frustrating for Tan. Forced to fold the ace king pre, and now looking at to a river.
第5张来
unable
4了，这是第4张。
to make chips.
Oh.
To his credit, he did find the check back on the turn in the end.
埋伏嘛 ，Alter， 埋伏他嘛，他不敢了，他也是跟。
Tails comes in, 3-betting. Antonius.
Dominating with ace jack of hearts versus king jack off. 11 becoming 40.
我套词了，那时候跟你赌啦，啊，有运了。好奇，你真的是，都几万块套词了。
真的，累累啊，
累累吧，唔係諗咁耐。
Conceding
最小你，
没开牌，他最大啦。
没开牌最大。
你怎么可以说开了牌
开把没有。
他一埋伏就完蛋了。
看不到，聊天。
你也看不到哦，第4张就掉了。
打光了，打光了。
你那里不是一对皮蛋，我就 double 了。
Pocket queens popping up once more. This time for Tan. $12K to go. Patrick.
He's still chewing?
Is it the same chew? You think?
Is it a different piece? Well,
Flops.
he's got a good piece here.
Yeah, the spade draw against the overpair. He won't be going away.
运气来了，自己不会把握。
Tan hoping that Patrick's got some kind of pair that
刚才
can
中
pay
3条
off
5了
3
嘛，运气来了
streets.
嘛。
15K. Initial bet.
Maybe Patrick
跟
ordered
可能当先赢，跟3万，
a sauteed tire.
跟3万他打到15万或者18万了。
Yeah, he's really just munching on tires there. You're right about that, Ollie.
Well, he's munching on a gut shot straight draw, courtesy of this 5 on the turn. Improvements, but still just 10 high for the time being. Check called the 15K on the flop. Not forced to call anything on this turn as Tan checked it back. Now,
Oh, yeah.
4-liner on board. The threes are enough showdown, though, deems Patrick, to check it.
I think Tan might be able to seek value here. It's a little scary because of the 4-liner, but Patrick checked so fast that if Patrick was holding 2-pair plus, he might go for a little value, at least think about it.
Yeah, I tend to agree. And it all comes together to leave Tan betting 23,000.
Leases the 3.
Yeah, correctly. Were you at all surprised to see Tan check back queens on the turn?
A little bit, but I've actually seen him make this play earlier this week where it's that card that kind of connects with the big blind, and whether they hit 2-pair or not, or a straight, they may try to rep it in terms of like some kind of combo draw, and that would be very hard to call check raise in another barrel if you're holding over pair there. So the check, it makes some sense, but betting, of course, is good. He's a tricky player, but very aware.
There's more than one tricky character spread across the felt here. ST, Ace-7. Picks up Mateos and picks up trips on an Ace-Ace-4 board. Unfortunately for him, nothing cooking for Adrian. Check folds.
A 酸14还是3一样？厉害！你以为打21点
Where are you going from here? Where are you going from here?
Back to holidays.
And then Cyprus.
Then Cyprus.
And for first.
You want Cyprus?
Probably not. Let's see.
Raise 15,000.
That's not going to work.
Attacking from the big, and of course, hands will be taking the flop with a suited ace. Art in the window was promising, but no second or third one behind it for hands.
He still has position ace high, backdoor hearts, paired board with 4. He should be calling a C bet, especially against 10K.
他10几万，我搞不好就跟他赌掉了嘛。2块钱嘛。11000。对呀。你大嘛？6万，10几万嘛。
Now he picks up the nut flush draw on the turn after he did peel.
Yeah, it looks like a good card, but actually improved Mateos. Mateos now checking. Doesn't think he can get called by worse and wants to pot control against the jack. Induce bluffs and floats, which there are plenty of, especially the ones that hold back doors. Hans' ace high is got some showdown, but he's trying to take it down now. 20K. He does get some better hands to fold, namely ace 8 and ace 9.
那样的牌不明白，
Other
这
than
样子
that, not so much.
我大你又大，还大，这是打成名牌了嘛？那样的话不明的嘞。
Second barrel of 20K, and how about running queens for Mateos as he goes from queens up to queens full?
Mateos might actually lead this river card because a jack often checks back. He will check though. If I'm hands, I've got ace high. I'm gonna just take this to showdown.
So no follow-up to the 20K that he fired on the turn. Adrian gets to drag that one in. Tidy line. Bet without a hand. Check called with one. And then tried to induce on the river.
AK 不赌是棒槌啊！AK 不赌是棒槌。AK 不赌对不
King Queen for Elton.
对呀。
He takes us up.
武器牌，你看，5秒 call，AK 5秒 call。
那个情况肯定没有，小猫是他喷5，那肯定。
不过对他是有一点，
再紧一点。
他很紧的。
No takers.
很紧要靠 AK 啊。
对啊。
该赌就赌
啊？
这把肯定要赌。
哦，那是。
Loss, perhaps.
He's in a cocoon?
Yeah, showing some of the effects of a 6th day of this nosebleed high-stakes cash game action, which extends beyond the borders of the 8 hours that we bring you on the stream. I know that may not be what you want to hear, but we do have to stop at some point. But these guys don't. And oftentimes they play into the wee hours. When the sun comes right on up.
Yeah, but we do give you a lot of content to feed on.
No question. And Tan, given this ace-3 suited, a lot of chips to have to call.
Yeah, but you know Andy, he's looking to play with Tan Shuan, especially in position. This war has been going out throughout today. Both players are stuck. 122 in the middle.
Dominated, unbeknownst. Andy looking up the Queen 9-8 board, one that neither player is in love with and might be assuming is interacting nicely with the opposition.
I'd agree. Difficult to see that with ace-king here. You tend to see bet this board if you think that the pre-flop 3-better that called is got a lot of weak hands that will just fold out, whether it be pocket pair lower than the 8, suited aces. The 40,000 does win, maintaining control.
Budapest for half a day only. We meet somebody, then
come back.
Go back to Istanbul. I was in Istanbul for 1 month.
Austria. Or Australia.
Austria.
Huh?
40K. Getting the job done there for Tan.
I am Shadow.
真的这么黑吗？妈的！你咋这么多 K？ 赢的钱都是我的，你没过人的钱。
对啊，
我都总是抱着那种，哎呀，
ST
输了不是外人，他
picks
妈
up
老
5s
是这
for
样
the
子
ride.
想。又不想被偷。
我 call 你，他大你可能也不敢再大。
Ace Queen 9, all diamonds, not a flush draw to be found.
3万多，他再大，
Nor a pair
倒霉啦。
better than 5s.
那他就倒霉啦。
不是输给你，
No
就是
follow
输给
through
我
from
了。
ST around the checks. 10 on the turn and King Jack
你不大，我也
made a
跟嘛。
straight, but as you can see, exactly the 10 that Elton was hoping for.
他抢的可能性还是有的。
Better than nothing.
他打个10几万，我不跟他赌掉啊。
我应该是走掉。
ST makes the straight as well.
以为你们在搞东西，我
Two straights, monotone board. King Jack's good.
不可能啊！
什么19乘3 57，对不对？ 没有其他的吗？
啊，1万5、30万，你还溜着玩儿？
那庄位怎么到那里来了？
ST and
庄位不是，现在是
Elton are playing some props
那
because
小巴
ST
等于
just
是
handed him 60,000.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Well, you
Elton gave
remember-
him back 3 reds in response.
Earlier,
我们2个牌力是一样。
我们玩到刷停了。
Elton handed ST 150, I think. And it was when ST had aces, and I surmised that it was something on the order of, I bet you don't have aces, because he had jammed pre-flop in a big spot. And then he flipped them off right after he paid them. But you're right. It would seem like they're playing props. And by the way, they may want to let Patrick know about it because he's a man who likes to play the props.
Now that I think about it, remember how Elton's been advocating this pair game over and over again? So probably he wanted to see the aces because aces was one of the pairs that ST had picked.
Oh,
this would make sense to me at least.
Right? Elton clears his throat to a check.
That was the
Andy,
first.
second pair here. Best end. It is Tan who just takes a shot at this thing for 15,000. Andy makes the call. That's been his nemesis on the day. Board pairing 5 on the turn. Again, Andy checking.
Nothing for Tan. He's actually going to try to muscle his way through this one. Does the Queen 10 believe? Because the 10X is the type of hand that Tan wants to fold out right now. Not
Having
gonna
that
work.
queen as a side card is not the greatest for Andy in terms of blocking the semi-bluffs, but he's got this hunch that brute force is what Tan is working with. And here on the river, he grabs showdown. And unfortunately for him, it may actually cost him the pot as he checks back and prays. But had he not hit the 7, Randy, maybe we see that third barrel come in and maybe we see the 10
You're right about that because
put it in the muck.
The 7 beats like an ace, queen, ace, jack, or ace, x of hearts that check calls that turn.
So there's the current tally as the losses broaden for Tan Xuan. 1.3 million plus in the hole. Andy down just under 800,000, and those two have collided so much on the day. Almost a $500,000 winner is Patrick, the late arrival. Elton of 346,000. $250,000 winner is Boss. Adrian Mateos modestly in the black. He's still chewing, Randy. I mean, it's really the 8th one. How much food Patrick can eat. We know he's a specimen. He works out like a monster. But
maybe it is that tire he is chewing on.
Maybe it's tripe. You know what I'm talking about? Isn't that like cow lining of the stomach or whatever? I'm sure that's on the.
I don't think it takes that long to chew
the Far
through
Eastern
the tripe.
menu. Like jellyfish. Jellyfish has some bad texture too.
I like jellyfish.
Do you really?
It's crunchy. It's definitely not that chewy.
Maybe I had a
Guarantee you
bad batch.
Yeah, you had a bad batch.
Open ender here, as this is a good batch of Jack 9 Deuce for Tan. Able to bet and take it down.
How much is the red black for?
Hmm?
How much is the red black for?
We're playing 10K plus 1K per point for the middle card. So it's various.
Está jugando gordo, ¿eh? Están jugando pareja 170.
Okay, hang on a second.
That's the double, triple, quadruple stuff.
Elton's playing massive props with ST.
Quadruple, 5x, yeah.
Patrick is interested.
Yeah, he is. Apparently, it's red black.
Well,
flush.
If you have a straight flush, ace in the middle, ace is the two side card added together. So if it's a king and a queen, ooh.
25 times 5.
25 times 5, yeah.
125 points.
125K, that's maximum payout.
125. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's not bad. Someone bad.
I've set the 100K prop.
38.
Oh yeah, I've done that multiple times.
Yeah, I believe you. It's nice when you realize like right after.
Maybe record is younger man. 600K slap. In Montenegro, in Avala, Budva, 2015. They each take like 10 combo or 20.
Yeah.
For the flop. 2, 3, 7,
Yeah,
2, 2, 3. So he repeat, you see.
Those are my favorite props.
You repeat, but they are playing the next hand you hit double.
Yeah,
so you should not repeat, right?
Yeah, and you pick
repeat, you got less chances.
And you pick
and they hit the flop so hard, it's like he hit he was looking at the flop until the hand over. He still don't know. He was thinking about the previous hand.
Yeah.
So rumor has it, according to Boss, and I tend to think these stories are not the stuff of legend.
Okay, next hand.
But Jungle slept a $600,000 prop against Durr.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Yikes. Meanwhile, Ace Deuce suited has been leaned on by the Ace King of Tan. 10 became 35. Now Queens and the button for ST.
Big one. It's the stupidest one ever. There's like a lot of things happening in the hand, and like I won the the prop, but I thought I lost, and then so I kept my mouth shut for the longest time, and then the dealers took a while to they thought they wanted me to give me time to remind me, but I thought I was losing. I'm like, close it. I'm like, no. I thought I lost it. I was like completely just like really crazy. That's the funniest thing ever. 100K. Oh my god.
4-bet to 105,000. As Tales from the Prop Streets is in full swing.
The classic.
Tan in full swing as well. That's not a call he's measuring out.
So that's
This is
a 5-bet.
Yeah, very rare sight.
Now we've got to ask the question of Queens is, do we 6-bet all in? Do we call and react accordingly? We're up against Tan, where maybe Queens are actually still doing all right, and they are slight favorite. I don't think ST is looking to fold this against this player, even with the 5-bet, which is usually very strong. Might be some concerns of sizing, but he knows Tan is fuming. Tan's down, what, 1.4 million already.
你有黏係咪呢鋪？我冇啊。
Doesn't mean he can't wake up with a hand, but obviously ST thinking about it as on average. He rates to be out of line way more than anyone else in this spot. And by the way, if he's super light. Who knows? Maybe we jam. He just says goodbye to 238K.
That's what's crossing his mind right now, and it's a very real proposition. He is going to jam, and we have a massive pot probably coming. I don't see how Tan can lay it down after putting in a 5 bet to 230,000. It doesn't feel good though.
No, and by the way, he's covered here. If he calls, this would be over. A $1.4 million pot, and he does make the call. Classic race. Once or twice, boys.
然后你就全都赶住了。
对呀，我形象差一点。
I don't hear any negotiations,
无所谓，你自己
Randy.
说。I don't care，好吧？
两次
，two time，two flop，
每次2次都亏了
，twice，
赚回来。
ST leaves it up to Tan. And given how his luck's been going, he says twice, and he's going to be feeling pretty good about the decision, at least for the time being. Hunting 6 outs. Failing to appear on the turn. And the river. So now it's Operation Pray to Chop for Ace King.
He's hunting this hard.
Uh-oh.
It's grim. Oh,
finds that king on the turn. But hang on. River Queens have been a thing already. ST ran into it once against Ivy. But here, unable
他妈的，我2次亏太多了。
to do it to Tan.
2次亏你2个欧赢，我这次搞个1次，他妈的输了上头。
那没有，你现在赚回来了吗？
对呀，我说我要赚回来嘛。我跟你每次2次，你都被你救回来了嘛。我这然后这次1次又输掉，我是不是很烫嘛？
我皮很少了，我手上应该皮
啊，
还有一个 A 了嘛？
I'm not rooting for or against anybody. But I got to tell you, I'm very relieved that Tan was able to chop that pot, Randy.
I think he is as well.
这局把西乡又有牌赢死了。
Had he lost that pot, he would be $2 million down the hole. ST would be in the green.
谁打他这一对皮他都丢了啊
Wouldn't he be down more than 2 million? He was already stuck 1.4.
Yeah, plus 700.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm 2.1. Is that better for you?
Huh?
I mean, it doesn't really make a
2
difference.
million or 2.1 is still deep in the ground, okay?
Yeah, no kidding.
Amount of puppets, there's
ST. At it with the deuces. Patrick caught in the crossfire here of a Mateos. Ace King 3 bet to 55.
150K each. And then
你都明知道我要搭他了，你还
if you
搭？
hold a pair,
是吧？肯定有牌嘛。
get it. So there's 3 of them.
我哪里知道你要到他？
我问了嘛，问他多少钱嘛，我以为你扔牌了嘛。
It's
这牌坊这边我没看到。
And then the red black is like
是不是应该
20
这
points.
是吗？
There's just a way to calculate the point. Let me play my hand. I explain to you.
那个，如果我有这样想了，你就
Yeah,
知道我要
so
大了，你还站
Elton
肯定有牌了。
and ST are playing 150K a pair prop, which is why you saw the 150K being delivered to ST when he had aces earlier today.
正好是个运气了。你中间不是一对皮蛋？
But I think you get to pick 3 different pocket pairs.
Yeah, ST picked aces for one of them.
还是这样的嘛，
就是那么巧嘛。
牌就没有
There's a lot going on.
怎么打
And you got to play poker.
2打都可以。
应该大很多了。稍微，我看到会大到18万。
Tan defends the 6 deuce suited against the Andy Open.
多少？
This is not his board.
多少的频率？怎么样子？
Andy with the gut shot. Follows through.
And the winner?
不过我有那个记录，
19000
就不知道他妈的一去了看3张小白就不舍得了的。
哦，
给我，
你打了10万，你的人是比10
他们为什么
万是吧？
25，
黑桃 K 草花9红桃8，我说他们为什么要输的？
不要了，
他们是干嘛的？
是你心想他有机会 AK 就可以去看3张，
没有机会 AK，
就是没有嘛。AK 他不会再打。
还有那个 X
给我了他
3就观众
，AK 他丢给你了，
是哦，所以我这样想嘛。
肯定不看的嘛。
Elton's not jumping rope between hands, even though that is the look of a man in a boxing gym. Also, those are not suspenders that he's
No, they're not.
suddenly come with. Oh, stretchy bands.
Yes.
Careful the way it's fashioned, by the way. It's kind of noose-like properties over there.
Elton won't be needing.
No. No, but there's some others that might be looking for one if things don't turn around.
Sixes got binned.
Yeah, Queen Jack. Also out of there. That's Patrick. 3 bets.
No longer chewing.
Yeah, it was only an hour-long ordeal.
Lovely.
King 10
看到第二
suited.
个 flop 我心都凉了，裂开。
ST the razor.
Six five flatting for Paul. 32,000 in the middle. 6-5 not looking too bad. Open-ended straight draw. Jack 7-4 2 hearts.
Backdoor diamonds, king high in the betting lead. ST will barrel.
Let's see if Paul check calls or check raises. Definitely a candidate to check raise. Check call is the simpler way to play the hand.
So often we talk about not wanting to be blown off of our equity when we check raise. Obviously, we run that risk. But the upshot is also we can deny equity.
Yeah, you can just blow out hands that are better than you and maybe steal it, especially on ace of hearts turn.
Yeah, very much ST's card, although he has nothing more than the gut shot.
If ST had a heart in hand, he's most certainly going to bet this turn. Unclear without it. But still a card he could bet. Looks like he will.
Relieved to see the snap fold across the way. That's boss no longer interested. Given the third heart.
Mm-hmm.
怎么切？哎，
给了。
Uh-oh.
It's a good straddle. Oh, that's
Not
a
only
prop.
that,
That's a
but-
150K prop, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is.
Jeez, Elton's lost 300K to that prop.
I remember when he was advertising it to the rest of the field. He was like, no, it never really happens. Oh, no, it does. And it's happening here. To Patrick's 12K open with the baby suited connector. The kind of hand that can make a lot of money off of a couple of aces. But
Sure
let's
can.
see if the appetite to play is intact.
40K more. Definitely crossing his mind, but not going to. Hey, take a look. Take a look, Elton. What do you think about that?
Wait, no middle finger this time.
That was 100K.
You're happy, right?
Patrick has played some very big props. He knows the pain well.
Always take care.
From pros.
算了，我们太吃了，别玩了。
选个小的堆子就可以了嘛。
我有小的堆子，
我很平衡的。
King 10. Perking up Mateos. Suited ace on the button for boss now.
那可以一天拿3次。
喂
，sorry。
你不是随随便便拿了2次了吗？
我一拿2次，你追回来，你要再拿2次。
Third floor. No gracias, says Mateos.
放屁啊，有点错。
对。
Do they really go no gracias in Spanish?
They do.
They actually say no. They don't have a Spanish word for no and then gracias.
No.
Really?
Really?
Oh, okay. Well, I feel like a fool.
That's all right. It happens. Just ask me. Feeling like a fool in the booth, though, is a lot less expensive than being made a fool out there.
What about not picking the right pair for your prop bets?
Oh, man. Elton's boiling right now from the props for sure.
That's why he's not doing so well as normal.
Yeah,
he's down 300,000.
It's so funny because I was like, in terms of the poker, it feels like he should be ahead more than he is. But we're keeping track of these balance transfers every time the big prop goes over to ST. And this is why. Queen 992 diamonds, trips for Tan. Open ender for Andy Nee, rates to be the customer. Oh, but
tricky.
I'm not going to bet it. Six on the turn.
Could see Andy try and rep something here.
Sure enough. 17.
Maybe Tan Xuan speaks now. He's got a customer that tends to not believe him. He can represent like an 8-7 that turn in terms of semi-bluffs.
You called it. 66 and take it. For Tan.
输大了，输大了。这边输了15了，现在。
Well, Dirty Deeds in the chat asked some time ago, are the dealers local to Montenegro or do they travel with Triton? And quite proud to advise that our dealer corps is a not just anybody sort of affair. Very well vetted are the dealers that are bestowed the responsibility of presiding over stakes like this and our tournament series as well. Especially curated, and they do travel to our stops. And for that matter, so do the hand trackers during the Triton Super High Roller Series who stand behind each table and track every single action. Ace, 6, deuce, hands.
Hey, so do we.
Middle pair. Yeah, we travel as well.
We don't need to tell people that.
They don't find local commentators.
Local commentators.
Hmm?
I'd love to listen to the Vietnamese commentary or the Korean one. That'd be fun.
They would have been pretty juiced when Daomin Fu.
They were in the YouTube chat. 6-5 is best.
Boss has the range advantage. Barreled. Hands peeling, not improving. Same story for Paul. Who made it 35,000 pre-flop. Over the top of the 10K open. Now faces a second check, but recognizes that there could be some ace X across the way. Slows down. Doesn't improve. Do you favor a block here?
No, I think you're just kind of burning chips a little bit. If you were to block with a 6, you never get really called by worse.
Do you ever get better to fold?
Not if you bluff. If you're going to bet, you're turning into a bluff and trying to fold out 10s through
So you'd have to size up from a block sizing.
Yeah, closer to like 80K plus. But there's just enough showdown value to beat all of the unpaired broadways. Let's see if Paul takes a bet check bet line. Looks like he will. Oh, man, it might have worked if he did.
Yeah, he grabbed the chips and for a brief moment, and you hear hands. Tell him it would have worked.
我不喜欢就是比如现在一次，等下要2次，一次2次，那我这个你一次就是可以，2次可以2次，那不是给我是说每个人，有一种人就是比如啊，
有时候3次比2次好的时候，你就有點贏輸嘛。比如說你 AK 的圈圈，其實我覺得發3次也好。就比如說你就你2次很大機會就分錢嘛。
沒有啊 ，Good open， 贏沒有贏底。有，
你一般的牌就。 我不知道，反正全都是一样的，没区别。
One more bet.
So to connect there for Paul.
Back to work. This time an opener.
Patrick's been playing solid. Comes in with ace jack.
Played as a flat. Hands accepting the invitation. Queen 3 deuce. Very dry board. 2 checks in front of boss.
Could see Patrick check calling if a c-bet comes in for Paul. Ace jack. It's not an easy one given that Paul raised from earliest position though. Releases. Well, hands do the same with the backdoor diamonds and 1 overcard to the queen.
Without hands in there, obviously the proposition for Patrick is a little bit more simple in terms of peeling. Not obligatory, but more frequent.
I do also think if Paul was in later position, he would never fold ace jack. But +2 is a little bit different.
Yeah. Credit to boss for following through in the 3-way affair for that 15. Earned it. King 10.
往起来
Shoots it.
今天没有那个
8-5 suited for Patrick on the button. Oh, and this is a
spicy one for
surprise
Patrick.
in the making. $38,000. Pretty one for Tan, by the way. And you know he's looking for excuses to get in the mix.
but he hasn't seen Patrick get out of line. It's a hard find to come in with 4-bet with Jack-10 suited here. But 10 is sicko. Oh, he changes his mind?
Pump fake?
Or perhaps recalculating what's in the pot first? No, he's back at it. It did look like he changed his mind for a second. 126. How does he know?
Just gets it through. I promise you he doesn't, because if he did, he wouldn't be sitting with the sort of loss on the session.
I think because
that he is.
He don't know how to say the bet in English. When he take this, that means when the time is not. Yeah, give a few more seconds for him.
Yeah,
This one, no. I mean, usually when it's like 3 seconds, then he take his chip because he don't know how to say in English, like 125K. He had to take his chips. He need a few seconds. Go and learn English. 我跟他讲，给你多2、3秒，你因为我们是没有时间了，我们可以报。
That's how I feel about you learning Chinese, Randy.
你现在讲国语就可以了嘛？翻译一下。
Oh. Give him like, allowance 5 seconds.
You come back, finish, come back. 1000 buy one. 1000块买一个。
I think Tanchuan wants to buy time banks for $1,000 a piece.
可以，还要这样，还要红色的就不要了，就放进去吧。浪费几个 time bank 了，我看你。刚刚好超过2、3秒，他又跟他摔一个。还要3彩色。
Pro on pro violence between Mateos and
time bank 对你
Antonius.
自己很重要嘛，你自己要。
Yeah, I feel like I haven't seen that much of Mateos, but whenever he does enter pots, it's 3-betting Antonius in position. Once again, getting it done.
Yep. I don't think out of position against Adrian is where Patrick is looking to find himself, given all the other opportunities there are here. A couple of deuces here for Patrick, who Aunt Zuma in the chat points out and reminds us was put into the Poker Hall of Fame this summer, Randy.
Oh, yes, he was. And you really have to stand a test of time to do so.
You're right about
Here he
that.
is, playing the highest stakes today, as well as way back when.
He was a very pesky opponent 20 some odd years ago.
He was known
when
as
we
the
were
best cash game player, too.
Yeah, rumbling online under the name Try Harder Fish.
It's a good.
That was his handle.
He made that name after you?
He wasn't talking to me, Randy.
I mean, what was your name? Big Donk or something like that?
Friggin' Donk. Show some respect.
Okay, Jeff.
Patrick hanging in there against Hands, who has outflopped him with the ace. The 3-bet to 25,000. Pre-flop and no follow through on this flop.
11万9给他，12万，还是要输给他。
赢了，现在赢吗你？
他输了，那么我也输了。我输了12万。
可能。哎呦，
哎。About same.
So went check through on the flop. See if Hands wants to bet this turn. I would think he would, given his hand. Oh, is that Ferdinand Putra over there?
Lurking?
Yeah, I think he took over the seat of ST.
You need to change?
Based on what Elton's saying.
Did we get a hot swap?
I think Elton's going to be happy with that because of the prop game going on, not going his way.
Yeah, but he's not going to get even on the prop game if it
Anymore?
comes to an end.
Nice.
That's true. If it comes red twice, it's supposed to be black next, right?
Randy, what's your lifetime figures in roulette?
Me and Tan Xuan.
No, because I was playing
It's
prop
got
bet
some
with
relation
ST.
there.
Now no more prop bet.
The
You wanna play with
negative.
me?
Father,
Huh?
what is that?
We just play pairs and we don't play the red flag. We just play pair and a suited one suited combo, 3 pair combos in our hand. And when we get it, we just pay each other something.
5-6 suited. Picks up ace 10.
Elton trying to get a customer and
Wow, it's
Ferdinand.
so lucky. 3 times aces.
3 times aces. We
You
pay
had
out
kings one.
450K.
Yeah, kings once.
You lucky, super lucky.
Both either him or me.
Yeah, but
Thank you. Yes, SP.
he paid out 3 times and got paid once, so
Queen, jack,
still.
and then comes
Minus
back.
3.
Wow.
Yeah,
I quit.
negative 300,000.
6-5 of hearts for Andy's looking good.
Yeah. Positive flush draw.
Big bullet, 900K.
I'm very good at dodging bullets.
22K the follow through. This one should be over. Can't remember, Randy, do you how Ferdy did on his first session? I remember he was up $1 million literally within like
Yeah, I think he
15
ended up
minutes.
winning just a little bit.
Yeah, bled it out over the rest of the session, I think.
Had some brutal hands.
Maybe I flat, you make a big rest. Maybe he.
Oh yeah, you guys all make the wrong sizing, everything was already. I'm happy, whatever.
Did you ask in English how much you have?
Yes, I
So
thought he
do-
folded.
So he doesn't understand. That's fine.
If you understand, he should not rest. Right? See what the action is here first. Rest, re-rest, you can fold. No need to make it 31.
It's yours.
Hard 6.
For now.
35, 35.
Makes it a smooth 10. Up we go. Says Queen Jack from the button.
Set
That's the
money.
King Jack, but yeah, not hands. Grabs his pickaxe, throws on the helmet. 82 in the middle. Ace 9-8. Boss with the advantage.
Decent flop to see bet here with Queen Jack. Gut shot, 2 overs to the 9. Block Ace Queen Ace Jack, which is in your opponent's pre-flop calling range. 27 wins it.
That red-black prop that they were talking about is monstrous, by the way, for those that might have missed it. And granted, it's not happening anymore, but Elton and ST were saying 2 out of 3 cards, it's whatever the number of points in terms of the middle card with ace not being 1 point condition, but rather the sum of both the other 2 cards on the
Right,
flop.
Yep.
With king being 13 points, queen being 12, and so on and so forth down through the deuce. And then if it comes all one color, it's double. Triple if it keeps going on the turn. And then quadruple if the whole board is one color, I think. And then quintuple if it's a straight flush on the board. So in theory, if you had a royal flush on the board where it came king, ace in the middle, queen, or queen, ace in the middle, king, that'd be 13 plus 12 for the condition. And then if it ran out the 10 jack or jack 10, it would be times 5. So $125,000 prop that would be.
Yeah, which is the max payout.
But don't worry, it never happens.
Probably always happens.
So happy, huh?
Ferdinand. He's got big slick. On the button, looking to squeeze.
Yes.
Boss caught in the crossfire as a flat caller of the hands open. His spades were smothered. It's 10K. Along with hands is not going to be enough to take the flop. Extra 30 thrown out there.
Paul can get in there with Queen Jack.
All aboard. Jack 9-5 with 2 spades. Boss with top pair and the flush draw. Everybody respecting Ferdy's button 3-bet. They check. He checks back. Put still with the best hand.
Yes, he is. Should see Paul bet this turn. Ferdinand isn't very strong to 3-bet and check back to flop.
Especially that board texture, I would imagine it's damp enough that you're not wanting to let free cards come off.
Yep.
If you're Ferdy with a real hand, which as we can see on this board texture, you are not. 55K. The sizing. Is it big enough to prevent hands from doing something heroic?
Well, I don't think hands is looking to check fold because he does still beat like a king, queen, king 10 clubs. It probably is crossing his mind. Can he make a big move with a check raise?
Well, remember, he was the initial raiser, flat called the extra 30, and now he declares 260,000. It felt, just based on what we've seen from him throughout the course of the week, Randy, like a spot where he might do this.
Yeah, I felt it too. It's just like when your opponents look like they can't be too strong, he likes to turn his hands very aggressive and makes it big to pretty much make a big statement like, are you willing to commit it now? Even with a weak jack, you're not going to be very happy about it. The thing is, for Paul, he's got a very good hand still, right?
Yeah.
He covers both ways.
Correct. If you're beat now, then you're drawing live. And if you aren't beat now, then obviously you want to be making calls.
And having said that, there is a little bit of merit to pushing chips in. He is going to call 652,000 in the middle. There's 434 effective behind due to Paul's stack. How good is that card?
Queens up on the end. Very cozy, although obviously the idea that a straight is that which cooks across the way for hands. Still on his mind.
I don't think Paul was ever looking to fold if he gets jammed on, of course. Hands could have king 10 suited. I could see it. Hands might still rip it in because he might think that if Paul had a big holding, he makes it 260. Paul
the rest would have come in. You're right.
So maybe he thinks at best Paul is sitting there with one pair, or he's got some kind of spade club combination that just hit a random pair. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just one of the two flush draws, neither of which have come in, and also the idea that I can rep 10-8.
Wisely,
you can't.
He gives up. But it's definitely something he could have considered.
Are you value owning yourself if you bet queens and jacks on the river here?
No, I would be jamming this one in. I think so. I think it's possible that hands makes a big check raise on the turn, and he backed into that queen, say like an ace queen of clubs, king queen of clubs, and they might be able to find a hero call. Call.
Boss does bet 300 hands, promptly folds it, not wasting anybody's time.
什么牌？一对8，一对10的牌。
弯起来，弯起来。
Quite safely assumed that that line wasn't attached to a set.
Exactly. I think if he had a set, he would just follow through a jam every single time.
知道他会大的思路，很喜欢大的顺面。对8，一对4，一对6都打。
King 7 suited. Tom back in the mix. Ace 4 diamonds. For Andy. Ace 5 offsuit for hands. Keeping him company, and it's aces and 4s. On a board that contains a king versus just the ace. Third best hand barrels.
If Andy plays his hand fast, he will save hands. But if he calls, it'll be trouble.
Fast play feels cozier to me, Randy, just given that texture.
Yeah, I hear you. Especially Tan Xuan, who likes to keep players honest. Tan's also thinking that, are you really raising when I have all the ace kings in my range on this board texture?
Trying to figure out whether or not any of those raises we perform well against with King 7, and decides we don't. I know you want to believe that Tan would approach this getting unstuck initiative with equal opportunity. It does feel like if given the choice, he would very much like to take it from Andy, given that that's where a lot of his chips ended up.
Yeah, if he had to choose, but he would take it from anyone.
Queen 9 of hearts making noise. Tan defends dominated. And guess who?
Yeah, I was about to say, who's he up against?
Open ender as the Queen 6 fares better than the Queen 9 on this 7-5-4 board.
What about now?
Till the turn. Handy finding top pair after the check back.
And it's a card that's going to cost 10, whether it's 10 betting or Andy. Usually, though, Tan Xuan is the one that's going to fire because a lot of checkbacks just fold on the turn. There's a little bit of reason to actually raise from Andy's point of view. Small 15K bet into 30. You can charge straight draws. He's going to call in position, play cautious. There's a 3.
Backdoor spades arrive along with that straight. Now we know that the opener could very well have plenty of suited combos, and 2 spades might check back flop and then flat turn.
But we still want to value bet against that 9.
Taking our chances here, especially holding the queen of spades. That's helpful.
I think Andy's just not gonna believe Tan Xuan with what's been going on. If you got it, you got it. Show him the 6, then the queen.
He got it. And by it, I mean $164,000 pot. Re-rack.
Scorecard, maybe win.
$12K raise, Elton saying.
Jack 10, the responsible kit. 8-6 suited now for Andy. Nursing the wounds of a river call moments ago. He'll play this one as a flat. Antonius dominating, flatting the Jack 8, and in turn being dominated by Adrian, as well as Elton.
Feels like Elton's going to squeeze in the spot on the button. Oh, but he's just going to call. Hands, King 3 of hearts.
In there. And not even. Tan likes the look of 4 deuce offsuit. 10 deuce offsuit. Boss takes the price. 79K in the middle. Ace 4-5. Tan would have had a pair and a wheel gutty to keep him interested.
Mateos is best. Top
Yep.
pair. Jack kicker. Andy's gutty's not too bad. Mateos might want to thin this herd.
He agrees. 16.
It's a cheap price. Should be cheap enough for Andy to continue. I'm sure check raise is also crossing his mind. Maybe he thinks the 16K bet is tethered to weaker aces. We'll check call. 111,000 going into the turn. King of spades giving Andy a flush draw alongside that gutter ball. I'd still feel pretty good about ace jack here. Often bet this turn card. Kicker is still very relevant.
43.
43,000 now. The price to continue for Andy, who figures he's got 12 outs.
It's just so hard for him to come out check raising all of a sudden on this turn card. For him to not check raise the flop reduces some of his slow plays like ace 5, ace 4, 4s and 5s. It's still possible. Looks like he's just gonna try and hit that hand. calls 43,000, just shy of 200 in the middle. River card is the spade.
And it's a 4-liner on board as well.
An odd 4-liner, though. The deuce.
Yeah,
hard to
don't
hit.
really expect that to be Andy's territory. As played. $197K pot. And I suspect that Andy doesn't think that Adrian is going to be barreling enough of the time here to where he can check and hope that the bet comes in.
That's exactly what's crossing his mind right now. It's because of that 4-liner arrival and the backdoor spades. He's thinking, look, if Mateos has got ace jack, ace 10, he might check that back. Maybe I just lead for something.
No reason.
No idea too.
We'd be counting on ace king if we were checking here.
I don't think ace king's in Mateos' range, given he didn't raise pre. He's
Yeah.
just going to come out blazing 140, and that's got to be frustrating for Mateos, who can't seem to get anything going in our cash game invitational.
140K, the lead.
There's no logical bluffs here that Mateos can pick off.
6-7 also arrives just to add to the issues for Mateos. Again, as played, we don't expect a lot of the deuce combos. But the 6-7, the spades, this is all on our mind.
Yeah, maybe going to Bali in on about the 14th to 19th, about 20th.
This month?
Yeah.
Okay.
You gonna be there? No.
妈的，我有一个恶潮，我饿死走进去。
Andy，
不然我没去了。
Good fold, Adrian. You may not know it now, but you will.
One day. Just not today.
想搞2个是吧 ？After the wedding, where you gonna stay? You haven't booked everything, right? Let me know the date. I'll arrange it.
Well, I'm probably just gonna stay at where that hotel wherever the wedding is.
Send me the details. Let me check.
Okay.
Aces.
Yeah, let me check about those.
By the way, if ST was still in that seat, this hand would have cost Elton 150,000 more. It would have been his 4th pocket aces.
ST's checking out the stream right now. Just broke his phone.
Yeah, right.
Sorry.
Mình lại một chuyện này. Ây dồi. Wow, ST. Wow, 100 A 啊。啊？对啊，真的是全 A。
Wow, if did expose, I
How much?
Huh?
150K?
Yeah.
No.
Imagine losing 4 times.
Imagine.
Almost.
Patrick loves prop blood. I'm telling you this, man.
He's very interested.
He really, he lives for the stuff. Over in Bobby's room in Vegas, where he's playing often during the summer.
Huh?
Super high stakes.
It's just
mixed
props
games.
all day long.
The props
and
can
nines.
sometimes dwarf
Hit me like aces
the
3
poker.
times and queens 1 time. Hit me 4 times. I got him kings 1 time
Ace
and
8 suited.
7 deuce 1 time.
Made it 11. Hands with the jacks made it 35. Back over
This
to
is
Andy.
my suited hand.
You have to have it suited.
Yeah, I have to be suited.
来打现金，你来
Ace
我们
tough.
专辑啦。
好像以前叫那个什么 crazy 什么，以前炒热那个
82.
Crazy trader.
In the middle, no diamond, no ace.
来
No
了
real hope. for Andy, who's up against Middleset on the monotone texture.
一张嘛，在这一期会来，
邊個嚟嘅？
飞机吹打。
哦，
我今天吃饭我碰到他，
是吗？
今天在吗？
对呀，
在这里。
看錯了是吧？媽的！
25.
是不是就是那个嘛
25K
是我們在網上有打的嘛？
ultimately
跟着高高那个
ending things.
你在济州岛他有来打嘛？
对啊，对，
是那个嘛？
他在吗？
打了第一天打鱿魚嘅超哥都
剛剛
看到
这里还是过来打牌
100多萬了。
今天第一天看到他过来的，是吗？第一天看到他的，打的结束抓五牌。
不懂，
不可能來沒有來這裡，有可能阿 K 邀請我。
OK，
你的
Patrick, first act. Not gonna play that one.
Oh, he didn't play the prop. Asking you to play. Give me out.
We should have a prop, Randy.
You want to play props?
You know what the problem is? Props in part were designed to distract people from the poker. If we're playing them, then we're distracted from the commentary.
Yeah. So we should play. Just kidding.
I actually was thinking about whether or not you were right.
We can play pairs.
How the heck did I know?
But maybe you have to choose a player.
Yeah. We probably should stop considering this. Hansel not have too much of an affinity for his ace-6 suited on this particular board. We see him checking.
Elton's version is you can pick a pair from any player. That would be a lot of gamble. Hands unlikely to give action.
Yep. Called the extra 25 on request pre, but all done post.
就那么巧嘛，是吧？
你对方
我不够上头，够上头我看3张，15万，不够上头，赢钱啊，没什么输赢的时候。
不是他那个牌打明掉了，已经打明掉了，没办法了。
对，
不是上头到几点，我那么上头，我 AK 还不是丢了，已经打明了。
AK 又翻倍又
翻了个鸡翻，我他妈的都没想到1秒钟就甩了
，1秒钟想都不要想就把它拿。
6 bet 啦，2、3、4、5、6 ，6 bet 啦，6 bet all in。
是的，真的没有那个。
我猜。
我单双，5 倍。
我都搞出来我。
He kings, I queen, he ace king, we all fold flip flop.
Yeah. Everybody fold pre-flop. What kind of game is this?
Flop, queen, jack.
10.
Small, turn 10. He dodged the bullet. 2 bet, 3 bet, 4 bet, 5 bet, we both fold.
我拿 KK 我也 fold 给你。
The pot they're talking about, I completely forgot that on the turn there was a 10, so Paul
Flop
top
said,
had time had somehow gotten it in there. He would have made Broadway on the turn. His kings would have been showered in 2 spots.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, just gamble and get it in.
就搞明了。你是肯定有货的，你有货，他还照你有货打，对吧？那只有2手牌了嘛。那我拿着 KK， 他妈的他2手牌，
他又不埋伏我妈逼，
难道我去博分钱吗？我他妈的
AA 有可能埋伏我，
你皮皮啊，
皮皮
AK
完了，
这就是 trap，
埋伏不了
，trap，
扣掉就
他埋伏他裂开，
他 KK 很难埋伏了 ，Aces maybe trap 了，
埋伏他裂开。
3招人怎么埋伏啊？2招我可以跟那个3招还给他
King Jack for Paul.
开牌钱
He's going to make it 11.
那是开牌钱，
那是开牌钱
Back
3招嘛，
opens.
那是开牌钱嘛。
Elton, 3 betting instantly to 40.
那是够赢的嘞。
10-9 of hearts.
我一颗你一颗。他埋伏他扣我扣。
These are the kinds of hands that we like to get chips in with. In no limit.
Flop 他估计不敢打。
不敢打 ，Queen Jack 哪里敢打 ？Flop Queen Jack， I think he also Jack Jack。
Just lays it down.
加个10更不敢打。
能让他打一点，试下火力。
然后火力全开了，
我会
那马上炸开了。
没啦，跟了里面我跟下去
那很
25万，
多了，
60几万啊，
60来万，嗯
，60
后面
60来了。
送给你。
Ace Queen suited
都会
in
full
the
牌的。
straddle.
跟你学的嘛，Queen Queen，
啊，
你不是 Four Queen Queen 给唐轩吗？跟你学的在济州岛。
Doing well against Elton's Ace 9 open.
你是 Four Queen Queen 吧？
full queen queen 啊，
你不是 Four 给唐轩啊？
不可能吧？
有一把我有在了 ，cut off 他 button， 我小盲也是。
我会 full queen queen 被弹山，应该不可能。
我在那把牌，
唐轩
我好像勾。
Ace Queen suited brings it to 52,000.
That is far too meaty
这怎么牛逼的
for even the often carnivorous Elton.
Elton, I go toilet. Okay, you better.
What a chance you get kings, ace king, queens, and we don't see a flop. It should be three-way all in, right?
Hands, King Jack, he's going to limp.
怎么小心？
Tan Xuan.
No more limping.
Get some resistance from hands. He's got the King 10 dominated.
Precisely part of why we limp call with hands such as this, as we find ourselves in this kind of situation. Ace 7-3 though, neither party improving. King of Diamonds working for hands.
I could see hands check call this flop if he thinks that Tan Xuan is just messing around too much.
That's the thing. In the face of a limp, we know that Tan will juice it up with a broad array of holdings.
Yeah, there we go. Check call.
Pot up to 83,000. Turn is breezy for both parties.
Let's see if Tan bets again. Wants to bet again.
There's your answer. A check back. And a 6 on the river. 10 becoming a little more relevant.
King Jack still got showdown value.
And 9-10 probably would have been heard from
on
earlier.
Turn. Yeah, I can see that. The reason you turned this into a bluff is you think that Tan Xuan's just got some random 6 or 7 that won't call, but clearly hands thinks he's got showdown value.
Okay, the phone. The belly.
That's a long stare. That's a really long release.
Same. Go for.
Of course, the sense for Tan is that all I had to do was bet and I could take that pot. And also, maybe a bit in disbelief that hands
Raise.
check calling with the ace on board. Ace king now for Andy. Extra 7. The requirements for Ferdy to defend. Eight, 6, 3 out flopping. Top pair checking no.
Ferdinand's gonna be happy to see this 12K bet that he can pick up.
Another 24 into the middle, pot up to 54,000. Board texture continuing to favor the straddle defense of Ferdy.
And it's very connected in the sense that Andy's very rarely gonna bet the turn. We'll take a peek at his cards. Delightful river card.
Trip 8s, just in case one pair of 8s was no good.
Could really just go for value now. Hoping to get called. He can represent busted diamonds himself, which is good.
Yeah, possibly.
Ace king never expressing any interest in the 75K river bet. Correctly so. Let me guess. Randy, you like his shirt.
I didn't notice. Is there something special about it?
You don't recognize the iconic Medusa head in gold from the
Versace?
House of Versace?
Oh, okay.
Randy, I know you're a sucker for labels, you know. I mean, I'm not judging because I too.
Usually when I see the Versace, it's got a lot of like gold throughout,
Yeah,
you
the
know, and black.
chains, the satin, you know, the Linus Love sort of Versace,
Yeah, this
the
is quite
Tom Vogel saying sort of Versace.
the different section of the store.
Yeah, the more understated.
It's hard to see. Do you blame me?
Blame is a weird way to describe it, but you know.
Yeah, I still think he
I
needs
thought
to
you'd have
steam
been all
this
over
shirt.
it. Yeah, this is not a steam the shirt. You would steam all of the value right out of it if you did that. By the way, we're talking about Andy Nee's Louis Vuitton.
Hey, man, it
t-shirt,
just
of course.
turns into a blank white T-shirt.
Ace Queen Deuce as King 4 turns into a nut flush draw. Ton with a pair of queens, firing 10 into 30.
Idea of check raising this King 4, maybe? Check call, we go. There's the flush.
Monotone on the turn. Andy has the Queen 10 drawing dead.
Taking the lead.
Surprised to see it?
Yeah, and I think he's doing that to try to make it seem like he's got a bluff as just an odd line, but it doesn't trick Tan Xuan. Perhaps Andy is thinking, look, if I want to get 2 streets, I need to lead myself against like a worse diamond.
Lucky chip.
Mateos will have an ace in the straddle as quiet has come over the table in the absence of Paul Pua, who does drive so much of the social aspect of the game. Ace 9. The Razor dominating Elton, who books a date with the Queen Jack 10 board, both at the bottom end of the straight draws. However, saying with the pair of jacks, doing a lot better and facing a 15K barrel.
Makes the call. Pot now at 64K. Turn card is the 9.
4-liner on board. Ace of spades becoming more relevant.
Weak 2 pair. Should be looking to check and try to hit the hand.
Elton agrees. And now the king on the river, a gutter to Tan making the nuts, while saying he's left to play the board.
He just needs to try and size so that his opponent tries to call for a chop. Looks like he's going to go kind of small. I like this, given that if you are calling for half, you're not getting good odds.
No.
$30K, the
Good
right
size.
number to get paid.
Very good size from Tan Xuan.
Yeah. And again, one of those reputational paydays, perhaps. Looks like the seat draw cards are upon us, which can only mean one thing. That is the end of frame 3, which, relative to frames 1 and 2, oddly out of sequence, is perhaps the calmest one that we've experienced thus far. But there's one thing I can tell you for sure. Frame 4 is when the magic happens. You don't want to miss it. Stay close. Randy and I will be back with continuing coverage of Day 6 of our Triton Poker Series Cash Game Invitational from Montenegro after this.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series Cash Game Invitational. And it's the final frame. Ali, you know what that means.
Barn burner time. That's for sure. I said I was afraid at the top of this broadcast.
It's halftime at the Triton Poker Series Cash Game Invitational, and with the redraw, Adrian Mateos and Patrick Antonius will step in to replace Ivy and Jungle Man, who just happen to be the two biggest winners at the table. Maybe the new pros will hold the torch for the top 2 spots. Randy, Ali, back to you.
Well, thanks, Nella. I wasn't afraid of checking in with her, but more so of what might be in store for us in the final 2 hours, just given that Andy Nee and Tan Xuan have, at long last, a sense of daily urgency, though one day of action remains after tonight, and we know they'll have seats. Mateos hovering around even. Antonius, a nice W under his belt. Boss up 500. $67,000 at long last in the green, but
no.
given that the bulk of the fireworks tend to take place during this fourth and final frame of each of the first 6 days, Randy, I wouldn't go counting any of the chickens before they hatch.
Agreed.
Oh, he missed a round.
No, I missed one round. I go
Yeah,
for
he missed
a
that
long
one.
time.
Yeah.
Okay, play.
I need the balls.
No, new game.
那新的那你要放了，
Also, I didn't miss
可是那你
anything.
有
I
放了，
I just quit on the strap.
那我牌丢了，主要是。
Took a break.
那就是那这样的。
Okay, how much? Also 12. 我妈逼！
估计没人敢 open 了，我跟你说。
我还没看牌，我还没知道发生什么事情。
Okay, so some discussion surrounding whether or not Boss needed to post here. Apparently he did.
Yep.
He wasn't thrilled about it.
No, he wasn't. So he's going to check.
Ace 5.
I think it's
the last time in my spreader I go
miss.
out.
Yeah.
So go to
Shot it up.
Unless now new game I come back in on the
straddle.
spreader.
Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah.
Make it fair for everybody.
Yeah.
新规矩是吧？
对，因为你每一次抽完位置，如果不用 post 的话，你就之前你圈不在就可以了嘛，对不对？你就免费，到你的时候你不玩，然后
Likes to look at the 2 4s.
然后就
calls from the small.
回来抽个新的位置就可以免费看几把了。
这样我应该我等了。
所以我问为什么他也是这样，因为同一个原因嘛，他也不在嘛，是两个人不在嘛。
太复杂了。
啊。
But just now I can wait until my trader, right?
也可以的，因为你每2个小时就抽一个位置嘛。对啊，可以等。
Ace Jack 5. Boss folded the straddle and flops aces up here, well in front of the field. Did point out that he could have simply waited until it was his turn to straddle before he hopped back into the action, but he didn't come here to watch poker.
This is a great way to needle him, though, with that flop. 2 8s are still best.
Yep.
As we check it down to a river card. And that ace is a full house.
Not for pocket 8s or pocket 4s.
Right on that. 4s is attacking, and I think this is going to work. Andy, 60K, recognizes that if hands had an ace, probably would have bet the turn or the flop.
Nice from Andy. And obviously, given that he cold called pre-flop.
妈的，我真的输啊！我没去，加到万四。
Credible.
应该去的 A5。
And Boss lamenting
the
lost opportunity. So not only did all of that straddle money slip away, but so did at least 40K.
波是我的嘛，这是我打了。
这去了也不是好事了。
对吧？人家作为一个 AS， 然后又要这样刚开了。
Jack 10 for hands. Hard to describe it as being bluffed off of those 2 8s in that last pot, but in fact, technically, that's what happened.
True.
Back at it. Flops the gut shot in 2 overs against a gut shot in 1 over with backdoor diamonds for Ferdy, who defended.
Could be a fun one. Ferdinand with that diamond is helpful. Might even make him check raise the flop. Check call, though, understandable, which he does.
Board pairs after the extra 20 slides into the middle, bringing the pot to 48. Supposed to be the straddle defender's board.
Also,
more so
not
than him.
supposed to be in the +2 open too much, but he is going to bet 20, and him betting 20 allows him to steal the spot very often. If he checks and doesn't hit, I'd imagine Ferdinand bets and takes it on the river. Can Ferdinand wake up with a check raise all of a sudden? Crossing his mind because hands just bet 20 into 48. It's a little weak, and that is a power move.
Verdi finding it.
Great counter.
Reminding hands that this is my board, not yours.
Yeah, and that's a problem when you go kind of small on turns where if you did have it, you might go meaty.
Very credible line for a 9 to have taken. Nice move there.
Yeah, you just can't get away with trying to exploit against these players.
You've been watching Putra play for quite some time, Randy.
I
When
have.
you observe his game here across the better part of this week, and I know he didn't get in the saddle until a few days into it, how far along has he come as a player since the first time you observed him?
Very, very far. You know, in the beginning, he wasn't so refined. You know that he was kind of still getting his feet wet. But naturally, as someone who plays a lot of poker against the same opponents, you learn how to adjust and cater accordingly. And he's actually quite a good poker player, you know, for someone who doesn't play it year round.
He's also a guy, I think, who very successfully leverages
His
pretty
image.
tight table image.
He does. He really does. You know, he doesn't get in there every single hand, but he knows that when he does wake up with a move, it often gets through.
Yeah, it
and
gets
he
respected.
He knows when to do it. He's not
35
reckless.
ahead as 2 bets became 3. Hands with the 7s out flopped by Elton. Note that the
Tricky.
ace jack of hearts was in the straddle for boss. He got away from it.
Let's see if Elton wants to continue to be tricky. Check back the flop. One quarter thrown in.
Wanna go back to playing now that we're sitting close?
I'll give you a free one.
All right.
A free card to look at.
With the seating order changed up once again.
Massage is here. Thank
you.
Elton and Hands negotiate the show one situation, and Hands has also been using this 4th frame as the massage frame. Elton going to it as well. So how about a
Okay.
little
4 more hands
side
coming.
by side self-indulgence? Yeah, hands on hands on hands.
That's a lot of hands.
Your box is there. Đâu rồi, cái cô đi. Cái box喺度. 이거 box喺邊度? Oh.
Queen Jack played as a flat. Or
Queen
limp,
Jack
rather.
might over limp as well.
Ace King, I think the limping's all done, although we've seen some sneakiness from Tan from time
I
to time.
don't think the sneakiness is coming out when he's stuck so much.
Yeah, I agree. Although sometimes it's with the intention of tempting somebody to get after what they perceive to be dead money so that he can put that big 3-bet in.
This 3-bet still might come in from Ferdinand. He's got the ace-5 suited.
It's a candidate.
He also knows Tan Chuan is the type to raise a lot. He just gets away. That's very nice from him. Good timing.
18 more plunked in there by the first Queen Jack off.
As does the second.
Jack finds the flop here as both parties are ahead of the ace king now.
And the ace king might even see bet this flop. Jack 6 deuce. Does check back wisely.
3 on the turn.
$45.
Yeah. Activating now in the face of the check back from Tan.
Same hand should be calling here in position. Raising doesn't really achieve too much.
Tan steps aside. Seven. Not bothersome.
No, it's a good card. Queen Jack can hunt more value. But Queen Jack will be looking to call. It's a check. I feel like one of these Queen Jacks is going to bet. It's not the first. And you might expect that King Jack plus would bet the river card.
Interesting spot Elton has put himself in by virtue of not having found the bet himself, but he does reach out and grab calling chips. It's not supposed to be a river that causes them any problems. And let's chop it up.
Did they just give each other a fist bump?
干娘嬉皮呀，操你妈！
子弹赚的钱好。
Take
拿
10's
着
money.
AK 打2个双胞
啊，
胎。
我最大的我可以勾。
啊？
你可以打2个双胞胎打不动。
对呀。
对呀，
我还有勾。我可以勾。
AK 嘛。
Oh, that folded. King Jack complaining.
Lim race.
Lim race Coco.
I have SK.
I have a Queen Jack.
I have one Jack.
2个比杂花勾抠，抢着抠，
抢着抠，
真他妈的！
哪里想我抠还是不抠了？妈的，不抠了我说紧。哎呀，
他的钱有味道，他的钱有味道一点的。
2个那么快抠下去，我 I King Jack 你也不抠。
同一个门派的，同一个门派的打法。
这个面子不给牌子，提高这个扔掉给别人说。
Queen this time, Tan.
Really loose player.
Oh, Ferdinand's got the queens and Elton's got ace king and the straddle. This is gonna get big.
我还是你勾呢。
11 becomes 35 in front of ace king.
Just calls the 3-bet cold. That is unexpected.
We have seen that approach with some frequency by the ace kings. Content to take the passive line and then be very surprisingly strong at showdown unexpectedly as a flat caller pre. Similar board texture to the last time around, except there are no Queen Jacks lurking. Instead, it's just the overpair for Ferdy.
Still pretty good board for Ferdy. I think it is possible that Elton is holding jacks to cold call 3-bet. It's in his mind, but queens are queens.
65, the follow through.
I'm curious to see if Elton check calls ace king here, because maybe that call pre-flop was a counter strategy to Ferdinand specifically. Lays it down. Yeah, I feel like he thinks Ferdy's 3-bet range is a little bit tighter than some others.
他说用 KK 输给 Elizabeth 190
No
个
floating.
输啥？谁输给那个
What bet you fold?
Rob 输给 Elisa 那个女的
哦
，88万，
上头了他。
KK
那天
Fuck that hand.
喂，输给他，就是
Elton asking Ferdy whether or not the 4-bet would have
yeah,
yielded a
yeah.
fold. Ferdy just casually shrugging his shoulders.
什么味道这么浓？
F around and find out, Elton.
他们的油啊，
哦呀，
Given Elton's post-flop action, I think Ferdy's pretty happy about his 2 queens.
Sure.
Didn't realize it was ace king over there.
现在摇那你的。
Patrick, he's in with a limp.
嗯。
One more limp.
来往起来
，Go
call 了。
Flypaper effect.
Flypaper effect.
Yeah.
Mosquito paper effect.
Oh, I wish we had some of that in here. Make my job easier. Jack 9-3. Pair for Elton. Open ender for Mateos. Round of checks. Queen on the turn. Now giving 2 pair to Elton, who leads for 20,000, and top pair to Adrian.
If it blanks out, could get in trouble for Mateos. Not a blank.
Jack River counterfeiting Elton, and now Adrian actually has the best hand. A little bit weird to see the check out of Elton.
I mean, he got counterfeited. He could be up against a jack. Better queen, of course, now. So
I was thinking from Adrian's perspective, for him to lead that turn and then check that river.
no, I don't think it's that surprising, just because that middle card pairing is not advantageous for the one betting, as they would want to fear their opponent having it. He's definitely delighted,
弯起来，弯起来，
especially with his kicker.
弯起来，弯起来。
Ace 5 suited for Ferdy. Got out of the way earlier when it was an out of position call.
Prefers to be the opener.
Sure.
Nine, 7 of spades. Calling from Mateos, who sees a 9 and a straight draw.
Up against bottom pair. Checks it over.
You no give tip, no help. No tip, no help. Okay, good.
Check back.
I give for
Ferdy.
Mine. 给他妈逼。
Double gutter now for Mateos. Still checking.
I match it. I match it.
以前多给点以前的。一个 small pocket pair, they have big pair.
8. Pairs on the river. Ferdy hasn't put a chip in post flop.
But every time we hit a set, we give 1,000.
Even though you lose.
Yeah, it's a bonus. We're flopping
Little
the set.
value found by Mateos.
Yeah. Sizing of just 7K, retaining Ferdy. You always feel a little bit used in those spots.
Just used a little bit. Lost additional 7.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Here's time. Well, they come count.
mystery hand time.
You didn't keep my money.
We'll slap the blinders on hands. Who opens to 10,000?
You didn't lose, is it?
Elton.
No, just lose to Elton.
8-4 of spades.
Three matches. Just all the small.
Massaging an extra 25 out of hands.
Actually, you didn't lose.
In the middle, 9-8-7 with a couple of spades, pair and a flush draw.
I think that's safe to say that was a great flop for Elton.
Quite happy with his choice to 3-bet pre now.
Yeah. Sneaky check.
You start 3 p.m. Yeah.
It is pretty tempting to bet the turn.
Last night, make mistake.
It's hard for hands to have a better hand given the action so far. And again, hands is one of those guys who can just wake up with check raising all of a sudden.
Take pieces of everybody.
35K. Given the second check in front of him. That which Elton settles on.
Elton's range, though, technically is quite capped to not bet the flop.
You know, and when that's the case, in particular, hands has done a lot of this. Check and big raise.
Having said that, though, Elton is aware, and having the spades is nice because he can still hit a pretty big hand.
On TV.
Perhaps a bit surprised to be in this situation, but nevertheless, invested. Elton puts in the extra 105, does not find improvements on the river as the board pairs. And let's see. Does feel like hands just has to be betting.
It's a little scary too, though, right? Because Elton could be sitting there with a big overpair, and if hands wants that to fold, it needs to go really meaty. The 7, though, is a little bit problematic in case he was trying to represent 2 pair. 9-8 got counterfeited by an overpair. Jack 10 he can still represent. 6-5. Flop set, which would be a boat. Still all reasonable hands. 250,000.
$250,000. If you want a showdown.
This doesn't feel good.
No, but Elton reconstructing things.
$250,000. It's a pair of 8s.
Remember that hands opened. Elton chose to re-raise this one on the 9-8-7 board. It went check, check. On the turn, it went check, big raise. That's how we arrived at a river where this $250,000 barrel leaves Elton with a shot at 600 plus, being laid well north of 2-1.
Yeah, this is going to take a lot of time, Banks, because this line is interesting and odd.
Are you allowed to ask his massage therapist whether or not any added tension is being detected? Or is that out of bounds?
I think that's out of bounds.
Use a knife. River chicken race. Sink.
He's tossing a ton of time, Banks.
Oh, look, and now he gets a reaction from hands, and I wonder if he's going to make anything of that.
Maybe.
Could this be 10 jack?
Doesn't need to be just only 10 jack he
Huh?
loses to.
How many I use?
Could it be 9-9?
So many.
Could be. Could be 8-8, although he blocks that. Quad sevens. 8-7. 6-5. If it's not, though, it's like a 10x.
Yeah. The naked 10x. Definitely on his mind.
Spades. Queen jack.
Yeah, we blocked the spades is the problem, and it looks like he is going to fold. What did hands have? It was the naked 10. And I got to tell you, Randy.
You don't want to see the ace.
Show. No. Show.
That
不是规矩修完修吗？
it does feel to me like that specific check big raise on the turn
说得没错
line,
吧？对不对？
whenever taken by hands,
啊，是这样讲。
usually isn't nutted.
From what we've seen, yes.
Now,
I hear you.
I don't want to be held accountable if somebody now hears us say that when watching back a stream and tomorrow comes in and pays off and then blows me up.
Sure. From what we've seen, though, we've seen hands activate in spots like that.
That river.
Elton suggesting that the fact that the 7 paired is part of why he laid it down?
Well, there's two parts of that. One, maybe it's some kind of 7-6 suited bluff. Two, he could have got a spade.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm not sure which way he's thinking about it.
Right. 2 queens, 2 spades, and a deuce. Boss, jack high flush draw. Elton, trips.
Something like that. Huh?
10K follow through after the 11K open from Pua.
Nelton looking to fast play his trip queens. Good kicker.
Eight 5 dismissed.
I mean, feels like you just gotta call and try to hit your spade. Maybe the jack or 9 is good sometimes if Elton's raising like some kind of pocket pair.
In comes the 20 requested. And out pops a jack. This will keep Paul interested.
Yeah, it's gonna get him in trouble. Now he beats like some spades. Elton is very tricky, and the spade comes right in for Paul.
Check back from saying allowing boss to get there free of charge, mind you.
I'm not so sure how much Queen X he's giving Elton credit for with the turn check back and raise on the flop. So I'm curious to see how he sizes. If he still thinks it's a reasonable possibility, he will go big. But if not, he might come in smaller. Maybe even check to let his opponent try to rep the flush. He's going to bet himself. It's very small because he doesn't give Elton credit for the queen.
Snap call from Elton, figuring it's either the flush or nothing. So a raise is never going to get paid off by worse.
It's a point of personality.
Oh, big, maybe. Maybe a little bit bigger because it's net call.
Yeah, boss immediately thinking he left meat on the bone, given the speed with which Elton made the call.
Yeah, he sure did.
It is.
Not his problem. Mistake, though. He was hoping that Elton hit the ace.
It's kind of confused too.
Saying we'll take one off. Not Patrick, though. Limps Jack 9. Ton. Craning around for a look at just how deep Patrick is sitting.
Makes
Deep
20.
enough to target with this ace queen.
Patrick's in there.
King, queen, 5. A dusty gut shot for Patrick with a couple of unders to the king, queen. Meanwhile, ace of clubs working in conjunction with second pair.
17,000.
Top bet 17.
Check calling coming.
Board pairing 5, producing the flush draw for Tan. Are you surprised at all that Patrick would choose this one to check call, or is it just Tan's range is so wide that we want that opportunity to potentially experience check back on the turn and then maybe unimproved bluff the river?
Exactly the latter. He knows that Tan Chuan is c-betting so much. Maybe he gets lucky and hit the 10.
一样的。
整兩條嚟。
Tan is bet this ace queen himself. Hands over regardless.
Yep.
Is it? No, I ordered exactly the same.
Gonna take a lot more of those pots.
拿不回啦，猴年马月了。
Suited connector from Mateos, making a 12 in the hijack. See if he gets any company. King, queen. That can participate.
Cheap.
Heads up. One customer. Ferdy out of the big, who flops second pair. Checks over to Mateos.
Mateos going to go ahead and try and rep that ace king.
Supposed to be his board.
Right. 8K. He's been going with these 8K C bets. 25% pot. Swiftly called by middle pair. Blank on a turn.
See whether or not Mateos has another barrel. Answer is no. Finds an 8 on the river. Maybe some showdown value against the Broadway gutters.
Yeah, queen, jack, jack 10.
Check.
King, queen. Gets free showdown.
Can you hear that?
Huh?
Can you hear that?
No.
Ace jack suited.
I don't know why when we sometimes just happen to stare to each other and we just laugh.
Telepathic.
I have no idea why. Ain't even in the tournaments.
A lot of diamonds lurking.
Suggests we won't be seeing them on the flop, of course. As the 12K open from Elton, flatted by Patrick, Boss, and Hands in turn. Jack 10-7, second pair for Boss, top pair in the gutter for Hands, top pair in the best kicker for the pre-flop raiser. Patrick, let's go with the gutter. 15K C bet. Boss.
Nice.
Yeah.
Gonna lose an additional 15K there with King 10.
Not interested in peeling. Of course, the Jack 9. Happy to peel, and Boss
I'd be angry.
would have had the best hand. Broadway gutter acquired for Elton, but that card in particular does interact with some of the range that Hands would be peeling with.
Nice value bet here of Ace Jack. Not an easy one to find.
Also,
Actually
the kind of
gets the
bet
Jack
that
9 in there.
is not easy to check raise
an
against,
8.
but the river is an 8. Hands finds the Jack high straight, checks it over to Elton, who wastes no time checking back. And
Elton down swinging.
Yep.
你不投机的？
From pre-flop to flop to turn to river. Every street. Huh?
You played it for him?
Yeah.
Should have went all in before the flop. You should have went all in. Was that the correct move?
My hand?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's definitely a fold.
Other choice.
99.9% of the time, it's a fold.
Ferdy getting creative from the button.
Pre-flop.
Hands staying interested, and we're going to block out
we learn.
Elton's cards here. We play the mystery game again. 39 in the middle. 8-8, 7-2 spades. How about the gut shot straight flush draw for Ferdy? Checked over to him. Hands has 2 overs. The gutter of his own.
Quite a nice flop for Ferdy.
Yeah.
No surprise he's betting 15,000. Should get looked up by Hands on the flop. Elton now. In the straddle. Could have that 8.
See what he's got on his mind.
How about a raise to 50,000? That's Super Mario music?
Someone seems to be playing a mobile game. It did sound pretty 8-bit, if I'm being honest. Down to heads up. As Ferdy hangs in there.
Flush.
Finds it. On the turn, of course, when there's a pair on board, we do have possible issues. Elton now goes from check raising to 50 in a 3-way pot to checking in a heads up one.
That makes me feel much better about my flush here if I'm Ferdinand. Kind of want to charge to 8x. 8x has outs, whether it be 7 jack or side card. $75,000 is the price.
How much 8x does Elton have as played here?
I think he's got a lot. You know, he defended from the straddle, check raised the flop. Probably doesn't want to keep building the pot when the flush comes in, as well as the straight 10-9 got there. Oh, Elton grabbed more than 3 whites.
Wow.
Check raise min.
And min always feels as though it is begging to be called, and there's really no room for improvement other than the 5 of spades in the event that Ferdy's up against a boat. And I don't think he expects that just naked trip 8s would behave this way.
No, it shouldn't be naked trip 8s. They don't want to get blown off in case the flush wants to just go for it. Oh, this is pretty tough. And if my opponent is making a bluff, I don't think they're going to shut down if they're trying to do some kind of ace of spades play. He will make the call. Does have that for sure clean out. 5 of spades.
Doesn't reveal itself. Talk to us, chat. What do you think Elton's got? Some speculating 9-10, although
I don't think it's 9-10.
Not with the pair and spades on board. Some saying 9-6 off. 7s for 7s full.
Jam. I can guarantee you he's doing that, which he just does in Ferdinand.
There you go, against Elton.
Against Elton.
This is a request for all of it. Some saying 7-8. Must be under the hood.
Definitely can see that.
Ace-8 with the ace of spades. Also a submission. Not sure we'd be looking.
I don't think so based on turn action because you're not looking to get the chips in there. If it is, it's very low frequency.
The thing is, his queen really didn't change anything for Ferdy. So he does check call, and it is the naked 8. Elton says you win.
So he turned it into a bluff.
Mm-hmm.
What a play.
Obviously was drawing live to a boat.
Huh?
But unimproved.
Yeah, Ferdinand, why are you trying to bluff you? Why you call? You're flush. How can you call?
Aaron.
You want to call it this?
Oh, yeah, flush.
That was a big move. Very credible.
Very steep oopsie.
Big call from Ferdinand. That was nice.
Is there a check raise bigger than that maybe we shed Ferdy's 6 high spades on the turn?
Thumbs up.
Randy?
That's an interesting one, right? Like maybe make the commitment there. Like, are you willing to commit? I don't know. Because he obviously still called with the 6-4 spades on the river there.
Aaron the other day also wrongful.
That was just some cool poker. For Elton to turn his 8 into a bluff. He knew he was no good on the river.
No, you flush already. You want to bluff you off the flush.
Jack 8, Jack 7, 8, 7.
Yeah. I tried.
Okay.
That you did, sir. Valiant effort, but unfortunately he ran into a sticky Ferdinand.
Flop check raise. Elton. Turn check raise.
And check raise.
It was double check raise.
云锦美掉你的屎啊！and check raise， 我操，这个猛的。
边搏边投。搏不动头，
没有，他学他徒弟那一招。
Double check raise，
没学。
Went for the glory.
So Elton, definitely down now in today's session.
Oh.
5 deuce suited.
It's kind of wild to think about considering that he was the big winner on a few of our leaderboards.
He was. Up at least 500 or 600K at one point.
In the weeds is Antonius's ace king suited. Clubs that covered, but not the board that he had in mind. As we see Tan Xuan once again, a 5 deuce suited. He's been playing those as 3 bets and 4 bets.
Why bluff you? Just call, check, and fold.
I think bluff
flat.
I think if you check raise, bet, I fold.
Checks in front.
Check raise, bet.
Yeah. Bet, Charlie. Maybe I fold.
I think getting chips in here and hoping that we pick up some heart draws. Maybe a sticky 3 for Adrian, or these 4s staying involved.
The 4s are tricky because he's got 3 players to act behind. If he was last to act, he definitely would be calling. But the 4s interact nicely with the board. Somehow it's an overpair. It gets the 3s out.
Patrick sustaining minimal damages. Taking the ace king the way that he did, but finding a king on the turn, it would have left him in trouble.
Yeah, good for him. He thinks it's good.
Yeah.
I mean, how often does someone have a deuce here?
Yeah. Gangsta bluff. Gangsta bluff. It's really tough to bluff though.
Stupid bluff.
Mateos giving Elton props
believe me.
for doing the thing. And
No, he
Boss
doesn't believe me.
giving Tan credit for having the thing, which he did.
买个6去啊？
我可能应该大稳。
对6啊？
I just noticed that Tan's shirt, I think, has the same sort of pearls working on it as Day 6's white Louis hoodie did. Remember on the end of the string?
He loves the Louis, I'll tell you that.
Did you miss out on that collection? It feels like the kind of thing that you would have gotten after, Randy.
It's probably still there. I might have to go and take a look.
I don't know. You think
平时
it's-
投机很准，
It's not
投一
it's
个
not
准，在这里他妈没投
pricing collection, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. What you tell him?
我的鸡这是从来不成功的鸡。
他妈的，在这里投一次死一次，搞得我以后打牌不敢投机。
尊重你。
上到50。
If I
raise and take.
I walk out, smoke on the button. Can I sit down anytime? I need to wait. Same thing.
Because it's very hard for dealer
平时
to
老
remember
是投
when
机
they-
投成功
when you
啊。
come back,
对啊，
you're not in the
我平时
weather, you
老
got
是这里他
when you
妈
go
的
out, you can ask the boys.
我投了几天，
No, it's okay. I always do that. I go smoke. Okay, when my shredder, my turn to shredder.
Lucky chip.
for me.
往起来，往起来。
Shredder.
我自己搞自己啊，本来好好的，哎呀，
自己搞自己，
说了他
我还不自己搞自己，搞了70万人都不见了。
说了唐轩，
起码他也有摆 fashion 给你看，快乐欢喜，给你看一出戏
，But
70万。
limp with the 6-7.
Elton stacked up, topped up to $1 million, by the way.
他妈的，那么大，他哪里会乱搞
Quietly reloading.
谁啊？我啊。
家人们
He's getting twisted. Thai massage right now, you know.
Yeah, it's I'm gonna need those hands back.
How do you play? We found a.
Was he fighting the stretch? By the way, it did feel like there was some
He's like, I want to check.
resistance.
He can't even see the board. It's being turned.
他这里有，他这里有。
Patrick throws out 5K in last place.
Elton, a caller. The hearts roll off, giving him the only flush.
Let's see if Antonius bets again. Maybe he thinks the 7x or 10x of no heart is in there. Gives up.
Up, yeah.
Ultimately, undramatic exchange. Alton's still thinking about his decision to get after Ferdy.
It was a pretty credible bluff. You might have heard Ferdy say, maybe if you follow through on a turn in Jam River, I fold that flush. But something about that double check raise didn't sit right with Ferdy.
他谁都不行。
不投也不行。
不投也不行，很麻烦的。投也不行，不投也不行。
Ferdy an opener here with pocket threes. Boss flats his tens. Pocket nines pipped for Andy.
对，大。
Andy looking to play a big pot. Squeezing.
And when we under-rep the tens, as Paul has done here, we do need to be prepared for this sort of response and recognize that Andy doesn't have to be up in his range here, but rather keen on squeezing, which he successfully does to Ferdy's threes.
Be happy to take in position.
Boss plunks in the 58. Ace-5 deuce board. Both concerned about the other having ace-X.
Of course.
But with the benefit of the betting lead, you see Andy reaching out and very neatly firing 55,000. And these are the C-bets that we hate to feel obligated to call, Randy, because it always feels like a torch when another barrel comes in and we haven't improved. But with specifically that 10 of spades as well, and the knowledge that Andy doesn't have to have us beat, Boss does make the call. Now he finds the third nut flush draw courtesy of this queen of spades, while Andy might be a little bit more sheepish about another barrel.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because Paul picks up outs, but the queen also hits some of the c-bet bluffs like king, queen, jack. Andy's never going to think the nines are good, but can he get a hand to fold? That's hard to say from his point of view. It kind of looks like he's got this determination that he wants to win this pot based on his determined look, and he is.
Yeah, good read. No spade. No ace, no queen, no problem. 115K, and that sizing goes a long way given that it's on the milky side.
Yeah, I think this is going to kick out the better hand. Well played, Andy Nee.
That second barrel, absolutely crucial. No world in which he wins that pot, one would imagine, if he doesn't fire it.
That's what's so important about having the pre-flop aggression is you get to steal pots that you don't normally get to if you play it passively.
That's one that's going to sting when Boss goes back and sees it.
其实是不应该扣了，但是我老是扣。
拨2张嘛，拨1张就不扣。
我老是扣啊。
有黑桃在手扣咯。
Mateos.
King deuce suited.
Patrick's going to get in there. A couple sevens.
Yeah.
Paul's got jack 8 suited in the straddle. 8 more to go.
Price is right. So's the hand.
他们小鸡，妈个逼！没必要。
Queen, Jack, 7, and 2 spades. Pair in the flush draw versus bottom set.
就5万靠住他第5站就跳过去。
This one's brewing.
Patrick contemplating lead because he doesn't want this one to get checked back by the pre-flop raise or wants to keep Paul to get away.
500.
Boss surveying Adrian's stack depth prior to making his decision.
经常说那个打跑那个花园似的。
他那个一放过都是输。我回去放过就是输掉，他的牌一放过都是会输掉。
对，他没牌赢，会真掉。
Adrian out of the way. 9 on the turn. Add a gutter to boss's range.
It's not
his
a clean
actual
gutter,
hand, rather.
but it is potential outs for him. Plenty of hands for Patrick to value bet against.
Some concerns over King 10 lurking from time to time, but
Sure.
we draw live against that or 10-8 for that matter.
Right. Also need to think about the hands we beat, and there's a lot of it, whether it be Jack 10, Queen 10, King Queen, etc.
And we got to charge spades.
Of course. It's charging.
Boss, once again, content to flat. Not going to be quite content with the 3 of diamonds as the river card, however, leaving him with just second pair and leaving Patrick with what I would imagine he thinks is a prime opportunity to target some 1-pair hands, especially those that contain a 10 and would make sense as combos.
There's a little bit of 2-pair in Paul's range too. He did close the straddle. Patrick's cut out about 150 in his hand there.
Shaves a quarter off of it, though.
Yes.
你可能他很多次，他一般都是拿5厘米。
是吗？我都忘记了。
陈老板打过来，我永远不相信，就是给他吃。
It's a strong line that Patrick's taking.
一直播不到。
So Paul's not going to hero call.
That's exactly what it would have been in that spot versus that size. And Boss was well served not to attempt any heroics, by the way, prior to that point in the pot. Is Elton sinking further and further into his seat the longer this massage goes?
It's relaxing. Oh, she's really getting in there.
Yeah, to her credit, as I'm observing the forearms, I mean, you know, that's not a 4-cylinder engine we're working with. More on the V8 sort of side of the motor spectrum.
Definitely not electric.
No. 5-6 suited. Party starter. 3 players take the ace-7-5 board hands with the best of what's around. Adrian comes up empty on the duck hunt, but 2 checks in front of him. You think they're working the Tiger Ball? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Like the Vicks vapor rub with the,
the orange little copper cap.
Far Eastern
That's a
version of it.
Everyone knows that. Far East.
Straight draws. the product of this 8 on the turn for both hands and Elton, who now comes through with the delayed C-bet. Adrian was never interested post-flop, but hands, obviously.
Nowhere to go.
Needs to hang in. Another 40,000 into the middle. And the 9 on the river will do just fine by Elton.
Hello, straight. In the back of his mind, he's like, well, you guys all saw me bluff it off. Maybe you'll pay me here. 40,000 into 84. Slightly less than half. Not a great card for hands, clearly. Rainbow texture. Wouldn't really expect this ace-4 to be good too often. Not on this run out.
I mean, bluff catching, really, because I don't think Elton is value betting worse.
No, I'm just wondering what he's bluff catching against.
Yeah. Elton
He
raised pre,
seems
didn't bet the
unconvinced.
flop, fired turn, fired river, and hands stays curious at that price.
Perfect price to get paid.
Whenever these guys are playing a pot, I feel as though they're trying to get the other person to pay the massage bill. You can see how things have changed. Hands down 284,000. Elton 131 in the black. Propelled by that last exchange. Tan still lingering with $1 million loss. Ferdy, almost 700K winner. He creeps up on you in these spots where you're like, when, how, who?
Why I bluff every day?
I'm sure if your hands, you're
But
thinking,
you get paid too.
you didn't. You just had a 6 against me. But of course, that's not the pot he's thinking of.
It's an investment.
King 6 suited from Andy. Elton ready to go with the 4s. Eight, 6 deuce. Andy out flops. Monotone texture, no diamonds. No bet. King's up now. On the turn, though. And the no bet policy is going to be amended.
$10K. Elton doesn't have a diamond. I feel like if he had a diamond, he certainly would be considering calls. Still calls without the diamond.